Let's do this. Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. Hey, what you doing? Okay. All the way to start. Hey, how's everybody doing? Sorry about that. Man. Had a little bit of a technical difficulty before stream here, so we're all good though. We're all good. Legend Sean, how you doing? How's everybody over on Twitch? Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. Oh, hey, I forgot to sign in over there. What's going on with that? Yeah, guys, we got some breaking news. I think I'm gonna just go into it because, man, this shit got serious real fast, and it's kind of weird because I just saw it on Vosh. He was like, yeah, is India and Pakistan are going to war. I was just like, that's got to be a clickbait title. No. I went right to X. Turns out that, yeah, things are looking bad. So here, first off, Stan already bailed. I think, you know what? I got to get him. He's got a bone upstairs. I got to go get that. Here. Let's do this. Official Indian statement. Here, I'm gonna put this on the screen for a minute. Here, give me 1 second. There we go. All right. Hey, Hassan loves Lawless. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, we're just getting down to the nitty gritty here. Give me 1 second though. Gotta adjust something. There we go. Much better. All right, here's the official press release from the Indian government. All right, Operation Cinder. That, I mean, really? Sindoor. But I just, okay. Indian armed forces carry out precision strike at terrorist camps. A little while ago, the Indian armed forces launched Operation Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and are directed. Altogether, 9 sites have been targeted. Our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. Okay. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and method of execution. Okay. These steps come in the wake of, I mean, that's not, I'm not buying this, but it's like, oh, well, I mean, if they're not hitting military installations, then okay. Jesus. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Palgram terrorist attack in which, or Palgam, a terrorist attack in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held responsible or held accountable. There will be detailed briefings on... guys, listen. I usually Gay frogs. Here it comes. Man, I'm starting to think that I don't know. These they're taking, literal like tactics from what happened over on October 7th, and they were just like, not gonna say false flag, not gonna say false flag, not gonna say false flag. But I just I don't know at what point. Here, let me do this. You know what? I'll read that in a second here.
I'm talking about this man, Sergei Lavrov. On Saturday, he spoke to India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Lavrov condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. He urged India and Pakistan to engage in talks. He referred to the Shimla Agreement of 1972 and the Lahore Declaration of 1999.
Oh, shit. I gotta let my
These
dog
are pacts that mandate India and Pakistan to resolve disputes bilaterally. But here's where things get interesting. Pakistan has suspended the Shimla Agreement. This is after India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty. This was Pakistan's response, suspension of the Shimla Agreement. So the Shimla Agreement is now out of the question. That leaves us with the Lahore Declaration. This treaty was signed between India and Pakistan in February 1999. The Lahore Declaration, it mandates both sides to refrain from using nuclear weapons. And guess what? 3 months after the Lahore Declaration, India and Pakistan fought the Kargil War. Despite the fighting, the Lahore Declaration held. Nuclear weapons were not used in that war. Maybe that's what Russia's foreign minister is hinting at, that military action is okay as long as it is below the nuclear threshold. Now let's look at Russia's signaling vis-a-vis Pakistan. What are they telling Pakistan? Yesterday, Lavrov spoke to his counterpart in Islamabad, the Pakistani foreign minister, and the message was somewhat different. No mention of preventing an escalation, no talk about adhering to past agreements. Instead, Russia offered to act as a negotiator between India and Pakistan.
Oh, okay.
So what's the takeaway? 2 messages have emerged from Moscow. First, from President Putin. He's assuring India of full support. And second, from Foreign Minister Lavrov, he is calling for dialogue. And that is diplomacy 101. Russia is playing the role of a classic mediator. Moscow is talking to both sides. It looks like a neutral player, yet it is clearly aligned.
Okay.
And President Putin's call with Prime Minister Modi is the biggest giveaway of that. Also, this is not new. Russia has played this role before. Like in 2019, after the Pulwama terror attack, when a suicide bomber killed 40 Indian troops. President Putin called Prime Minister Modi back then too. And the message was this. Punish the attackers
like one of the
and
only
their
ones
backers.
that cleared as far as like using their news sources.
But
So
let's
it's
go
like,
further back in time. We've
Starting to see a
already
reason
told
for
you about
that.
the 1999 Kargil War. Russia asked both sides to de-escalate. The tone was the same. Stick to the Shimla Agreement, stick to the Lahore Declaration. But Moscow kept backing New Delhi's position. Bilateral relations kept growing behind the scenes. Even deliveries of weapons were fast-tracked. Fast forward to today. Times may have changed, but Russia's stance remains the same. Terrorists and their supporters should be punished. And Moscow is clearly supporting New Delhi here. We'll tell you how. Russia has just sent more weapons to India, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles. These are highly effective against helicopters and drones. In fact, Russia has deep ties with India. It remains the biggest weapons supplier to New Delhi. Almost 65% of all weapons in the Indian armed forces are Russian.
okay,
65%.
so is this a whole segment
And
just
then there's
blazing
oil.
Russia for?
India is the
I
second
mean,
largest
until,
buyer of
like,
Russian oil. Bilateral trade is at a record high of
Not getting much
$66 billion.
info.
When the West launched a campaign to isolate Russia in 2022, India kept its doors open.
Okay, we're gonna learn something from the New York Times at least here, I guess. All right, India says it struck terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. India said early Wednesday that it had conducted strikes on what it called terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan 2 weeks after an attack by armed militants killed more than 24 civilians. Residents of Muzaffarabad, the capital of Pakistan, of the Pakistani part of the disputed territory of Kashmir, also reported hearing jets flying over. It said that a site in rural Muzaffarabad that was once used by Lashkar-e-Taiba, a militant group based in Pakistan, appeared to have been targeted at these sites. A spokesman for the Pakistani army said that two other places had also come under attack. One was Baharwapur and Punjab in Punjab province, and the site of a religious seminary associated with Jaish Mohammed, another Pakistani-based militant group, and the other was Kotli, a city in Pakistan administered Kashmir. The Pakistani military said that the Indian planes did not enter Pakistan's airspace in conducting the attacks. The blast came 15 days after militants opened fire. Okay, we get that. Understand that. The massacre was one of the worst. Pakistani government has denied involvement in the attack, and India has presented little evidence to support its accusations still. Soon after the onslaught, India announced a flurry of punitive measures against Pakistan, including threatening to disrupt the flow of a major river system that supplies it with water. And then, so in Kashmir, Indian forces have begun a sweeping crackdown, arresting hundreds as they continue their hunt for the perpetrators. Here, I actually got more on this. Pakistan envoy ready to use conventional and nuclear weapons against India. Pakistan's ambassador to Russia, Khalid Jamali, stated that Pakistan could use conventional and nuclear weapons against India in response to any aggression or threat to its water source. Tensions between India and Pakistan have escalated following a terror attack in Pahalgam. I got it. I keep adding an R to that. Jammu and Kashmir on April 22nd. Pakistan's defense minister, Mr. Aif, I'm just going to go there, warned that the worsening ties between the two countries might lead to an all-out India-Pakistan war. Will respond with full spectrum of force. Pakistan issues nuclear threat to India. Jesus, dude. It's Operation Sindoor. Yeah, we were just reading about that here. There will be a detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor later today. Okay. But Trump said he was going to end all wars. Oh yeah, he did. You're just gonna have to give me the Nobel Peace Prize because I'm about to call for world peace. Everybody's gonna do it. Like, dude, I just love how he keeps getting called on his bullshit, and all he can say is just like, "I didn't say that." Like, it's getting to that point. Yeah, let's get back to this. See if they're
just sent more
Russia.
Weapons to India. Shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles. These are highly effective against helicopters and drones. In fact, Russia has deep ties with India. It remains the biggest weapons supplier to New Delhi. Almost 65% of all weapons in the Indian armed forces are Russian. 65%. And then there's oil. India is the second largest buyer of Russian oil. Bilateral trade is at a record high of $66
We've literally seen this playbook like run before.
When the West launched a campaign to isolate Russia in 2022, India kept its doors open. The fact is, Russia and India have been strategic allies for decades. Moscow may urge restraint publicly, but behind closed doors, it wholeheartedly backs India. In a world of shifting loyalties, Russia has been a rare constant for India. One that doesn't preach, but delivers. Now let's look beyond the subcontinent. While others are busy lecturing India, Russia has picked up the phone.
Jesus Christ,
President
man.
Vladimir Putin spoke to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That call happened today. And here's what we know. Putin again condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. He expressed solidarity with India. More importantly, here's what Putin emphasized, and I'm quoting, the perpetrators and supporters behind the heinous
I got a new coffee maker finally, so cheers, guys.
terror attack must be brought to justice. Let me decode that for you. This was no ordinary courtesy call. This was Putin's green signal. Russia is telling India, we've got your back. Basically, Moscow will support New Delhi in whatever India does next, including military action. Until now, Russia's foreign minister was doing the talking. I'm talking about this man, Sergei Lavrov. On Saturday, he spoke to India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Lavrov condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. He urged India and Pakistan to engage in talks. He referred to the Shimla Agreement of 1972 and the Lahore Declaration of 1999. These are pacts that mandate India and Pakistan to resolve disputes bilaterally. But here's where things get interesting. Pakistan has suspended
the PM of India always looks like he has to fart so bad.
agreement. This is after India suspended
All right, that's a pretty fucking
the
funny
Indus
observation.
Waters Treaty. This was Pakistan's response, suspension of the Shimla Agreement. So the Shimla Agreement is now out of the question. That leaves us with the Lahore Declaration. This treaty was signed between India and Pakistan in February 1999. The Lahore Declaration, it mandates both sides to refrain from using nuclear weapons.
Excuse me.
And guess what? 3 months after the Lahore Declaration, India and Pakistan fought the Kargil War. Despite the fighting, the Lahore Declaration held. Nuclear weapons were not used in that war. Maybe that's what Russia's foreign minister is hinting at, that military action is okay as long as it is below the nuclear threshold. Now let's look at Russia's signaling vis-a-vis Pakistan. What are they telling Pakistan? Yesterday, Lavrov spoke to his counterpart in Islamabad, the Pakistani foreign minister, and the message was somewhat different. No mention of preventing an escalation, no talk about adhering to past agreements. Instead, Russia offered to act as a negotiator between India and Pakistan. So what's the takeaway? Two messages have emerged from Moscow. First, from President Putin. He is assuring India of full support. And second, from Foreign Minister Lavrov, he is calling for dialogue. And that is diplomacy 101. Russia is playing the role of a classic mediator. Moscow is talking to both sides. It looks like a neutral player, yet it is clearly aligned. And President Putin's call with Prime Minister Modi is the biggest giveaway of that. Also, this is not new. Russia has played this role before. Like in 2019, after the Pulwama terror attack, when a suicide bomber
in the last
killed
few
40
minutes,
Indian
we've
troops.
received...
President Putin called Prime Minister Modi back then too. And the message was this: punish the attackers.
Okay. Propaganda.
Some
That was
reports
fun.
from the Reuters news agency from Pakistan saying some time ago, India attacked Pakistan in 3 locations with missiles. That's a Pakistani military spokesperson who has said this. They've said some time ago, India attacked Pakistan in
offered to
3
bring potato
locations. And we
salad.
understand that Pakistan's International Airlines spokesperson says that flights that were already airborne have been diverted to the Pakistani city of Karachi. Now, this comes, of course, off the back of...
Okay, so this is like, I'm just noticing that underneath her very smart jacket, she has what I can only describe as Black Widow's suit on. I think that she's about to go and join the Avengers after this, guys.
escalating tensions between India and Pakistan
I was actually at a cosplay event, and then they called for breaking news, and I had to come.
following an attack in Kashmir, which left 26 Indian nationals who were visiting the area dead. They were believed to be killed by a splinter group of the Pakistani terror group Lashkar-e-Taiba. The splinter group was known as the Resistance Front. And India pointed the finger of blame on Pakistan, saying that it is because Pakistan has often been accused of funding, harbouring, supporting different terror groups that they're able to come into Indian controlled territory and into India and launched these sorts of attacks, which led to the deaths and the killings of 26 Indians in Kashmir. India vowed to retaliate and respond. Prime Minister Modi just last week said that they would hunt down the culprits. And we are now hearing from Reuters news agency that a Pakistani military spokesperson has said that some time ago, India attacked Pakistan in 3 locations with missiles. Reuters also goes on to say that multiple loud explosions were heard in the Pakistani Kashmir area close to the mountains around the city of Muzaffarabad after midnight. That's on Wednesday, and that's according to multiple Reuters witnesses. After the explosions, the city's power was blacked out, the witnesses said. It was not immediately clear what the explosions were. Pakistan is now saying that they were 3 missiles that hit 3 different locations, and that international airlines that flights that were already airborne have been diverted to Karachi. And of course, this is of great concern because both states are nuclear-armed states, and tensions often escalate. The last time it was in 2019, following another attack on Indian soil on a military convoy that India said Pakistan was behind. Pakistan has continued to deny that they had anything to do with the attack in Kashmir just last month. But India says it is the funding and backing of terrorist groups, and Pakistan doing that with these terrorist groups, calling them a state sponsor of terrorism, which has led to this. Just in the last week, I interviewed Pakistan's defense minister, who admitted that they have had a policy in the past of using terror groups as proxies, but distanced himself from this particular attack and said that they had nothing to do with it, and that they would respond if India attacked them. So this is quite a tense.
Dude, again, is Alex Jones out there saying that this is all false flag shit? Does anybody...
moment, but from what we understand is that 3 locations were attacked with missiles. I'm also being told that India has confirmed that they launched the attacks. So Reuters news agency was reporting that Pakistan said that some time ago, India attacked 3 locations with missiles. We did hear of reports of explosions near the Kashmir area, the Pakistani Kashmir area, near the mountains of Muzaffarabad. And India has now confirmed that they did actually launch the attacks. And no doubt there will be calls to de-escalate this situation. Just last week, Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, contacted both the Indian foreign minister as well as the Pakistani foreign minister to ask for the situation to be de-escalated. The Vice President J.D. Vance said that they understood.
Stay away, Vance. Stay away. No, Vance. Do not go there. Do not go there. We have just seen how this trip you just went on. You managed to take out the Pope and start 2 proxy wars. Good job.
Would be launching some kind of attack for the terrorist attack in Kashmir, but that Pakistan should do more to participate in any kind of investigation that India was launching. The Pakistanis say that they are willing to participate in any kind of investigation, but that India has not given them any opportunity to do that. From my understanding, India says that they were precision strikes on terror camps. So India has confirmed this attack and say that they have launched these attacks. We will be getting a statement in the next few minutes from the Indians as well and from the Pakistanis. So we will be following this story closely. But from what we know so far, that intense shelling, loud explosions were heard in 2 border areas of Indian Kashmir. That's police officers and witnesses saying, and that was according to the Reuters news agency, the loud explosions were heard in 2 border areas of Indian Kashmir, and the Pakistanis say that India launched 3 missiles on 3 locations. India has now confirmed that those attacks took place, and they described them as precision attacks launched on terror cells. So there will no doubt be calls from international.
Okay, I will never, ever feel bad for the ums and ahs. That was Sky frickin' News, okay? Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. We got some more stuff. Just gotta bring this up. This one, I just asked a question and I did deliver, so.
Trump faces new nuclear crisis as India-Pakistan tension soars. Pakistan minister threatens India with nuclear missile strike. India's Navy says anytime, anywhere, nuclear war. These are statements by the government.
What the hell's with this new
India's
delivery?
answer to Pakistan's nuclear threats.
Nuclear threats.
Pakistan defense minister says military incursion by India is imminent. India-Pakistan trade gunfire as tensions rise over deadly Kashmir attack. It goes on and on. We also have Russia confirms North Korean troops fighting in Ukraine. I, of course, told you that a year ago, but now Russia is openly announcing it. And when you get all those ingredients together, that's called World War III. When you have major powers aligned fighting with each other. And now the corporate media is going, ooh, this is World War III. Yeah. And the next stop is nuclear war if this continues on. So those are 2 pretty important big pieces of news there. The big hotspot I'm always talking about. Notice last few years, you don't really hear anybody else talking about India and Pakistan being the big detonator for nuclear war. Very close right now. And of course now
this is on April 28th, right?
It's mainstream news, but this has been ongoing. They've been fighting each other and blasting each other.
Yeah, April 28th.
Forever. Big battles all the time. Yep. And India's been fighting China physically on the Kashmir border. Because China's been backing the Muslims.
This is what happens. You go full circle with this
China,
Trump
they put the
bullshit,
Muslims
and then
in
all of a sudden you're just like, oh, wait a minute.
But that just shows how the commies operate.
But wait, so here, does he really think that like this
and you've got him openly threatening to nuke each other
to test Trump? Like, god damn it, he really does. If he could see himself from a few years ago and see himself now and just be like, oh, you mean that I actually started going like with the dictator? China. What up, David? How you doing? China. Let's see. Jesus Christ, it's all like literally just ew. It's a bunch of his like advertisements. That's ew. Okay, sorry. All right, so Operation Sindor. Do we have a update on this? We all knew Mark Carney was gonna humiliate him. Yep, we did. Only JD can off the Pope and start 2 proxy wars at the same time. Dude, that's a hell of a coincidence when you think about it. Let's be real. But, here. Alright. Is she still glazing Putin?
Has picked up the phone. President Vladimir Putin spoke to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
All right, yeah. So this is definitely like Russian propaganda, like for Indian or Indians. People from India. Supreme Court allows Trump to implement transgender military ban. What? Oh, you gotta be fucked, dude. Just so much great news today. Fucking A. All right. Well, number one, I am strangely relieved that it's not, you know, the actual superpowers of India and Pakistan going to war right now. They're still doing it under the guise of it's a targeted terrorist attack. Honestly, the least upset about that. Yeah, no shit. Dude. Yeah, the state of the world is just... Well, yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you're telling me this is like the funniest draft dodge ever? The worst part is people already in there are going to lose their health care. Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay. That does suck. Man. Could you imagine serving your country and that's what you get? Cool. Cool, man. This is also why it is kind of like, yeah, well. Wait, India did what? Yeah. India struck a bunch of terrorist cells on, I think, what they say, 9. And when they say terrorist cells, you know, we're doing this one right now. Because I'm not just going to take them at their word. But yeah, they're saying that they're doing targeted attacks in retaliation to what happened a few weeks ago. It's pretty fucked up, honestly. Yeah. Man. What's fucked up is the fact that, again, on the 28th, even frickin' Alex Jones was just like, well, India's about to throw a Trump card at Trump. It's just like... Man, I used to do a much better Alex Jones. I just don't want to, like, scorch my voice anymore for it. Yay, Bronx. IRS. Oh, here we go. Cargo ships. Oh, yeah, Bernie. I forgot. I also got Bernie on, Bernie dogging on Chuck Schumer. You guys saw that dude in the zipline while the attack was unfolding under him? Pretty freaky. What? For real? No, I haven't seen that. That's crazy. God damn it. And every time that I think of zipline, I always think of, I think you should leave. You know, you're just, you're too attached to the zipline. What do you mean? You're always on the zipline. Get ready for Americans attacking Indians on the streets because they think they are Pakistani. Did Pakistan respond? Actually here. Let's just go in there. First reaction to India's Operation Sindoor in Pakistan. Hope it ends. I hope it ends.
Pakistan's army is taking us deep into disputed Kashmir, toward the line of control, the de facto border with India. And one of the most...
At Pep Talks, a tourist was ziplining and thumb upping while filming himself. Under him, you could hear gunshots while he was smiling. Worst timing to ever do a selfie vid.
Militarized conflicts in the world.
Damn.
Tensions between the two nuclear-armed neighbors rising since a terror attack killed 26 civilians, mostly Indian, almost 2 weeks ago. Militaries on both sides readying for possible escalation as India blamed Pakistan and Pakistan denied responsibility. It's a war of words. Civilians on both sides of these rugged mountains fear, not for the first time, will be victims of events way beyond their sway. Control of the towering peaks unresolved for 75 years. Just driving through the mountains here, it's easy to understand why Kashmir is still a disputed area. It's so hard to fight a decisive war in this rugged terrain. The other thing you see here is poverty, meager villages clinging to the hillside. People here say the spiking tensions making it harder to eke a living, as we're about to find out. On foot now, the village we're heading to, a few hundred feet from the line of control. And just look over there, you can see how close the front lines are. That's the last Pakistani position there, the Indian Army position a few hundred meters away. And those trees, that's the line of control. When we arrive, most villagers clustered around one house, some hiding in the dark inside. Children peeking from unglazed windows. This villager telling us they live in fear now. Elderly children and women are incredibly scared, he says. We want to take our livestock out to pasture, but the Indians are right there in front of us, and we're very concerned. Their fears may be well-founded. This 17-year-old says Indian troops killed his father, Malik Farouk. He had gone to the line of control to chase our cattle, he says. The Indians shot him and accused him of being a terrorist. He is not. He is a good man. The day after the massacre in Indian-administered Kashmir, the Indian government announced it had foiled a terror plot, killing 2 Pakistanis. Malik's brother denies the allegations too, says he was just a herder like me, believes India wants their land, before breaking down in tears.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
India's done a great cruelty to us, he says. If they want me to leave, put a bullet in my head. That's the only way I'll go. With no end in sight on both sides of the border, civilians, as ever, the losers in this decades-old conflict. Nick Robertson, CNN, Sajiwar, on the line of control in Pakistan-administered Kashmir.
Well, that was Nick with this decades-long conflict showing no signs of resolution. There's no shortage of grievances and accusations being levied on both sides of that border. Officials in India have long accused Pakistan of backing armed groups and separatist forces inside the Indian-administered portion of Kashmir. Pakistan says this was true in the past, but it's not happening now, with the killings of 26 civilians still fresh in the minds of many across the border and calls for revenge. It's no surprise that global powers, including the US and China, have stepped in to urge restraint in this tense standoff.
Yeah, okay. So, U.S. President Donald Trump says India strikes on Pakistan are a shame. It's a shame. We just heard about it. Just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. He calls it the Oval. The Oval. It sounds cooler when you just call it the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going on or going to happen based on a little bit of the past. Oh, God, is he talking about Alex Jones? Oh, no. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for a long time, you know. They've been fighting for many, many decades, many centuries. The president said after overseeing a swearing-in ceremony for a special envoy, Steve Witkoff, I just hope it ends very quickly. India said early Wednesday it had launched a military operation against Pakistan, hitting terrorist infrastructure in both Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. and a major escalation of tensions between the two countries. The U.S. State Department also said it is closely monitoring developments, according to the spokesperson. We are aware of reports, however, we have no assessment to offer at this time. Well, that's awesome. This remains an evolving situation, and we are closely monitoring the developments. All right. Did you see Trump sit down with our prime minister and blabble through the entire conference? Yeah. I also saw Carney just said it's like it's not for sale, and he's just like, never say never. Just never say never. Two nuclear powers ruled by religious fanatics. This is gonna get ugly. Yeah. This isn't looking great. Here, let's get back to the get our update on this. Actually, here, we got the Mark Carney thing right here.
Well, we don't do much business with Canada from our standpoint.
Well, respectfully, Canadians' view on this is not going to change on the 51st day. Secondly, we are the largest client of the United States in the totality of all the goods. So we are the largest client of the United States. We have a tremendous auto sector between the two of us, and the changes that made have been helpful. 50% of a car that comes from Canada is American. That's not like anywhere else in the world. And to your question about is there one thing? No, this is a bigger discussion. There are much bigger forces involved. And this will take some time and some discussions. And that's why we're here, to have those discussions. And that is represented by who's sitting around the table.
Well, we don't do much business with Canada.
Well, we don't do much business with Canada. Canada, they're not really important to us. We don't do much not anything. And he's like, yeah, you literally, like, your cars are 50% our cars, and your cars are our cars. Pakistan, here we go. Update. Update. We need an update. The Indians have started bombing Pakistan. Reminder, there is no evidence whatsoever, certainly nothing provided by India that suggests Pakistan or even Kashmiris were involved in the pogrom attacks. I did it again. Major breaking. India has carried out multiple military strikes inside Pakistan. Trump, if I were president, these attacks would have never happened. Oh, wait. All right. Here. Just realized that my frame rate just like dipped. Here, let's fix that. Problem with that is I just saw something that was saying that some of this was old footage. Russia is apparently supporting India. Love that. Makes perfect sense with China supporting the caliphate in what? Yeah, great. I mean, we just watched the Indian news essentially glazing about Russia for, well, Indian news. It was definitely a propaganda arm. You could tell. You could definitely tell. India has reportedly launched a missile strike. Just this comes days after J.D. Vance visited the region. Oh no, no, not again, Vance! God damn it! Oh fuck! This dude has his geopolitics around. Anyone else ready to take out a second mortgage just to get more time playing Oblivion Remastered? Nice. That's where you've been. I see. No, I'm just kidding. Pick a side, the belligerent Hindus or the... Pick a side. Pick a side! Pick a side in something that you know very little about. But pick a side, damn... Fuck you. You know what's wrong with this fucking world? Don't think for yourself. You gotta pick a side and then you gotta think that way. How about this? How about I learn about it and then, based on what I learn, I will go, well. Put JD under house arrest for the world's sake? Yeah, this fucking point. Dude, at what point do they actually kind of look and go, oh, this guy's like really bad luck? But then again, it also makes you go, how is he sitting next to Trump so often? Which, by the way, guys, so you, I had this brought up to randomly, where somebody was talking about how often JD Vance and Trump are in the same place when they're not supposed to be during the presidency. I was like, oh, that's right. That's right. Like, they're only supposed to really, like, be together during, like, ceremony, like, kind of stuff. Because realistically, it's like, dude. Like, there's reasons for that. But I guess, who cares? Because also, I think that, this was my take on it. I was thinking that, like, Trump is just like, if I'm going down, you're going down with me. It's just like, wait. Make sure there's no couch during the house arrest. Hey, what up, Mitesh? Well, hey, I don't know. Maybe that's, maybe the world would still be safe if he just had his couch, you know? But we had to go making fun of him, and then he had to go and turn it around and just... I'm just playing. All right, so what else we got? No couches on Mars. God, can they just leave? I think it was on Majority Report where they were saying, like, yeah, can he just, like, try and, like, can he just go to Mars and try it, like, hold his breath? Like, come on. All right. We have got another update on this situation. Second. Oh, Sky News. Believe it or not, it's actually okay to use. Okay, so first post is literally just like, yeah, they're just replaying the same thing over and over, I think.
Now let's look beyond the subcontinent. While others are busy lecturing India, Russia...
Yep, they're literally playing the same. It's like a the same video on a loop. Huh.
And Pakistan administered Kashmir and Jammu. Relations between India and Pakistan, two nuclear powers, have long been tense, but deteriorated sharply following a deadly militant attack on tourists in Kashmir last month. Pakistan is vowing to retaliate at a time and place of its choosing. It looks like that may be underway. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, is here. And Jeremy, this news has just come in, so what more can you tell us? Fill us in.
Well, there are a few things to think about here tonight. First of all, the question is whether India will decide that their honour has been satisfied after that attack. And then the question will be, what about the Pakistani response? There's been news reports coming out, the Pakistanis saying their jets are in the sky at the moment. So the nature of their response to this, and any escalation that results is clearly going to be something that people are deeply worried about, because both of these countries, with a long tradition of enmity, have nuclear weapons. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. This, at the moment, is a response to an attack which India is blaming on Pakistan, on militant groups that are based there. And they have hit 9 places with various kinds of missiles that they've got. And they have been hinting that something like this will...
Wait, does all of your save data from Oblivion, like your previous game, does that all like transfer over to the new one?
Happen. It's been on the cards. So let's hope that internationally people are ready to try and calm the situation down, to make sure it doesn't go any further than it needs to get, because India and Pakistan have a long history of tension between them, and over the disputed area of Kashmir, which has been disputed since the partition of India just after the Second World War.
Well, as you say, Jeremy, this has been on the cards for some time. Relations have been extremely tense between the two countries for a number of years.
Yeah, they have been tense, and so that's why this is something that we've got to be concerned about. But also, I think, first of all, both sides will know what the stakes are here. So, as I say, really important for everybody looking at this, people who might be worried about it, people who might have family out there, people who are concerned about what may happen, and journalists must not get ahead of themselves at the moment about this. Now, it's breaking news in the world, but it's something that now there has to be a major diplomatic push to stop it escalating.
I'm hoping cooler heads
to calm
prevail, but
things
this is
down
dangerous.
for both sides to say, right,
honestly,
honor
I
has
don't
been
think this is going to go
satisfied now.
full
We can draw a line.
nuclear, but
Jeremy, thank you very much.
definitely has the potential to.
Well,
This
we
is the
can now
closest we've
go
been.
live to Samira Hussain reporting from India for us. Samira, what can you tell us?
Well, look, so far, the only details that we're getting here in India are actually from the Indian government and not the army. And what they're saying is that they have hit 9 targets in Pakistan. They're saying that these targets were, in fact, militant targets. They are saying that they did not target the Pakistan military. And they're saying that right now, actually, we're getting some reports of artillery shelling happening between the two countries at some points along the line of control. And now really what's going to happen is everyone's looking towards Pakistan in terms of what kind of retaliation we may see. Now, remember, it's been 12 days since that attack that happened targeting all these tourists. And many people have been wondering about what was going to happen between India and Pakistan. Remember, along this line of control, there has been quite a long ceasefire. That has clearly been breached. And so now there's a real concern in terms of what Pakistan's response may be to what's just happened.
We're all kind of waiting. Am I wrong that we're all just kind of waiting to hear their response? Because I can't find anything.
Vishal,
It's mostly India just posturing right now.
New Delhi, thank you very much for joining us.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We will see. We will follow this story as it develops. It is currently literally like minute by minute right now, so call me crazy, but it seems like the world is in more chaos today than when Biden left office. Israel is still attacking Gaza. America and Israel bombing Yemen. Pakistan and India near war. Ukraine and Russia have no end in sight. Trump threatening to attack Iran. Trump threatening to annex Canada and Greenland, and then Trump threatening to send troops to Mexico. Who was that? Krasenstein? Okay. I don't know who that is. Oh. Pakistani forces destroyed an Indian brigade headquarters in retaliation and are giving a befitting response to the enemy at multiple locations. This is today, technically tomorrow. Shafina Khan. This was 34 minutes ago. Forget work and be a bum with us. How was that? All right. Islamabad vows retaliation. Here we go. Okay. India said they attacked 9 sites in Pakistan. Pakistan administered Kashmir. All right, that's like the 4th time I've read that. The offensive occurred amid heightened tensions. Pakistan said India launched missiles at 3 separate places, but an Indian government statement did not detail the nature of the strikes. A little while ago, the Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. Pakistan-related Jammu. Okay, we've heard that. A Pakistani military spokesman told broadcaster Geo that Pakistan's response was underway without giving any details. The spokesman said 5 places were hit, including 2 mosques, and reported 3 deaths and 12 injured people. After the explosions, power was blacked out in Muzaffarabad, the capital of Pakistani Kashmir, a witness said. Witnesses and 1 police officer at 2 sites of the frontier in India-administered Kashmir said they heard loud explosions and intense artillery shelling as well as jets in the air. India blamed Pakistan for the violence last month, which killed 26 men, in which 26 men were killed and vowed to respond. Pakistan denied it had anything to do with the killings and said that it had intelligence that India was planning to attack. For India's strikes, the Indian Army said in a post on X Wednesday, justice was served. Operation Sindoor. The geopolitics is draining my will to care anymore. I feel bad for not feeling bad about others feeling bad. I mean, dude, I think that's part of it though, because we watched something yesterday from some more news and it was a great video about how there is an actual war on like caring and empathy, and they are trying to demonize the like very concept of being empathetic. So I will definitely play into it. Will Trump feel like he is weak just because tensions flared? Yeah. Or side with India and add a little more fuel anti-Islamic sentiment here. Rhetorical question. Ooh, that's a rough one. I actually don't know. That one I don't know. Because we have such like strong ties to both, as far as also like, you know, we are trying to keep them from doing, you know, the big button. So and you know that Trump is just doing the thing that he always does. You know what? I still got the bigger button. I got the biggest button. You want to Don't make me touch my button. All right. Let's do something else. Ooh, right. I wanted to get to this. Wait. Yeah, another update. Hold on. You are from USA? Yes, I am. Triton 1977. Where are you from? Welcome. Says you have been here before. Cool. Wait, what?
Steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam terrorist attack in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. There will be detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor later today. Well, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, has issued a statement in which he says the deceitful enemy has carried out cowardly attacks at 5 locations in Pakistan. Pakistan has every right to give a full and strong response to this act of war imposed by India, and a full response is being given. The entire nation stands with the armed forces of Pakistan, and the morale and spirit of the Pakistani people are high.
You have Sam Harris as a mod, very cool.
And the armed forces of Pakistan know well how to deal with the enemy.
Oh boy.
We will never allow the enemy to succeed in its nefarious objectives. Well, let's take you to New Delhi and our correspondent there, Neville Lazarus. Neville, that very bellicose response from the Pakistani Prime Minister there.
That's right. It has been coming from the heads of both countries. Prime Minister Modi, a few days after the attack on the tourists in Pahalgam, had said that his government and he will pursue the terrorists till the ends of the earth and punish them, and also their backers. Now, India has for a very long time, for decades in fact, blamed Pakistan for sheltering, harboring, financing and arming the insurgency in Kashmir, which Pakistan refuses to acknowledge and refuses these allegations. But nevertheless, it has been going on for decades in Kashmir. This attack that took place on the 22nd of April was very significant because it happened, the targets were tourists. Earlier in all these previous attacks in Kashmir, tourists were never sort of targeted and in such large numbers. Now, it's very significant this operation has been named Operation Sindoor because Sindoor is a Hindi word. It's the red color, the red powder which married women wear on their forehead for the long life of their husbands. It's sort of an indication that the woman is married when she wears this sindoor. Now, in this attack on the 22nd, it was all the men who were killed. They were targeted. The families were put together, and the men were shot. In fact, we've heard from one eyewitness, a woman who was there on a honeymoon, and her husband was killed. She told reporters that now that you've killed my husband, why don't you shoot me? But he sort of refused to kill any of the women or children out there. It's only men who were killed. Now, we have seen the escalation of tensions between the two countries grow since the 22nd of April after this attack. There has been
Very serious situation, more serious than people think.
Statements made by the
The
Prime
reason I'm
Minister,
covering
the
this
Defense
because I
Minister
did
out,
I've been kind
various
of
government
passively following
ministers and
this
officials.
since the whole
There's been
bridge
series of
debacle,
meetings
what was it, 2 years ago?
the Prime Minister and the military chiefs of the military, of the Indian Army, the Air Force and Navy. Even yesterday, there was the National Security Advisor with the Defense Minister met with the military chiefs. There was an independent meeting between the Prime Minister and the Air Force Chief here in India yesterday. And we could feel there is something building up. Now, the government, the Prime Minister has in several of made public statements that they will take some sort of revenge, retribution that will happen for this attack. And we've seen a culmination of that. We don't.
I mean, according to reports right now, it's literally happening as we speak.
It's going to go from now.
Like I'm refreshing.
There's been international pressure. The attack that took place on the 22nd
the only time
against
I use this thing is anytime
on the tourists, 26 who were killed. It was at that time the American Vice President J.D. Vance was on a 4-day official visit to India. He had spent the Monday doing his official work out here, meeting Prime Minister Modi, who then went on a 2-day visit to Saudi Arabia, but had to cut short the very next day because of this attack. Soon after the attack, we've heard, we saw a tweet on X by President Trump about this atrocious attack. He talks about it. So he was obviously immediately briefed by his deputy, who then went on to stay for another 3 days in India. And before leaving, he did talk about toning down the tensions, dialing it down, and hopes that both countries can sort of resolve this situation. But India has sort of lost patience. We were listening to the information minister in Pakistan about providing, willing to be part of the investigation. But out here in India, the administration, the government, the many governments that have been.
This is from Indian Twitter. So India fakes a terrorist attack, blames Pakistan, manipulates the world into thinking Pakistan is the one being problematic, launches missiles in purely civilian areas, calling them terrorist camps and defending it live on TV. I see the Israel pattern. I don't know about y'all.
It's not only Prime Minister Modi, but before that, the Congress government. Guys, they've tried to.
Do you think that Netanyahu is just kind of like
evidence? We've seen that in
don't
the
check our style, guys. Like no,
Mumbai terror attacks.
We worked
the
hard
amount
on this.
Of evidence provided, dossiers
provided
to the international community, to Pakistan,
for you to just jack
about terror organizations like the Lashkar-e-Toiba, whose 10 men came to
this kind of laughter, by the way,
the city of Mumbai,
is legit just because of how absurd everything in the world is right now. So it's kind of like that nervous laughter that
killing
happens.
166 people in those terror attacks. Nothing happened of that. In the attack in 2016 on an Air Force base in Uri, which is a border town in Kashmir, India invited an investigative team from Pakistan to come, who saw, who for the very first time you had a team from Pakistan, investigators coming down to investigate the crime at this Air Force base, which was attacked, but nothing happened after that. The similar thing happened in 2019 when a paramilitary convoy of Indian soldiers was attacked in a place called Pulwama. 40 Indian soldiers, paramilitary soldiers, were killed when a suicide bomber
Anna had a very funny take about that.
To this convoy, killing 40 of them. There was an uproar.
It reminded me of something funny, I should say. That it's, not the worst thing as far as if the draft were to be instituted. It is kind of just like,
40 kilometers north of Muzaffarabad, which is the largest city in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And India claimed they hit launch pads and terrorist hideouts in this Balakot attack. But Pakistan denied those allegations, said they did not hit anything except for some trees which were damaged in Balakot. And this was followed by a sort of a military incursion by fighter jets into Pakistan airspace. There was a dogfight. An Indian Air Force plane was shot down. The Indian pilot was captured in Pakistan, and Pakistan made a show of this. They presented him in front of the cameras, and the escalations of tensions then just skyrocketed till he was returned. Now, this time again, we've seen these attacks that have taken place. We are still to verify what kind of damage has taken place, or what killings have happened, if you believe what is coming out from Pakistan at the moment. But
well, the weird part is the Supreme Court is setting themselves up for like contradictory fucking decisions.
So far in India,
because at some point they're gonna have to, like, it's gonna come down to like, all right, so are you guys just blatantly okay with taking away protections from, you know,
there's very little,
like, you guys are rewriting the Constitution in real time, I guess, without doing any amendments. That's cool. Which we're going to be covering that in a little bit, about how there was this scheme for them to control the judiciary so they could do that.
On attacks that have taken place by terror organizations.
That's also why the one big beautiful bill
the 22nd
not
of
materialized,
April
and that's why Congress has said,
its responsibility
to take
was
a word
claimed
from
by
Kyle,
the Resistance
Dickie
Front,
McGee's
a
ex.
proxy of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, a banned terror organization by the US, the UK, Western European countries, India, Israel, and so far India hasn't seen very much evidence of anything being done against terror organizations. And the pressure in India on the government, on Prime Minister Modi, has been building up over the last 2 weeks. And it has been very difficult. It would have been very difficult to sustain that sort of uproar and the anger that has taken place in the attack that took place in Pahalgam, which has led to this confrontation today.
Lazarus, Neville, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you think the international response will be. We know that the UN Secretary General is very concerned about the Indian military operation across the line of control and international border. That's via a UN spokesman. We've also heard from President Trump this evening saying that he hopes it will be resolved soon. Just wondering what you think the response will be in terms of the international community.
Well, since the attacks that took place on the 22nd, we immediately heard from the American Vice President, who was in India, trying to dial down this tension, because he was in India when this took place, and he.
Oh, that's awesome! He was literally in India as the cool. That makes it even funnier. I hate to say, as far as JD Vance is just, he's cursed. He's literally cursed. Like, dude, you know he has to feel that way. He has to, like, literally feel like, all right. Well, we'll keep this on over here. All right, cool. Oh. used to feel like ugh. Words of wisdom. Yeah, sorry. A little half thought there. Now I just realized that I really have to use the restroom. So did I just say use the restroom? Like I'm at work. I need to use the restroom. Like just say you gotta go take a dump. Like here we go. Kyle Kulinski. He's going to inform us of the secret plans of Trump and MAGA. So let's see what Mr. Kulinski is going to save us from. And then I can go.
A lot to get to, so let's go ahead and dive into it. So let's start with this. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. It's sort of driving me crazy, but new article in Talking Points memo. Trump allies sue John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, to give the White House control of the court system. A think tank founded by Stephen Miller sued Roberts and the office that administrators the judiciary, claiming that the White House should run the federal courts. So, as you all know, one of the things we have in this country is a little thing called checks and balances. We also have a little thing called judicial review, where the judicial branch can interpret the law and say, hey, in this instance, I think the executive branch is going too far, or they're not interpreting the law properly. They are trying to end that officially. Right now, as you all know, they've been ignoring some court decisions, which is utterly horrifying, but they're trying to take over the entire thing. Here's what they say. Close allies of President Trump are asking a judge to give the White House control over much of the federal court system. In a little notice lawsuit filed last week, the America First Legal Foundation sued Chief Justice John Roberts and the head of the Administrative Office of U.S. Courts. The case ostensibly proceeds as a FOIA lawsuit, with the Trump-aligned group seeking access to judiciary records. But in doing so, it asks the courts to cede massive power to the White House. The bodies that make court policy and manage the judiciary's day-to-day operations should be considered independent agencies of the executive branch, the suit argues, giving the president, under the conservative legal movement's theories, the power to appoint and dismiss people in key roles. Multiple legal scholars and attorneys TPM spoke with reacted to the suit with a mixture of dismay, disdain, and laughter. Though the core legal claim is invalid, they said, the suit seems to be part of the fight that the administration launched and has continued to escalate against the courts over the past several months, ignoring a Supreme Court order to facilitate the return of a wrongly removed Salvadoran man, providing minimal notice to people subject to the Alien Enemies Act, flaunting an aggressive criminal case against a state court judge. The executive branch has tried to encroach on the power of the judiciary in other ways too, prompting a degree of consternation and alarm unusual for the normally staid Administrative Office of U.S. Courts. As TPM has documented, DOJ has already caused disorder at the courts and sent out mass emails to judges and other judiciary employees demanding a list of their recent accomplishments. Jesus Christ, they even did that with judges, y'all. Per one recent report in the New York Times, federal judges have expressed concern that Trump could direct the U.S. Marshal Service, an executive branch agency tasked with protecting judges and carrying out court orders, to withdraw protection. Now, that's a terrifying idea. In other words, these people who really their whole point is to protect judges and carry out court orders, they're technically under the executive branch, and Trump, if he gets fed up enough, he could say, I'm withdrawing them from carrying out your orders. I'm withdrawing them from protecting you. And in the past, if somebody brought this up, everybody would think, nah, that's too far even for Trump. Now that is absolutely on the table. Guys, this is all part of Project 2025. In Project 2025, they advocate for this thing called the unitary executive theory. And the whole idea behind that is democracy is kind of messy. The president has too many checks on his power. So we want basically an emperor. We want the the executive branch to be the most powerful branch and to control basically all the other branches. And what's so ironic about this, of course, is that when a Democrat is president, they flip their theory completely. The last thing they would want is a unitary executive theory implemented when it's a Democratic president, because that's when they scream about small government. That's when they take the side of the courts. That's when, they love all of the checks and balances on the president's power. And in many instances, when a Democrat is president, the Republicans and the courts will overreach and say things that the president certainly has the power to do. They'll say, no, he actually doesn't have the power to do those things. So this is, again, the precedent that this would set would be just horrific. We already know, as part of Schedule F, what the regime is doing is packing every level of government with loyalist sycophants to Trump. And so effectively what you're doing is you're taking expertise, you're swatting it aside, and you're saying who's the most loyal to MAGA, and that's who ends up getting the positions. And that's one of the many reasons why you see that now we can't even our airport system is fucked up. Now you have flight safety officials going, hey dog, I wouldn't fly into that airport. That's not a good idea. Because they're getting rid of everybody who actually knows how to do the work of government, dot the I's, cross the T's, do all the nuanced and detailed bits, which everybody sort of takes for granted that we live in a functioning country. Yeah. They're rolling all that stuff back, mass firing people, and whoever they bring in are just loyalist sycophants who will sing Trump's praises. So it's a horrible position to be. They continue here. These are all facets of an escalating campaign to erode the independence of the judiciary, experts told TPM. The lawsuit demonstrates another prong of it. Close allies of the president are effectively asking the courts to rule that they should be managed by the White House. It's like using an invalid legal claim to taunt the judiciary, and Joseph O'Connell, a professor at Stanford University Law School, told TPM, quote, to the extent this lawsuit has any value other than clickbait, maybe the underlying message is, we will let our imaginations run wild. Peter M. Shane, a constitutional law scholar at NYU Law School, told TPM, the Trump administration and the MAGA community will let our imaginations run wild in our attempts to figure out ways to make the life of the judiciary miserable to the extent you push back against Trump. And guys, what do we see recently? There was a MAGA judge in Texas who ruled
my lab's not doing well, guys,
against the Alien Enemies Act deportations and said, this makes no legal sense. This law has only been invoked when there's been an actual war. We're not in an actual war with Venezuela. And even if you say, oh, we are in an actual war with Tren de Aragua, well, a lot of the people that you're sending to the concentration camp are not in Tren de Aragua. There's zero factual basis to make that claim. And so this regime is faced with, to a lot of people's surprise, a judicial branch which has been the most effective and the most consistent in standing up against their excesses. And so now you have Stephen Miller, who's Trump's Goebbels. He's trying to get creative and find ways to undermine the judiciary, to scare the judiciary. They locked up a judge who was just doing her job, and they lied about it and pretended like she was breaking the law. No, she wasn't. The ICE agents were breaking the law.
Dude, listen, I looked a little bit deeper into this when the Supreme Court of Wisconsin, which is liberal leaning, like the liberal judges, they were the ones who found, no, she may have actually done something that was against her judicial conduct, which, dude, I'm not saying that this is okay. And they should definitely push back against like the ICE agents, and they should definitely push back against her arrest. But for real, that is irresponsible, because the Supreme Court of Wisconsin did look into it and they did find that there was standing.
They locked up a judge.
I don't know what to tell you.
That has a chilling effect. That sends a message. Don't you dare rule against Trump. And what they're trying to do is make it so that John Roberts is a coward and backs into the corner and goes, look, at the very least.
That wasn't a ruling. That wasn't a thing about ruling against Trump. See, again, disingenuous right there. It was about like hiding a fucking like. Oh my God.
Even though I know that what they're doing is wrong and illegal and
I get it. This is the way that we get people's attention, but this is where people can actually just point and just be like, dude, you're kind of lying about this.
Constitutional.
Like,
I'll let it go just so that
the judicial people find out that little tidbit of information that I just added, they usually get a little upset and feel like they have been lied to.
Branch survives the 4 years of an onslaught it's going to get from the regime.
I get it. When you add that little tidbit, then it's not as easy to just sell it as like, look, they're going after activist judges.
That's a possibility. Now, they stood up to Trump already with the 9-0 Kilmar ruling, but the administration blew him off completely. And so where are we now? We're sort of in limbo, right? And as I've said, I would love to be a fly on the wall in the room of a Supreme Court meeting right now, because I guarantee you have Elena Kagan and Sotomayor and all the reasonable justices are probably furious with John Roberts, because he's the guy who greenlit a lot of this illegality by saying, hey, anything Trump does that he thinks is official is acceptable. It's not criminal. You can't be criminally charged if what you're doing is, if you view it as part of your official duties. So this is not good, y'all. This is not good. So anyway, it's a real dead giveaway what's going on here. The fact that this is the think tank that's founded by Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller, apart from Trump himself, and maybe apart from Elon, Stephen Miller is one of the most dangerous people in the regime. Because Stephen Miller is an out-and-out fascist, unapologetically just out in the open, blatant, overt. Yeah. He's the one who's been cheerleading the total destruction of due process and habeas corpus and ignoring of the courts. Remember, he's the one that jumped in and lied to Trump in the White House when a reporter asked about Kilmar. And he's the one who said...
the Supreme Court should be forced to live together.
Oh, no, the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 on our side. That's what... No, they didn't. That's a lie. That's a lie. But he said that. And so I get the sense that with a lot of what's going on behind the scenes, Trump himself is responsible for a lot of the stuff, definitely the tariffs. But at the same time, wherever he's delegating certain authorities, Stephen Miller has a tremendous amount of power and control. And this is the guy who's effectively trying to
standing behind the couch with JD,
destroy the judicial branch. So I should also point out, because some of you might be thinking, well, hold on, like, how is the judicial branch, who's administrating it? Well, the answer is that it basically, it's its own administer. The judicial branch of the U.S. government is administered by the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts, AOUSC. And the AOUSC provides administrative, legal, financial, and technological support to federal courts under the direction of the Judicial Conference of the U.S., which is chaired by Chief Justice John Roberts of the Supreme Court. So basically, the Chief Justice serves as the symbolic head of the judicial branch, but the day-to-day administration is handled by the AOUSC. And again, what the move here is to say, let's take the AOUSC and either scrap it completely or bring it under the umbrella of the executive branch so that Trump can do what he wants with the courts. And of course, what he's going to do is make sure there is zero pushback to his agenda. Make sure he gets away with whatever the hell he wants to get away with. And so, I mean, even where we are right now is so much worse and so much further than almost anybody thought we would be. And this right here is also a shot across the bow. In the same way that ignoring that 9-0 ruling was a shot across the bow, this also is a shot across the bow, right? And it's like, maybe we'll listen to what you're saying. Maybe we won't. Maybe you lose all of your power if you piss me off too much. This is part of the strategy of threatening people, breaking them, making them buckle. We saw this with the universities. We saw this with the law firms, right? The law firms, he would sign executive orders targeting specific law firms.
Saw my first
and then the law
Cybertruck in Canada the other day.
Would go, all right, what do you want? What do you want? I don't want you to fuck with our business too much. I don't want to lose clients. What do you want? And they were willing to make deals. They were like, hey, we'll give you, millions of dollars in free pro bono legal work. The universities, they would cave to certain Trump demands, but then what happened? Trump would go, oh, you caved? Well, I asked for an inch, now I'll take a mile. Now I want like MAGA affirmative action in the universities. We want to control every course, right? We want basically these prestigious universities under a federal government conservatorship where Trump runs everything, right? And so what's the lesson, y'all? What's the lesson? You cannot give an inch because they'll take a mile. We need one voice in solidarity all together where we say, no, we're not going to accept even the tiniest infringement of people's rights. We're not going to accept it. Even the tiniest attempt to destroy checks and balances and rule of law, we're not going to stand for it. And so to this point, the judicial branch has largely been standing strong. I hope they continue because this lawsuit here is dark and it's nefarious. And look, there's probably next to no chance of it succeeding because if you're suing, where do you go? You go to court. And the courts are going to say, no, we're going to maintain our power. Thank you very much, right? But again, it's a tactic to try to scare the courts into feeling like we should probably go along to get along because if we don't, they're gonna render us useless anyway, right? So what a horrible, horrible scenario. Long gone are the days.
Well, he is kind of missing the fact that they're worried about their perception of being just like a pariah because Roberts was starting to go that way, and that's why I think they got that 09 ruling where he was talking about being a fly on the wall. If you were a fly on the wall, I'm pretty sure that you would have heard, well, number one, buzz, 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 because I think that's how they perceive it. But realistically, you would just hear guys, or like they probably even said it to Justice Roberts, where they were just like, "You did this. You did this. You gave him so much power. And it's like, you did this because you honest to God thought, like, what, Kamala was going to win? Like, was that what it was? Is that what that was?
Days of...
It makes no sense. Like, no. And then they were just like, well, did you expect him to just not come after us?
Republicans who talked about, oh, we believe in small government. We believe in federalism. We want more power with the state and local government. We don't want a strong executive. Long gone are those days, man. Yeah. The ideological small government conservative is a relic of the past. Because right now, what they want is effectively an emperor, overlord, god, king, dictator, tyrant. And they're doing everything they can to bring that about.
They want an emperor that just pisses you off. And the thing is, that's where I'm kind of just done giving them all of this fucking outrage, where it's just like, nah.
One more point on this, guys, that I wanted to bring up. The families of at least 11 judges who have ruled against Donald Trump's administration have been targeted with threats and harassment, including pizza deliveries that were uncalled for, right?
The thing is, this is on the judges to start pushing back with their legal authority, because they do have that. They can start insisting on some investigations. And here's what the real kicker would be, is when these Trumpers end up in front of them.
Continuing an alarming trend.
Like, here's my biggest gripe is, how come with a fucking simple traffic infraction, I can go through the courts and it can be a perfect hell, and they can just make literally my life just so fucking difficult, just based on adding, more court dates and just saying, oh, you got to pay this fine. And on top of this, oh, we got another continuance. So you have to you got to pay some more lawyers fees. Like, we're always thinking about the rich fucks, but like realistically, like the Trumpers who are supporting this, the ones that are the ones like that we deal with, Joe Truck or, Joe Dirt with his fucking F-150. Those are the guys that are going to end up in front of the judges and they need to be made examples of if they keep doing this, where it's just like, no, guys, you know what you don't get to do? You don't get to threaten the very people that you, ironically, want to send other people out of this fucking country.
Trend related to the president and his legal troubles. So...
Oh, wait, never mind. They don't even want the judges. That's right. They just want the actual authority to be, literally, they want Judge Dredd, man.
Violent phone calls.
Like, these people are so fucked. They are so fucked. And the thing is, if they had just a simple taste of this the other way, where it's like they had to actually fear for their safety, and the fact that just because what they believe could be fucking dangerous, and the fact is that, hey, look, guys, he's going after his political fucking enemies. Weird.
Violent emails, violent mail, implied...
And they're cheering it on.
Threats, the pizza orders, maybe with a note that says, hey, careful, watch what you're doing, etc.
It really does.
This is all part of the same strategy, right? And the reason why they're so pissed off is because so many judges, no matter what their ideology is, have been all saying the same thing. I mean, another one came in the other day. A federal judge ruled Friday that President Trump's executive order targeting the law firm Perkins Coie violates the First, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments and permanently blocked the administration from enforcing it. This is what we're seeing, right? Everything Doge has done has been illegal. Courts are trying to block that. Everything with the destruction of due process and the kidnappings and human traffickings that they call deportations, totally illegal. They've been blocked from doing that. Now blocking the war on the law firms. So they're pissed with the courts, and they're getting desperate, and they're trying all sorts of ways to try to get back at them. And let's hope none of them succeed. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
The thing is, I'd be hard-pressed to ask Kyle, like, how many of these stories that he gets outraged by daily actually, like, stick with him and that he keeps thinking about, because I have a feeling that this will be one that he just forgets about. This also makes me wonder, it's like, are you just doing, like, covering this so it is like, see, I told you so? All right, guys. We got this really funny, we got the funny video today. So, Kanye West was on, Piers Morgan. Which, This is pretty funny in general. The fact that, you know, Piers Morgan is so desperate for views that he was just like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get Kanye. Let's get Kanye West and ask him some questions, because that will generate the views. Well, he's not technically wrong if that's what he was going for, because we are about to watch it. So let's go.
2 years ago, I interviewed Kanye West on Uncensored.
Kanye? Did you just call him Kanye?
Headlines for anti-Semitic outbursts. Most outrageously, he tweeted that he wanted to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. It was a heated interview. It was a long interview. I held him to account. I told him his remarks were offensive. He caused many people a lot of pain. And he gave me some back, of course. He called me a Karen. Fair enough, I can take it. At least we had a mostly grown-up conversation. These constant tirades, against Jewish people.
Have you felt my pain yet? You haven't felt my pain. You don't want to feel my pain.
Well, no, hang
you don't
on.
hold You don't hold accountability to my pain. You're being a Karen.
Do you believe that you...
I hate to say this, guys, and I've gotten in trouble for saying this before, but I really do think he's gonna, like, die alone on the streets.
Have any form of mental illness?
I believe that I suffered from exhaustion. I suffered from being lied to constantly by the people around me, by my management, by my ex-wife.
Do you still love Kim?
I absolutely I'll love her for life.
That interview lasted 2 hours in the end. We covered a lot of ground. There were moments of tension and moments, I think, of mutual understanding. Yeah, he got up and walked off at one point, but he had to think about what he wanted to say, and then he came back and he said it.
And we'll have the top lawyers like a Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian level legal team, you know, looking at all of these contracts together. After that moment happens, then I will say, I'm sorry.
Okay, if that's your position,
that's clear. Interview adjourned. Love you.
Yeah, thanks for sitting back down. I'll change the subject now. Obviously, I have no idea what's going on in this guy's head, and he's unquestionably a genius artist.
Oh my God, I'm done. I'm so done with that.
With a global fan base and massive talent. He's
So
lived most
done
of his
with
life
that.
under the microscope of intense
Genius.
fame.
Like, no, you guys cultivated this bullshit.
And that pressure alone can make people behave very oddly. Back then, I was trying to understand if Ye had any...
While also not admitting that it's super fucking overrated. God.
Any regret.
Like, when he dropped Donda and everybody was just, like, sucking his nuts over it. Dude, that entire album sucks.
Remorse for what could have been a relatively isolated incident or some kind of episode. I wanted to know if he understood there are consequences for his words and whether he was genuinely a racist. Well, we now know it's just a tip of the iceberg.
Reminds me of like the fine art world where it's just like, these are the same people that would look at the banana taped to a wall and just go, brilliant. Brilliant, the man is a genius.
Iceberg, as far as the watching public is concerned, Ye has spiraled in both his personal life and his business life. Most recently, he's taken to posting endless, outrageous anti-Semitic slurs on X. He frequently professes his great love for Adolf Hitler. He poses in swastikas and KKK costumes. He says things like Jews were better as slaves and they should be whipped.
What is he doing?
We all know this because X has allowed him to carry on doing it to his 33 million followers. I've argued for a long time his account should be shut down. It should be stopped. That's my opinion. I believe passionately in free speech.
Everything he does is just for attention.
And I detest censorship because I believe in the importance of sharing honestly held opinions in a democracy. But posting endless, vile, anti-Semitic insults, encouraging violence against Jewish people in these unhinged tirades on a privately owned platform has got nothing to do with free speech. I invited him back onto Uncensored because at least on my show, I can call him out for what he's been doing and put myself in between the 33 million followers who see his posts without any challenge whatsoever. Our producer spotted that he was in Spain with his friend, Sneeko, and we invited both of them on for an interview. They very quickly
agreed,
and Sneeko spent several days talking about it, but they mucked us. was around. A significant expense, both in time and
Sneeko? He's hanging with Kanye's hanging with Sneeko
money
now.
to me, my crew in Spain, and my team here in London. More importantly, he didn't turn up yesterday and said wanted to do it today. So it seemed to me then it might all just be a stunt. But I went ahead and said, okay, we'll have another go today. Ye told Sneeko not to be offended if he stormed off very shortly before today's interview started. You can judge for yourself how it went and whether Ye has any respect or, frankly, any marbles. I'm not a shrink. But if you're so delusional or fragile you don't expect a journalist to ask you questions about your publicly stated love of Hitler, you should probably talk to somebody other than me. What followed, frankly, was a farce.
I'm getting you multi-tracks right now. I'm about to step in this interview, but I can hop back on in about whenever it's done. That nuance right there, it's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I put out.
With all due respect, what are you talking about?
We have to admit this is somewhat entertaining. You know, this is going to be laughed at by many people.
What's entertaining?
That was funny.
Hey, Piers, you know what's weird? You can apply that to everything Donald Trump does. Weird. Maybe it's like everything shouldn't be entertaining. Maybe it's like, oh, like you don't appreciate when things like are turned to be funny when you would like it to be a serious moment, right? Well, that's kind of how I think of my government. You know, I don't need my fucking president to make me like laugh.
Kanye West is rarely out of the headlines at the moment. It's fair to say the headlines are equally rarely positive. The rapper, producer, and fashion designer is currently working on a new album. Several new tracks were previewed on a recent live stream with his friend Sneeko. And both Sneeko and Ye join me now. Well, welcome to Uncensored. Ye, we haven't spoken for a while. How are you?
I'm doing good. I don't use the term West, you know, the whole drop the slave name idea.
Okay, so we just call you Ye, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, look, when I last interviewed you, we had a long conversation. And since then, a lot has happened in your life. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to try and talk to you about some of this. How would you say your life is at the moment?
I mean, you see that view?
Yeah. Your life is good?
Well, judge it on the view as the answer to how my life is. Judge me by the view.
Well, the view is Mallorca. I've been there. It's a beautiful place. And for all intents and purposes, you seem very relaxed and happy. That is in direct contrast to your public image at the moment over the last couple of years, led by your ferocious... Well, hang on, let me finish the question. Led by your ferocious use of...
No, but I already disagree. It's not in contrast. There's so many people and artists that are championing the idea of someone being able to just express who they really are and have been able to go through the war of being attacked by the banks, being attacked, you know, by...
Sneeko's got his posture on.
The banks. That's the best way to put it. Being attacked by the banks and to still be here with this view is, you know, that's the win.
Pathetic. Yeah.
So I think I'm in contrast to your contrast.
Okay, but the point I was going to make is that I watch what you put out on X. You've got 32 million followers, so you're one of the most followed people.
See, wait. Now look right now. You're not going to take inches off my dick, bro. Like, how many followers do I have?
How many is it?
You know what I said about that whole funny thing?
I think you could do this study. You got a whole staff over there.
I thought it was...
You got to take inches off my dick, man.
32 million. How many is it? You obviously know.
I mean...
I haven't heard that one.
No,
so...
I mean, don't help them out. You know, they...
I'm told it's 33 million now, so congratulations. You're slightly bigger following than I thought.
No, congratulations. Your information is correct. You're not just some, you know, dude trying to sub... You know, I'm a gift, bro. You know what I mean? Why do all you people in media act like you haven't played my songs at your weddings or graduations or at funerals or when your child was born? You know, you take somebody that's living like a Lennon Michael Jackson.
Oh God, I am so glad that that's not the case. And he was like, Graduation was a huge album at that point.
Take all this time to just like that nuance right there. It's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I put out.
With all due respect,
so many,
what are you talking about? I haven't said anything.
What are you talking about? It's dirty. Okay, now you're not taking accountability or responsibility.
Literally, you said it. You implied I haven't played your music. Of course I played your music.
No, sir. This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Okay. Where's he gone?
Gold digger at the funeral would be wild. That'd be funny.
That's it for you. Okay. But it's nice to meet you, Piers.
Dude, that was so awkward. Oh, I don't know. It's nice to meet you, Piers.
Where's he gone?
I think he's just going back to work. There's several things he's working on. I was not aware he was going to leave like this, but it seems like he got upset about the...
So it's all just a game, is it? Is that the idea?
Followers. I mean, life is a video game, is it?
No, I just wondered what the point of this exercise was. Was he supposed to do an interview or not?
He's supposed to do an interview, but I mean, the amount of Twitter followers, something like that, it's patronizing for no reason. You said his name incorrectly. You know his name is Ye. This is very public about that.
This is kind of, you know what? Piers deserves every second of this.
Hopefully we could do it. I think this was good.
I'm glad that you have to deal with this. I'm glad that you, like, when you sit here propping up the Andrew Tates of the world and not even questioning it, this is what you get.
Prepared for a good interview, but come on, you know what you were doing.
What do you think I'm doing?
Piers?
I think you were trying to patronize very intentionally by getting those two things, under his skin. Maybe it could have been about past interviews or because of what happened yesterday. But, I mean, this information is not that difficult to get right.
Yeah, we called him Ye, and we got his Twitter following count wrong by 1 million, from 32 to 33 million. Also, for the record, you guys dicked us around yesterday, and you seem to find that very entertaining and amusing in your live stream, which I'm sure you will now. You kept all my crew in Spain and here waiting, and then wasted their time. And then you got us all back now, and you've wasted our time again. And you again may find that funny and entertaining, and that's fine. I don't. I think it's a total waste of everyone's time and effort and money.
Well, I mean, it is. I was ready for the interview yesterday, too. My time is important as well, regardless if it was wasted. We have to admit this is somewhat entertaining. This is going to be laughed at by many people.
What's entertaining?
Who the fuck watches Sneeko? Who the fuck watches Sneeko and is just like, yeah, you know what? I love me some Sneeko. I love watching Sneeko live streams. He's so funny.
That was funny. That's undeniably walking off right into the beginning of an interview is funny.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Bro.
Out of interest, what do you do with him?
No.
I'm working on several films right now. I am streaming out here. I'm
he's
editing,
working on films now.
And I work on things behind the scenes, some inspiration for art. I'm just there to try to help fulfill his vision.
Well, I want this whole world just needs to fucking just go up in flames at this point. I'm just so fucking done.
Let me ask
what the fuck?
The questions.
These are the people that like literally succeed. These are the people. This is it. This is it. Like,
I would have asked him.
What?
So, I mean, out of interest, what is with his obsession with Hitler? Why is he so rampantly anti-Semitic?
I'm not going to answer questions on his behalf.
Well, you're going to have to because he's not there.
Questions on his behalf.
He's not there.
What's that? What's that?
He's not there. Literally, he's dropping a track today called Heil Hitler. Why are you happy to be associated with somebody like that out of interest?
I'm not going to speak on his art and his vision while
I'm
he's
asking
not here.
you. I'm asking you why you're happy to be associated with somebody who most of the world believes is now.
Are you going to start pivoting a little bit? Because, see, this is my favorite, like I was just saying. Like, Piers deserves all of this. Now he might just get it, where it's like, oh, this is what this creates. These are who these people actually are.
Rampant anti-Semite.
Well, you're associated as well. Your show's called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yeah.
You tried to get him censored
Fucking
on
brain
X.
rot.
And here you are on the days we're going to release the song doing an interview with him. So we're all involved here. It's not like I'm the only one complicit.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to get him on was because I don't think anyone holds him to account for anything he does on X. And in fact, he deliberately breaches all of X's rules, and yet he does it with impunity and is allowed to do it, whereas millions of other accounts get suspended for far less offences. So I was going to ask him directly, which is why I mentioned his X following. I was going to ask him about what he puts on X and why he does this, why he continually attacks Jewish people, why he continually celebrates Adolf Hitler. And then I'm curious about, given he's not there, can't answer these questions, what your association is with this guy and whether you're comfortable to be associated with somebody who most people consider to be an anti-Semite.
I think I just answered this question. And these are good questions. I think I just answered half
We
of
haven't
that
answered
one.
the question, though, have you?
But, I mean, if I did, you said, what are you doing out here? And I said, I'm doing films and I'm recording behind the scenes and I'm streaming and I'm editing and helping fulfill his
Have
vision.
you been helping him with the track Heil Hitler?
No, I don't. I'm not a music guy. And if you wanted to get questions about his Twitter or X correct, then you should have got the number of followers correct. That was something intentional that you knew what you were doing.
So I got
if you
the
know
size of his
everything
dick
about what
wrong.
he's
Is
tweeting,
that what you say?
Well, if you know everything else that he's tweeting, you should have got that right as well.
Oh, don't be so pathetic, Sneaker. Honestly, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get good content which will promote you, Sneeko. And I'm just curious how you, Sneeko, deal with the fact that you are so openly associating yourself
You asked that question
with
a few
somebody
times,
who
and I
seems
mean, I
to
can ask you the same
worship
thing.
Adolf Hitler and is pro the Nazis. Do you feel comfortable about that?
I don't know, Piers. Do you feel comfortable promoting these people and giving them, a way too long of a leash there?
No, we worship God.
He worships Adolf Hitler.
That I'm here promoting this. We could talk about how pathetic it is
Adolf Hitler.
That you were essentially working for Israel up until a couple months ago and promoting
When was I
things
working for Israel?
like genocide and not pushing back.
When was I working for Israel?
Oh, I don't accept it.
If it's pathetic to make film,
it's all a fucking game to this guy. He said it at the beginning of this interview. Life is like a video game.
It's behind the scenes of one of the greatest living artists, probably the greatest living artist.
Well, he certainly was.
You point the finger
He
at you and
certainly
say
was
it's pathetic as well.
he was a great artist. Unfortunately, he's become a rampant anti-Semite who adores Adolf Hitler, embraces Nazism, uses swastikas,
I'm pretty sure he says he loves
to
everyone.
sell his
I'm not
merchandise.
going to speak.
And has a new record out called Heil Hitler.
pretty
So
sure
forgive
he's
me if I
saying he
don't
loves everyone.
currently
The
see
song is
him
not. I mean,
as one of the
everything you're
world's
saying
great
in this question is
artists.
incorrect.
Yeah. But I don't see
Everything
him.
you're saying in this question is incorrect.
Sorry?
The song isn't out. The song isn't out for one. And two, he says he loves everyone. He says he loves Jews. He says he loves Hitler. He says he loves everybody. But this
so when
could
he
be,
says, let me ask you, given you're the one sitting there, he said Jews were better as slaves. You have to put your Jews in their place and make them into your slaves. You then said make your Jews work for you, but watch them as close as you can, whip the Jews. You comfortable with that, Sneaker?
I think I find it funny. That's not something that I would do personally. I don't whip anybody.
You think it's funny,
I
do you?
don't,
Whipping
condone
Jews?
slavery.
Using Jews as slaves? You think that's funny?
I think the context of that is funny, yeah.
What's
and
the
also
humour?
to remove any sense of humor
I'm missing
from
the
that is
humour. What's the
ridiculous.
humour?
Do you want me to break down a joke for you?
You think it's a joke, do you, about whipping Jews?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a joke because I've been here for a couple weeks and he hasn't whipped any Jews.
Really? So because he hasn't actually whipped any yet,
Yeah,
that's a joke.
He really has.
Yeah.
Really has. But Piers, before I leave, I don't want to speak on his behalf. If you're agreeing
But what
that
choice
he's
do we
the
have? You
greatest
set
living
this
artist
thing.
right now,
You set this farce up. He's dicked us around. You're the one left, so you're going to have to be accountable for him. Unless you want to walk away too.
Accountable? What do you want to hold me accountable?
If you don't want to answer questions either, you are free to stand up and walk away like a little sniveling
Well, you can ask
coward
questions.
too.
If you have questions for me, then I'll feel free to answer
Here's my
those.
question
But
for
just
you.
when it comes to Ye,
Why is your mate Ye?
is this whole thing going to be interrupting, or
Why is your mate
this whole
Ye?
thing just going to be interrupting? Or do you want me to speak
look,
at all?
You're sounding like Andrew Tate Light, like his annoying little younger brother we never knew about. Okay, doesn't work with me. Okay, you set this thing up. It's obviously some kind of elaborate prank.
Okay,
that you're
your team asked me to do this. If you want to be Netanyahu light on TV,
but given you want to,
if you want to be Dave Portnoy with the suit,
that's fine.
Then sure. If you want to do ad hominem attacks, then why invite someone on your show? I set this up because your team asked me to do it. I did everything that I could. If I knew that this would, I'm not here wasting your time. You're angry at me for setting up an interview that you wanted. If you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer those.
Here's
if you
my
want
question.
to keep doing insults, there's no point in me being here.
Why did Jay stand up like a sniveling little coward and walk away before I could ask him difficult questions?
For the third time, Piers, I don't know if you have a hearing problem, but I'm not going to answer questions on another man's behalf. But
really?
Thank you for
Even though
having me.
you set up the interview with him
another time, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, tell him from me he's a sniveling little coward, and he's an anti-Semite and a Hitler worshipper. That's what I would have asked him if he'd had the balls to sit there and take the questions. And there you are, proudly associating yourself with him. Good luck to you, Sneeko. Everyone can see you for what you are. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent.
Wow, he's not going to do a follow-up on that? Interesting. Okay. I blame Destiny for right-wingers saying ad hominem liberally. Yeah. It is kind of funny when they start... Well, I mean... debate culture. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how... Besides anybody, like, in his audience, like, how that does come off as, you know, good. And also, yeah... I do have a feeling that Piers Morgan's gonna... I don't know, man. I don't think he's gonna take this one lying down. I could see him doing something kind of like doing a whole show about Sneeko or asking other streamers about Sneeko and the bullshit there. He'll get his clips. We'll see. All right, let's take a look at the Pakistan situation. Pakistan tells Sky News it has shot down 2 Indian jets. Jesus. This is escalating really fast, guys. Donald Trump says there are 21 hostages still alive in Gaza. India says that it has launched airstrikes against militant infrastructure inside Pakistan and Pakistani-controlled Kashmir. All right, we'll check back in with that in a little bit. We got one more thing to go over here. All right, let's get some news on the ports, guys, because realistically, I know that I covered this a little bit before, that I know a few people personally that work in, like, shipping and receiving, and they said specifically that this was going to happen, so...
The executive director at the Port of Los Angeles has warned that shipping volume from China will plummet this week. He joins me now to discuss. Gene Soroka and Justin Wolfers is here, a professor of economics and public policy at the University of Michigan. Gene, tell us what you've...
Oh, my God. He looks like the, precursor to a comic book villain.
...seen so far, because I know you've already said that a number of major American retailers, the big guys, have stopped shipments from China altogether.
Good evening, Steph. What we're seeing is that about 20% of the normally scheduled vessel arrivals for the month of May have been canceled. This week in particular, the cargo is extremely light, about 35% lower than the same time last year.
So for your average person who's saying cargo ships, how does that affect me? What is that going to mean when they go to their small store in their hometown or a big box store next week or the week after?
Well, from the last segment, you hit it on the nail on the head, Steph. We've got about 125,000 importing companies that call the Port of Los Angeles home every year. No one has more than a 5% share. So it's the small to medium-sized folks that didn't have the opportunity to stock up on,
smoke a joint with her and have a really good conversation
on inventory before this day of tariffs hit. Now they're in the middle of the crosshairs saying, either I buy at these exorbitant prices, 2.5 times more what they were just last month, and I can't pass on that cost to keep up with the big guys. So we'll likely see about 4 to 6 more weeks of normal inventory levels, then some spot shortages. You may not be able to find exactly what you want where you want it.
Justin, weigh in here because we're 4 to 6.
And this guy, I think that everybody kind of knows what's up because Americans, they get bitchy when that happens.
6 weeks away from seeing real impact. These small businesses, they can't call the White House. They have no lobbying ability, and they certainly didn't have the money to load up on inventory the way a big box store could. And we know from the big box stores, they're already predicting pain.
Yeah, let me take Gene's story and add a little bit more economics to it, which is we know that there's less stuff coming in. That's what Gene just told us. We're not making more stuff, so therefore there's going to be less supply. Look, there's 3 ways this can resolve. I think a lot of people have been very quick to jump to the everything's going to be sold out, there'll be nothing left on the shelves story. That's one possibility, but it's not the only one. Another possibility, of course, is the reason that they're not ordering this stuff is...
Do someone have a view about future in the positive way?
Realize...
Unfortunately, I don't know. It's really easy to be pessimistic right now because it's so early on in this administration and it's already just, it's a shit show.
They're going to have to jack up their prices and they'll jack them up so high.
But you know, with China, if China does become the global superpower and China and Trump really shoots himself in the dick and he turns America on him, then hey, this could actually have positive implications. I have seen it that way where he will go so extreme that eventually it's going to fucking boomerang on him and he's just going to be like, what is that? I forgot that I threw
high that not many people are going to want to buy stuff. So it could be where we've got a big adverse price shock coming and you're going to get some sticker shock coming right at.
I don't trust this Murdoch accent. Boo this man.
Yeah. The third,
like a little upspeak with your British accent.
Third possibility, of course, is that the president may well plunge the economy into recession. If we're at a point where we've got too much demand and not enough supply, well, the recession will wipe out all the demand, and maybe there will be enough stuff on the
where the fuck is this mall
shelves, but it'll
it's during the Christmas season. I was like, what?
Be there because mums and dads can't afford to buy it.
Gene, from your perspective,
Doc X20, thank you for following. I appreciate you being here.
Is there anything that could turn this around in the short term?
Nice glasses stuff.
Absent.
She kind of looks like what's her face from The Incredibles.
Getting together.
I want to make you a super suit, but it's going to be
with trading nations and crafting these framework deals that the administration is talking about. No, I don't see any change. On the export side, the American farmer is getting hammered. Here in California's Central Valley, whether it's almonds, walnut handlers, they're not selling. And
he said nut handlers.
Just in the month of March, Steph, Brazil sold more soybeans to China than ever in their history. Lower trade barriers and favorable exchange rates.
So what is it like for freight business? What is it like for people in the cargo business, people who are at the Port of Los Angeles day in and day out over the last 3 weeks? Tell me what their experience is like.
If you're a trucker that's been hauling 4 or 5 containers per day, starting this week, you'll likely be hauling 2 or 3 loads. The dock workers who've been getting overtime and running back-to-back shifts will likely work less than a traditional work week. Warehouses, same way. Not as much staff is going to be needed. Again, in the interim, as we see...
Yeah, and that's where they were saying, hey, I'm just trying to be smart. Scott, what up, dude?
Now several weeks, and volume dropping precipitously and fast.
How you been? It's good to see you. Feel like you haven't been here for a minute. It is definitely good to see you, man. You might have been here yesterday. I don't know. I'll be completely honest. Time is a construct that I cannot wrap my head around anymore. I did have that moment where, legit, I woke up this morning and I thought the stream that I did yesterday, was already a few days ago. I'll be honest, guys. With Mother's Day coming up, I think that might be fucking with me a little bit because every time that I see a Mother's Day advert or something like that, I get a little, messed up. So you see rooms to go tariff sale commercial. No, I have not. What's Rooms to Go? Good, I've been watching for sure. I can't always get to my hands free for chat. Oh, well, don't worry about it. We appreciate it. Well, we appreciate having you in the chat. This is what I meant to say. Man, I'm just all over the place today. Oh. Alrighty. Cargo. Man, Kanye West really did fuck Pierce over. It's kind of funny. I just wonder if there's gonna be any like retaliation from Piers. Like I was kind of saying that. Also, we got this Anna Kasparian thing. Apparently, her new show is a train wreck, and yeah, this is coming from the TYT community, but they're saying that like yeah, they sense that Cenk is not too happy. So we will see what happens there. Ooh, speaking of Cenk, I think that we got a debate with him. Do we? No, we got one with Mark Lamont Hill. What do you guys think about the Pakistan-India situation? I think that it's escalating super fucking quick, actually. Yeah, you know what? Here, we're gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna bring this back.
There was an uproar. There was anger in the country, and that was also again linked. Was connected
Did you
to the
see
Lashkar
Cenk is doing a show with MTG?
India then subsequently conducted some surgical
what do you
strikes.
mean, like a show, or like how's this working? Wait.
Incursion of Indian fighter jets.
Oh, he's having He's having her on tonight.
A fighter jet was
shot
down. An Indian pilot was captured. And there was again this escalation of tensions between these two countries. He was released. Subsequently, there has been this sort of freeze of diplomatic relations between the two countries.
And we want you to be part of our truth-telling movement. Send pictures and video.
Have been
100% of overtime to now only it applies to only 25% of the cases. They might narrow it and narrow
tourists in Kashmir, India expelled all the military advisors.
They're in their break.
And since then, we've seen this sort of plummeting of relations between the two countries.
Neville, thank you for now. Well, US President Donald Trump has given his response to the attacks. Let's bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins, now. And David, the president was speaking just as this news was breaking. What did he have to say?
Well, not a lot at this stage. In fact, we've heard more really from the Indian embassy in Washington.
Just launched an
and
airstrike
given the
on
fact
an
that
Indian
we now
airbase
know
and down
from
two
a
fighter
post
jets,
that they placed online,
I was just,
that the National Security Advisor briefed U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio shortly after the attacks, describing them as focused and precise, measured and responsible, tells us that India is very well aware that this action could raise concerns here in Washington. The president himself, as you say, only became aware of the development shortly before the swearing-in ceremony for his own peace envoy, Steve Witkoff. And all he really had to say at this point
a little bit about this conflict again, going back a year ago.
They had very long. Let's just listen to what President Trump said.
This episode with a bridge.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval.
There was a few weeks where they had a standoff, and it looked like it was going to fucking pop off then.
A little bit of the past.
So I've been kind of like periodically checking back in since that happened.
Many decades.
I think it's been a year since that happened.
And centuries, actually, if you really think about it.
I pray someone invented a
I just hope it ends very quickly.
Makes old.
Now, we've also heard from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is expressing his concern about India's action. He's calling for military restraint by both countries. A statement from his spokesman says he believes that the world cannot afford
they're passive about politics, but then for some reason they're super involved when
of course, all of this comes really at the worst possible moment for the White House on a day when they were celebrating the fact that a man had
like, this is what really fundamentally bothers me. We live in the country of freedom, and every time that Republicans get in office, this
on a day when they were suggesting that the world had
always
become
focus
a
on
much
taking
safer
freedoms
place
away.
because
And
Donald
nobody
Trump is in the
focuses on
White
that.
House.
Nobody focuses on that
And
being
David,
a fucking,
just how
like,
high
the
are
narrative
the
where it's just like, they are
stakes here? As we've been
anti-freedom.
hearing with Neville earlier,
Whether it be
these
abortion,
are two
like,
nuclear powers,
no matter where you
India
stand,
and
the thing
Pakistan.
is, you
How
can't
worried
say
will the
that
White
you're
House
like
be
this
about
raw
these
freedom,
developments?
freedom, we're the most free country.
They will be extremely concerned, but of course they have limited capability right now in terms of diplomacy. We know that President Trump and his team have been focused for a long time on the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. They've been focused for an equally long time on the conflict raging in the Middle East.
They blame this one on Biden. Should have never happened.
In fact, they've reached the point where they've stepped back on Ukraine, but still retain.
That was one of the first things I saw on X was this didn't happen under Biden, and then sure as shit, people were just like,
days before
yeah, actually it was. You just weren't paying attention.
First official
Do you know if it has escalated past Kashmir? Yeah, it has.
So
I mean, they hit 9 different targets.
India
hit 9 different targets in retaliation for this, and they're calling it.
That, I think, is why they're
like they call them terrorist cells. So a lot of people in Pakistan don't have power right now. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. They're also proving that it wasn't what they said it was. Go figure. They hit civilian infrastructure. Go figure. You know, it's almost like they were lying. It's almost like they are, like somebody said it. They're like, they literally are using the Israeli playbook.
Colleague Yalda Hakim spoke to the Pakistani Information Minister Ataullah Tarar.
We've just received confirmed reports that India has attacked civilian targets, including a mosque and residential accommodation on 5 locations in Pakistan. And as per the initial reports,
by the way, thanks for the follow, Ignite.
There are
appreciate
casualties, including women and children.
Right, this is the most effed up era after World War II. Well, at least I got something to tell my grandchildren.
Has the right to respond.
Survive
Pakistan
World War
will respond, as I've said before.
Yeah, I'm not having kids or.
Pakistan has never struck first.
That's my one thing. I feel bad for the parents in this situation. Like the ones that are literally watching this happen. How in the fuck are they justifying where it's just like,
so civilian localities, accommodations,
this is good.
And a mosque
well,
which has
let's
been
get
attacked.
to soccer.
There were no terrorist camps. I myself took foreign journalists and local journalists to an
Department of Education is getting wiped out. They're literally fucking taking away the ability to even learn leftist politics. Yeah.
How can we?
And then they're like, we don't want
on a couple of points, Mr. Ataullah Tarar. You said that you've already received images of women and children who have been injured. This attack took place roughly about an hour or so ago. Will you be taking international and local journalists to the sites? Because in the past, when Pakistan has made such claims, they haven't allowed any journalists.
I'll stop you right there. I had planned to take them tomorrow morning. We had a plane ready. We had reached out to journalists. We had a confirmed itinerary, a confirmed plan to go to Bahawalpur tomorrow. And I was supposed to fly to Bahawalpur at 7 a.m. in the morning.
Oh my God, this really does feel like the fucking Gaza invasion.
India has carried out
Fire
these
in the
attacks. So we were
ball.
going to Muridke. We were going to Bahawalpur. And we were taking 35 journalists with us, including foreign and local journalists.
You're a minute
so
early.
I was just preparing for the visit tomorrow. As I had visited the LOC, we were going to Bahawalpur and we had to visit this exact place. And the journalists were already ready for the journey. So I think this has been a very, very, I think, unfortunate step by India. We condemn it. We are responding. But to target civilian population, it's extremely unfortunate.
Just
very, very
to point out, Minister, the Indian armed forces say that altogether 9 sites have been targeted, that they haven't hit any Pakistani military facilities. These are terrorist camps that they are hitting.
Let me make it very clear. There are no terrorist camps in Pakistan. Pakistan is a victim of terrorism. We are fighting the terrorists in our western regions, on our western borders. We are the frontline state against terrorism. We've laid down 90,000 lives in this war against terrorism. India, on the other hand, when we had the Jafar Express hijacking, an intense hijacking incident, India did not even condemn it, let alone express some concern about that incident. So India has been sponsoring terrorism by assassinating Sikhs in US, in Canada, in Australia. We captured a spy by the name of Kulbhushan Yadav, who's a commissioned naval officer.
Can I just point out to you, on my program just
Wait,
a
is this
week
a
ago,
full-out
your
war?
defense minister,
It's
Khwaja
turning into it.
Asif, admitted that Pakistan has for decades had a policy of funding, backing, and using terrorist groups as proxies in the country. In fact, in
Kavari, how are you doing?
2018, President Donald Trump cut military aid to Pakistan because he accused Pakistan of playing a
guys
double
haven't hit the
game.
like button
So when
already?
you
Please
say
do
there are
as
no
you,
terrorist
as
camps
you
in
pile on in.
Pakistan, that is going against what General
I'm gonna check
Pervez
my dog.
Musharraf has said, what Benazir Bhutto has said, what your defense minister said just a week ago. In fact, what Bilawal Bhutto said to me a few days ago, he said that terrorism and funding and backing terrorist organizations has been and was part of Pakistan's history.
Post 9/11, let's talk about post 9/11 scenario. And let me be very clear. Post 9/11, Pakistan was the frontline state, and we still are the frontline state in eliminating terrorism. You see, when we are the guarantors of world peace, because we are a wall between the terrorists and the rest of the world. I would like to invite you to Pakistan to come and see the circumstances.
I have been to Pakistan, sir, and we know that Osama bin Laden was also discovered in Abbottabad in Pakistan. So these accusations on Pakistan, including your defense minister making the admission, is there, and that is why part of the reason...
What the defense minister was referring to, I think he's been misinterpreted. You see, there was a Soviet invasion back in the 80s, and obviously, we were countering the Soviet invasion at that point in time. That's part of history. And we were allies of the US. So post 9/11, the scenario changed completely. And Pakistan made a lot of sacrifices. Pakistan is still laying down lives against terrorists. Even today in Balochistan, there was a terrorist attack. We lost 7 soldiers. So you see Pakistani politicians, Pakistani soldiers, Pakistani officers, Pakistani military, Pakistani police, they've been giving numerous sacrifices. So there's no question at all, madam, of having terrorist camps in Pakistan.
That contradicts Western intelligence, the State Department. There have been many, but I just want to focus you on this particular incident, sir. How will Pakistan now respond?
You see, let me just conclude the previous argument by saying that when we captured this wanted terrorist on the Afghan border, President Trump, in his State of the Union address, actually appreciated Pakistan's efforts in the war against terrorism and how Pakistan is dealing with these terrorists, how we are capturing them, how we are going after them, how they are being eliminated.
Up until a few years ago, sir, Pakistan was on a grey list of state sponsoring of terrorism just a few years ago. So I know you want to take this back to the 1980s, but the point is that this is something that Pakistan has long been accused of, and that's why India has pointed the finger of blame on Pakistan for the Pahalgam attack.
India should have gotten its own house in order. You see, after the intense hijacking of the Jafar Express, we had terrorists appearing on Indian media, giving interviews. The Balochistan Liberation Army, which is a terrorist organization. We had images from the mobile phones of the terrorists being shown on the Indian media. Pakistani media did not have those images. So you see, the fight that we are fighting is not only for us, it's for the rest of the world. As far as the current situation is ongoing, we are responding. We've shot down, as per initial reports, we shot down 2 Indian planes.
Here.
And obviously, India is the aggressor, provocator. They've attacked.
All right, so India and Pakistan, since I think it was April 22nd or 23rd, there was an attack in Kashmir, which Kashmir has always been a contested area, and it's very, very hard to actually have like any real battles because the terrain it's so mountainous and just it's all over the place. So it's very hard to actually like claim any like any side on that one. And then, yeah, I guess there was a terrorist attack that killed a few tourists as well as, some locals. And this is what this is what India is claiming as their retaliation. And then now it's escalating because they're saying that they were targeting terrorist camps, but it's coming out that no, they hit civilian areas. A 10-year-old girl she got killed in the midst of all of this. So, yeah, it's definitely and it's escalating quickly because like now they're saying that 2 jets got downed, and now they're like this could turn into a hot war, literally. Like it already is. Like I hate to say this, but yeah, it's literally happening. I'm so scared. I hope they don't hit the Capitol. Yeah, it would suck. Here, I'm going to turn this back on.
No, we don't have evidence of that. We're still waiting for information to emerge. I know you're telling me this, but we don't have clarity.
I will send you images. I will appreciate if you can run those images on your television.
Yes, once we've verified any images that come through, because of course we are still in the fog of war. There is still information coming through.
I'm sure,
it is the dead of
these
night.
images are being received from hospitals in Bahawalpur.
To be fair, PAC Media cannot sit down quietly in Dasa while the enemy launches 9+ strikes. Yeah.
I will give you correct and verified information, which you can also verify from your independent sources.
Like downing 2 jets.
And can you understand, Minister, why India would point the finger of blame on Pakistan?
Yeah, but downing 2 jets is such an escalation that could,
on the 22nd of April, because of the long accusations against Pakistan for backing and funding and giving sanctuary to terrorist organizations, including Lashkar-e-Taiba. And this group, the Resistance Front, is believed to be a splinter group of Lashkar-e-Taiba, and they are the ones who claimed responsibility for what happened on the 22nd of April in Kashmir.
You see, Pakistan is fighting this war against terrorism, and no group has claimed any responsibility. And this area is a good 200 kilometers from the Pakistani line of control, this Pahalgam area. And you see, the FIR, the first information report by the Pahalgam police, was registered within 10 minutes of the incident. The police arrived after 1 hour 30 minutes. And when the victims were bleeding, I saw a video of one of the sisters of the victim saying that her brother was bleeding and nobody came for 1.5 hours. India has no evidence whatsoever to link Pakistan to this incident. But India has attacked civilians, women and children today without any justifiable cause. And because we have the right to self-defense, we will defend our country. We will respond because India ran away from the investigation. When our Prime Minister offered an investigation into the matter, then why run away? We even offered to the friendly countries like the United Kingdom to join in the investigation. We told the international community that an investigation will reveal the facts, but I think it's the right-wing BJP, which is against the Muslims, against the Sikhs, which has persecuted minorities, and they wanted a reason to attack Pakistan, and without any evidence they have done so. But Pakistanis, we have a high morale, and we will respond back to Indian aggression, and the response is ongoing at this point in time.
Well, the reason, like I said, that India has pointed the finger of blame because of your country's history and links with different terrorist organizations, which, as I said, in the last Trump administration, they cut military aid. Your country was on a grey list for a number of years, including just a few years ago, Osama bin Laden was discovered near a military base in Pakistan in quite an affluent area. US Navy SEAL Special Forces conducted that operation without telling Pakistan, who were their allies at the time, working with them in the war in Afghanistan, because they couldn't trust the Pakistani defense and intelligence and military establishment. And so because of Pakistan's reputation in this area, that is why Indian officials have said, based on the information they have, they've pointed the finger of blame on Pakistan because the Resistance Front, a splinter organization linked to Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is linked to the ISI in Pakistan, is believed to be behind this attack.
I deny these allegations completely, and I don't agree with your view, because we in Pakistan, our 4 generations have fought terrorists. Even now in Balochistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, we are fighting terrorists day and night. Our western region, our western borders, all over, Pakistan is facing terrorist attacks every second week. If you're talking about the history, the Soviet invasion, the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union at that point in time, well, that was a different story. But
I was talking about 2009 when Osama bin Laden was there, or 2021 when the Taliban returned to power in Afghanistan. It was with the support of Pakistan that they were able to do that.
That's slightly unfair.
She's really
because
good.
Osama bin Laden was not being harbored by the Pakistani authorities.
I feel bad for making fun of the ums and ahs when she was covering at the beginning of the segment.
Very strong
She's very good at this.
No, that was very far away from the site where he was recovered. The point is that without Pakistani intelligence, right now, these ongoing operations, they would probably fail. And I think President Donald Trump has made himself very clear in the State of the Union address when he has thanked Pakistan for their efforts in the war against terrorism, for capturing wanted terrorists, and for the good fight that we are fighting, not only for ourselves, but for the whole world.
Fear-mongering over the use of nukes is really dumb, honestly. As a Pakistani myself, over all wars conducted in the country, correct me if I'm wrong, all but one were fought when both states possessed nuclear warheads.
The matter. Then India ran away from that investigation and resorted
into Pakistani
Mr. Tarar, I mean, the world is waiting to hear and see how Pakistan responds and whether this situation escalates further. India says justice has been served. They accuse you of being behind the Pahalgam attack, and they say they have responded. Do you believe now a line can be drawn in the sand?
It's like he was saying here. He's like, we're actively fighting against these terrorist cells. So he is acknowledging that they're there.
Very fierce response.
Which is weird because he's like, no, they're not there. It's like,
and regarding Pahalgam, as I
just
said,
acknowledge that they were there.
The Indians are questioning their own government, that they have no evidence, they have no facts, and they ran away from the investigation, which Pakistan had offered, and they attacked our civilians, they attacked our mosque today, they attacked 5 localities.
Sorry,
Pakistan
I literally
will now
just had that realization as I'm like, oh yeah.
Very, very effectively. Make no mistake, because our desire for peace should not be mistaken for our weakness. And what about India harboring terrorists, assassinating Sikhs in US, in Canada, in Australia? And when we captured their spy, Kulbhushan Yadav, we have numerous incidents where India is involved in targeting Pakistani localities. And they have been involved in terrorism, not only in Pakistan, but in many countries around the world. So I completely deny what you're saying.
Minister, what do you expect from the international community? Do you expect President Trump to step in, intervene? Do you expect the UK government to try and de-escalate the situation?
You see, absolutely, people will be concerned about the situation, and countries around the world have expressed their concern. But our diplomatic efforts, we've presented our case to all friendly countries. Our Prime Minister had a telephonic conversation a few days back with Marco Rubio. He spoke to the Iranian president. He spoke to the Malaysian president. He spoke to the UN Secretary General. He met the ambassadors.
By the way, Kavari, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button and make sure that you have the ability to accept gifted subs because we get some gifted subs in this community.
That India will attack. I had said that in my press conference, and that is exactly what has happened.
Or gifted memberships, my bad.
The aggressor, subs. Without any evidence, they wanted to create an atmosphere.
Actually, we get the same thing over on Twitch.
India says it's altogether hit 9 targets. They've said that they were focused, they were measured. They've described this as hitting terrorist infrastructure. You say it is not terrorist infrastructure, and you will give access to international media as well as local media to be able to access those sites. I know you said you were going to take them there tomorrow, but in the past, when we have seen these sorts of strikes, the Pakistanis have shied away from giving access.
You see, when I took foreign and local journalists to a village near the LOC, and tomorrow morning, I was planning to take them to Bahawalpur, to Muridke, to show the exact place where these strikes have occurred, to show them that local population is living there. Our women, children, our civilians are living there. But I think we totally deny India's allegations regarding terrorists. We have complete evidence that women and children have been targeted. There are civilian casualties in this. And we will bring this evidence to the foreign media, to the local media, because there were no terrorist camps at all. And I can vouch for that. And I completely deny these allegations. There are no terrorist camps. No terrorists were being harbored.
The more you say it, the more I'm actually kind of like,
locals living there, and their accommodations have been targeted.
Man, it does not sound convincing.
We are responding to that. Thank you very much.
In 2019, Pakistan shot an Indian plane and a military jet, and they captured an Air Force pilot. They returned the Air Force pilot, and that de-escalated the situation.
I've seen them used too
this
many
time
times,
around,
guys.
India has launched
totally
the airstrikes not in Pakistani airspace. How do you think the situation might de-escalate now?
Little did they know that he literally like absorbs the energy, and he's just like, "Thanks,
Let's see how
I
it
needed
turns
that
out.
caffeine
Thank you
boost."
for your time. I'm grateful that you took my
Sounds
voice.
like Baghdad.
That was my colleague Yalda Hakim there speaking to Pakistan's information minister. Well, in the past few moments, we have had another update via the AP news agency
we did kind of pull something a little similar, didn't we?
who have told them that those missiles fired by India into Pakistani-controlled territory have now resulted in 8 deaths. So they are saying that at least 8 people have been killed following those strikes by India on Pakistani-controlled territory. So that coming to us via the AP news agency, who are quoting Pakistani authorities there. We'll keep a close eye and monitor any further developments there. Do stay with us here on Sky News, because coming up, we will bring you the very latest after India launches missile strikes on Pakistan.
Sky News International. Man, I hope I don't get like hit for this, because like I'm not getting hit on the live stream for it, but I could see them for some reason just being like, "Hey, we're gonna strike you on this one." So with that being said, I want to check out a different news source real quick. Pakistan vows response. Hold on. Oh shit, is Jank doing the thing? Is he doing the thing? It's not. When is this happening, man? Man, I don't want to give them this view. This sucks. Like, they're actually. Yeah. Thank you for covering this. Oh, yeah, no worries, man. I tend to. I did this with well, I was actually like you guys. I was following Xander Hall when Ukraine went to war, and honestly, I really appreciated his coverage. So that's kind of I got inspired by that. Like why the F always politicians stick their fingers in, what the really that okay, I'll allow that. Fingers in the wrong hole with without even considering the consequences. Oh yeah, man. I mean, well, we're talking. I don't know, man. Donald Trump is my president, and this is like, you want to talk about like the why is he doing this kind of thing? It's just like, not my constitution, not as my constitutional friend. How are you? Hey, Master Liberty, how you how you doing? What's the test today? Was doing some work. What happened? Oh, I mean, things are escalating hard over here, man. Like. Wait, did Sky News just went? No, what? Oh, they disabled live chat for it. Oh, damn. I just realized that might have been a problem over there. I was doing some work. So it looks like Pakistan has retaliated already. Here.
Enemy has carried out cowardly attacks at 5 locations. Pakistan has every right to give a full and strong response to this act of war imposed by India. The full response is being given. The entire nation stands with the armed forces of Pakistan, and the morale and spirit of the Pakistani people are high.
Dude, I think, guys, I know that somebody in here said that this could be...
Michael Pregent. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us here on Sky News. So a big developing situation this morning.
As I said, guys, like I've been following this one like passively just because like
Well, thanks for having me.
I don't know.
Pakistan
Somebody had
has
said
a
it where it's like,
terrorist
if this one were
it's
to
not only
ignite,
the
then this
Haqqani
is like the
network
one that could start
on
the
their,
big ones. It's
on
like,
their western border. It's, Lashkar
oh God, I
Taiba
think that
on
I
their,
hate
on
to
their
admit
eastern
this, but it
border.
might have actually
Now,
been a
Pakistan
Vice
says that
piece.
they've condemned this
Oh, it
attack.
was. No, it was
Then they should
100% a
actually
Vice piece. You know what?
working with
I'm gonna look
U.S.
that up.
intelligence in
I'm gonna actually
U.S.
watch it
Special
tonight.
Operations Forces to go
'Cause
after
that is
these
it
terrorist
gives
groups.
a really
And they
good
should be
explanation of
de-escalating because, again,
what's going
India
on.
focused its attacks on terrorist infrastructure that Pakistan says it has a problem with. Now, when I was in Afghanistan, I did work on the Pakistani intelligence and security apparatus supporting the Haqqani group and the Taliban. And also, I worked on the exploitation of the Abbottabad raid, where Osama bin Laden was found close to that military base. And we assessed that Hamid Gul, a former commander of the ISI, was responsible for putting Osama bin Laden there. So Pakistan has a terrorist problem. India is dealing with that terrorist problem, and this may be an opportunity to work together. But I know that's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, here it is.
The Pakistanis say that that they are dealing with that, and there is no terrorist problem. Speaking to our my colleague Yalda Hakim earlier, the information minister denied any of those accusations. Do you think Pakistan has done enough since that?
This is the one place in the world where that both sides would
the Americans
use nukes,
raised those concerns with them.
They have not, because it prompted an Indian response that we saw last 12 hours.
Yeah, but they're also talking if India were to cut off their water source, like Pakistan just straight up said it.
U.S. to work with India under the table.
Like this
to
is
go
not
after
off the
these
table.
terrorist groups that they say are a problem. So I don't think that Pakistan is operating as an honest broker here. I believe India has every right to defend itself against terrorist attacks, and any country harboring terrorist infrastructure should expect that to be attacked.
Pakistan has said it is now retaliating, and it is launching its own response to those Indian airstrikes. Airstrikes are quite significant here, aren't they? These two nations have had a long history, and they clearly, have had tensions in the past. But how important is this escalation? It is now airstrikes between the two.
Well, the difference is India is conducting airstrikes against terrorist infrastructure based on intelligence. If Pakistan responds by attacking Indian military, then we have more escalation. India will be forced to respond. However, we could look for Pakistan to have an honorable off-ramp, meaning targeting something inside of Indian-controlled Kashmir, something that doesn't target the military or kill civilians, but a face-saving gesture. That's something we've seen in the Middle East. That's something we've seen in the past. We need to see something like that here in order for this to de-escalate.
A lot of this has been triggered by the events of last month in Indian-administered Kashmir and that attack by the militants there, which India is blaming on Pakistan and on terrorism. What made that such a turning point, and that has now led to this escalation?
Well, it was so gruesome. It was an Islamist group. This is a Lashkar Taiba or a front group. A lot of time terrorist organizations create new groups in order to shield the actual group that conducts the attack to avoid U.S. airstrikes against a designated terrorist group.
Oh,
so these attacks were so evil in a way. The individuals were asked if they were Muslim, and if they said they weren't, they were executed. And they were also, there were other things that took place afterwards. So that is an issue, and India has to respond to that. You cannot let a terrorist group like Lashkar Taiba conduct an attack like this against tourists and not have it go without a response. And Pakistan should welcome working with the U.S. and India to go after what they say is their terrorist problem.
We have heard some international response tonight, and that is from the UN chief, who's called for restraint. Soon after that attack you mentioned in Kashmir, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State there in the US, had called for the two sides to maintain peace in the region. Are these international voices having any effect on the two countries, and how much influence can they have?
Well, China could have a lot of influence here too, based on its role and where it's located.
Russia's got a huge influence already.
The US could definitely
here, let's actually see if that one's still going.
India. These are two nuclear powers.
Let's check in
this
with
is
the
what happens when terrorist organizations
propaganda
believe
network
that they have a nuclear umbrella to protect their terrorist activity.
Still going.
And that's what we saw with this attack.
These are highly effective against helicopters and drones.
I do believe that
In fact, Russia has deep ties with India. It remains the biggest weapons supplier to New Delhi. Almost 65% of all weapons in the Indian armed forces are Russian, 65%. And then there's oil. India is the second largest buyer of Russian oil. Bilateral trade is at a record high of $66 billion. When the West launched a campaign to isolate Russia in 2022,
this is literally just a Russian.
India kept its doors open.
Yeah, first post is literally a Russian propaganda wing of the.
In the past few hours, we've seen this situation change quite rapidly.
What we're seeing is Pakistan is putting out the playbook, saying that they shot down 2 Indian aircraft, saying that civilians were killed, not saying that the 8 people that were killed were actually terrorists. We're seeing the same playbook employed that Hamas uses in Gaza.
Oh, that's odd.
So
that's odd because we're seeing this the same. See, that's weird how we can look at this
to try to garner some international support and say civilians were killed by Indian airstrikes.
I don't like this guy at all.
The most of us will just think that those were terrorists that were killed. Pakistan needs to do their face-saving gesture, conduct a limited strike, coordinate it with India, coordinate it through the U.S. so that everybody can just back down. Because these are 2 nuclear powers, but I do not believe
the action as far as
military 2 weeks
military
will result in a nuclear exchange between these 2 countries.
Yeah,
but this is what happens when a terrorist group believes they have a nuclear umbrella to conduct attacks. And that's what we're trying to prevent in the Middle East when it comes to Iran and its proxies.
Michael Pregent, it's been great to talk to you. Thank you for sharing your insights with us here on Sky News this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Well, you are watching Sky News. Do stay with us. Coming up, we will, of course, bring you the very latest after India launches missile strikes on Pakistan.
Here, let's get this update. Jenkier is still not interviewing her. I swear, if he puts that behind if he puts that with the members only paywall, I'm gonna be fucking mad. I'm tired of seeing the same footage over and over. It is kind of, yeah. We're going to something else. Well, yeah, I mean, it's Sky News. Sky News is going to repeat a lot. So, here, let me do this real quick. It's not you, it's on Sky. No, I know. No, as I said, like, Sky does that, where, like, they just repeat the same shit, and that, like, even when it's live. I appreciate that. Thank you. Here, let's get, as I said, I know what this is. We know what this is. This, I mean, I looked it up because I was at first looking for, something that is, usable on both Twitch and YouTube because I don't want to get, flagged and have my stream taken down. So when I found, what is this again? First post. First post was the one where I was just like, oh, cool. It's Indian news that I can totally use. But then I found out that it is 1000% Russian propaganda. Because here, take just a passive look at this. This is insane. Oh, by the way, thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Here.
Is talking to both sides. It looks like a neutral player, yet it is clearly
aligned. They have been
aligned.
running this on a cycle.
And President Putin's call with Prime Minister Modi is the biggest giveaway of that.
BBC is everywhere.
Also, this is not new. Russia has played this role before.
BBC
like in
Live
2019, after the Pulwama terror attack, when a suicide bomber
Sky surprised me. I was actually kind of like,
President Putin called Prime Minister Modi back then too.
Balls. No
and
shit.
The message was this: punish the attackers and their backers.
Dude, I mean, this is RT for.
Sounds familiar? Well, let's go further back in time. We've already told you about the 1999 Kargil War. Russia asked both sides to de-escalate. The tone was the same. Stick to the Shimla Agreement, stick to the Lahore Declaration. But Moscow kept backing New Delhi's position. Bilateral relations kept growing behind the scenes.
Sucking their nuts
Even
so
deliveries of weapons were fast-tracked.
Russia was here for us.
Fast forward to today.
We love Russia.
Times may have changed, but Russia's stance remains the same. Terrorists and their supporters should be punished. And Moscow is clearly supporting New Delhi here. We'll tell you how. Russia has just sent more weapons to India, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles.
Yes, you
These
keep
are highly
saying
effective
such nice
against
things
helicopters
about
and
us.
drones.
I wonder why this is.
In fact, Russia has deep ties with India. It remains the
has nothing
biggest
to do
weapon
with
supplier
scope
to
on
New
face.
Delhi. Almost 65% of all weapons in the Indian armed forces are Russian. 65%. And then there's oil.
Sorry,
India is the second largest buyer of Russian oil. Bilateral trade is at a record high
They
of
have to be
$66
smoking a cigarette
billion.
at that point, though, because it has
When
to
the
get
West
that cool.
launched a campaign to isolate Russia in
No,
2022,
you keep going. You're
India
saying
kept
very
its
good
doors
things.
open.
Very good things. I enjoy this.
The fact is, Russia and India have been strategic allies for decades.
Look, that's a very
Moscow
good picture
may urge
of,
restraint publicly,
of
but
Putin.
behind closed doors, it wholeheartedly backs
You do
India.
good. You do good.
In a world of shifting loyalties, Russia has been a
When
rare
Russia starts
constant
supporting you,
for
you're
India.
probably doing the wrong thing.
One that doesn't preach,
you know what?
but delivers.
Simplistic.
Now let's look beyond the
God
subcontinent.
damn it, if you're
While
not
others
right.
are busy lecturing India, Russia has picked up the phone. President Vladimir
if
Putin
Russia's saying
spoke
that you're
to
doing
Indian
the right
Prime
thing.
Minister Narendra
You might
Modi.
wanna
That
question
call
what you're
happened today. And here's what we know. Putin again condemned the Pahalgam terror
takes phone
attack.
call
He
like a
expressed
very
solidarity
masculine
with
man.
India. More
You're hot.
importantly, here's what
We still
Putin
have coded
emphasized,
phone.
and I'm quoting,
He
the
thinks that it gives
perpetrators
you
and
cancer.
supporters
He knows something. He's
behind the
very
heinous
smart.
terror attack must be brought to justice.
She's doing
Let
trade.
me
I
decode
mean,
that for you. This was no ordinary courtesy call. This was Putin's green
Hey,
signal.
girlfriend, be like-
Russia is telling India, we've got your back. Basically, Moscow will support New Delhi in whatever India does
oh my
next,
God, she
including military
loves
action.
this. Loves it.
Until now, Russia's foreign minister was doing the talking. I'm talking about this man, Sergei Lavrov. On Saturday, he spoke to India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Lavrov condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. He urged India and Pakistan to engage in talks. He referred to the Shimla Agreement of 1972 and the Lahore Declaration of 1999. These are pacts
Wow,
that mandate India and Pakistan to
Is
resolve
this like pro
disputes
Modi state
bilaterally.
TV? Yeah.
But
Yeah,
here's where
1000%.
things get interesting. Pakistan has suspended
See, I learned
the
this
Shimla
like
Agreement.
I
This
didn't
is
know
after India
that. I
suspended
thought
the
that I was
Indus
like
Waters
I
Treaty.
as
This was
a
Pakistan's
silly
response.
American who
Suspension
was
of the
looking
Shimla
for
Agreement.
some international
So the
news.
Shimla
I came
Agreement is
across
now out
this
of
and
the
I was just
question.
like, oh,
That
well, this
leaves
seems
us
to
with
be
the Lahore
reporting.
Declaration. This treaty was signed
Funny.
between India and Pakistan in
Like
February
literally,
1999.
guys, you saw
The
it in
Lahore
real time. I
Declaration,
think I figured it out
mandates
in
both
like
sides
a
to
minute,
refrain
not
from
even,
using
where I was just like,
nuclear
oh,
weapons.
guys, I think that this is propaganda.
Guess what? 3 months after
mean,
the
she's
Lahore
literally
Declaration,
glazing
India
Russia
and
so
Pakistan
hard
fought
right now.
the Kargil War. Despite the fighting, the Lahore Declaration held nuclear weapons were not used in that war.
They've been
Maybe
talking
that's
about
what Russia's
her
foreign minister is hinting at.
all over the
That
world doing
military
the
action is
propaganda machine
okay
for
as
Russia.
long as
Oh,
it
they
is
have?
below
Okay.
the nuclear threshold.
Oh, is she like super famous
Now
for
let's
like
look at
doing
Russia's
that? Okay.
signaling
See,
vis-a-vis
I
Pakistan.
appreciate
What are they
like
telling
learning about this
Pakistan?
because she's literally just came
Yesterday,
onto my
Lavrov
it
spoke
came
to his
onto my radar.
counterpart in Islamabad, the Pakistani foreign minister, and the message was somewhat different.
That's what I call
No
it, my
mention
radar.
of preventing an
Oh!
escalation.
I'm
No
kidding.
talk about adhering to past
Jesus.
agreements.
I had to.
Instead,
I don't know
Russia
why. It was
offered
just-
to act
it was
as
a
a
joke that was just-
negotiator between
It's a
India
low
and
hanging fruit that
Pakistan.
eventually, like occasionally, you're just like, hey, it's
So
there.
what's the takeaway?
2
messages have emerged
Even
from
I'm
Moscow.
embarrassed, guys. Okay.
First, from President Putin.
Indian Fox
He's
News.
assuring India of full support.
He's super famous
And
in the
second,
last 2 weeks. We're doing
from
this.
Foreign
Oh, really?
Minister
Okay,
Lavrov,
so like.
He is calling for
Indian
dialogue.
Laura Ingram,
And that is diplomacy
yeah.
101. Russia is playing the role of a classic mediator. Moscow is talking to both sides.
that
It looks like a
neckcock.
neutral player, yet it is clearly aligned.
What the fuck
And
is
President
this dude?
Putin's call with Prime Minister Modi is the biggest giveaway of that.
What is this? That was
Also, this is
weird.
not new. Russia has played this role before. Like in 2019, after the Pulwama terror attack, when a suicide bomber killed 40 Indian troops. President Putin called Prime Minister Modi back then too. And the message was this: punish the attackers
Okay,
and their
so did
backers.
she like record like
Sounds
45
familiar?
minutes?
Well, let's go further back
I don't
in
know
time.
because she's
We've
not giving
already
live
told you about the
updates, so-
1999 Kargil
Yeah, this
War.
is just like the
Russia
state
asked
propaganda.
both sides to de-escalate. The tone was the same. Stick to the Shimla Agreement. Stick to the Lahore Declaration.
Yeah, I think that we just.
But Moscow kept
cycled
backing
again.
New Delhi's position.
All right, I'll put that back over here. Give me 1 second. Go back to Sky News. Sky Rizzy. Sky Rizzy was the thing to me. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, because you guys are international, we here in the States have this really weird thing where where we have commercials for our pharmaceuticals, and Sky Rizzy is literally, I don't know what it's for, but it's got a little jingle where it's just like, do, 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 do. Sky Rizzy is the one for me. It's so stupid. And then the most egregious one is the Ozempic. We stole a song, you know. It's cringe. It's very cringe. It's where I'm just like, oh, I'm very not proud to be an American when I see and hear things like that. In the world, just us and New Zealand. Oh God. All right, here.
Support in India for this course of action. I think the real test will come when we see a Pakistani response, and I would anticipate a response in kind. Then what does the Indian government then do? Does it then further escalate, or does it allow the
only two civilized countries that have
I think that's going to
commercials
be
for
the
medicine?
next big juncture of this crisis in the next day or so.
We have seen reported on Reuters, the news wires, some return fire between Pakistan and Indian troops on the border. Would that constitute retaliation, or is that part of the
How
ongoing
does Pakistan down 2 jets when
that have
missiles
been
were
taking
launched from
place?
Indian land make it make sense?
That's really part of the ongoing skirmishes. There was a ceasefire on the line of control for a while that was broken in the last 2 weeks considerably. I expect cross-border shell fire will intensify even more. It has been for the last week, but I don't think that will satisfy the Pakistani public or the Pakistani army, who will say, actually, it is important to respond in the same currency, much as we did in 2019 when we conducted reciprocal airstrikes against India. I think that is the kind of message you will see within Pakistan. I just don't think shelling or that kind of thing is going to cut it in these rather febrile situations where people will feel this is a pretty major attack.
You are watching Sky News. Do stay with us. We will continue to monitor the situation. And in fact, in the past few moments, we have had an update from the Foreign Office here in Britain telling Britons, warning against travelling to certain parts of India and Pakistan after India fired those missiles across the border into Pakistani-controlled territory. So that warning coming from the UK Foreign Office, warning Britons against travelling to parts of India and Pakistan. We've also had an update from the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who has said that he is monitoring the situation between India and Pakistan closely. We will, of course, bring you all the latest developments at the top
I told little
of the
Marco
hour.
that he could take his little microphone and go let everybody know what's going on. The fact that guy actually stole, like, he works for Trump and he called him, he literally called him Little Marco. Check out how close Amritsar and Lohar are on the map. I could literally throw a rock over the border and it's bound to land on a car or on someone's head. All right. Live update. That Russia can't win its own war against Ukraine, but it's gonna help. Okay, so I just clicked off of that last one, and that was the last comment I read on there. That was pretty funny. All right, Jank, what are we doing here? Like, are you doing the thing here, like, or is this just clickbait?
There is no crime. There are no gangs. They're not in Colorado. They're not taking over any apartments. They're not doing anything wrong. I'm like, guys, what are you doing? No, we want to.
Oh boy.
There's no need to like pretend that crime doesn't exist, and there's just all sorts of nonsense talk. And then that got put on the Democratic Party, even though Joe Biden didn't say any of that. He winds up at -26 because people actually.
Ugh. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. What the fuck? It really is as bad as like people were making it out to be. The weird thing is, because I don't watch TYT anymore, that has been kind of like, huh. Hold on. I got a update on this. Indians have started bombing Pakistan. Reminder that there's no evidence whatsoever, certainly nothing provided by India that suggests Pakistan or even Kashmiris were involved in the Palgram attack, or Palgam. Jeez, can't fucking talk. Keep adding an R. Alrighty, and then is Sky News back yet? No. Do want an update on that. Give me 1 second. Jury selections. Oh, you know what? Let's do a, so if there is a full-on war, who do we think is winning? Yo, I don't actually, like, again, I don't know, like, enough, about, like, this conflict. I don't know enough about the two powers involved, so let's do a, let's see. Is there... There is. Perfect. All right. We here at High on Politics like to check out infographic occasionally. It's rather simplistic, but it is also an infotainment way of getting updates on this. So this is 5 years old. Mind you that this is 5 years old. So let's check this out. I'm from Pakistan. Hey, you have other countrymen in chat here. Holla Chad. How you doing, Holla Chad? Welcome, welcome. So yeah, let's get the breakdown. As I said, this is 5 years old, so it might be a little outdated, but I think we'll get the gist.
It's the conflict that many have called a possible prelude to World War III, and one that's already played out multiple times over the last 70 years. India versus Pakistan, a clash of powers that, if both sides fully committed to, would be the largest armed conflict since World War II. But which side really has the upper hand? And what would a conflict end up looking like between these two intense rivals? India and Pakistan's relationship is a rocky one, to say the least, with both sides feuding against the other ever since Britain pulled out of the region after World War II and created the two separate states. All matter of border and culture conflicts resulted in a neighborhood commonly called the most dangerous in the world. A potential conflict zone more likely to result in all-out war than even the borders between NATO and Russia, or even China and Taiwan. Historically, Pakistan has suffered repeated defeats in its wars against India, although it's also achieved key strategic smaller-scale victories amongst the no-man's land that borders the two nations. In the early 2000s, a new security partnership with the United States made many Indians nervous, as it was believed such a partnership might lead to an influx of American military equipment and training, greatly improving the capabilities of the Pakistani military.
I do think that we could bring a little bit of civilization.
Soon, though, American
intelligence
officials
we brought a little bit of tea
realized that
don't
Pakistan
even
was
taste as
double
good as
dealing
your
them,
tea.
aiding Taliban forces in Afghanistan.
We're gonna take your tea and call it chai tea.
And even sheltering them
because we're redundant
from American strikes. Pakistan never had any interest in the Taliban being out.
Kanye's new song, he debuted it on Sneeko Stream
from Afghanistan,
he did.
despite taking hundreds of millions of dollars from the U.S. for its
the one that Piers was talking about?
Operation. For Pakistan, the
If
Taliban.
you guys are interested in the Piers Morgan side of this, I've already covered that, so you guys can go back in the VOD here.
Taliban was a vital strategic buffer between itself and Iran, whom hated the Taliban. It quickly became clear that the U.S. and Pakistan would not become close partners after all, and instead a growing relationship between the U.S. and India, the world's most powerful democracy and the world's largest democracy, put Pakistan on the back foot. Now the nation relies on its arsenal of nuclear weapons to fend off Indian forces, and continues to finance and aid terrorists to strike against Indian targets across the border. For its part, India's patience is running incredibly thin. And one more attack, such as that in Mumbai in 2008, which was coordinated by Pakistani intelligence, will almost certainly lead to a swift and overwhelming Indian response. In case of a war, Indian forces are over twice as large as Pakistan's, with a military made up of 1.444 million personnel versus 654,000. India's reservist pool is also much larger, with 2.1 million reservists able to be called up quickly into active service versus Pakistan's 550,000. However, India's much larger size versus Pakistan's means Indian reservists will take longer to call up, equip, and mobilize to the front lines versus Pakistan. So Pakistani reservists will almost certainly be India's own to the front lines. This will put incredible pressure on India's active duty forces at the onset of war. India's defense budget is about 6 times larger than Pakistan's, with 61 billion versus 11 billion. This allows India to operate far more mechanized forces than Pakistan, which only operates about 2 mechanized infantry divisions. The difference is also in equipment, though, with India fielding overwhelmingly more modern equipment than Pakistan. India's air force is also much larger than the Pakistani Air Force, with 2,123 aircraft versus Pakistan's 1,372. India's fighter fleet numbers at 538 versus Pakistan's 356. Although in any conflict, Pakistan will almost certainly be fighting defensively. This would allow Pakistan's air artillery to help neutralize some of that numerical disadvantage. And in a defensive war, India's large number superiority will actually put it roughly on par with Pakistan's fighter fleets once losses and denial from air artillery is accounted for. Where India truly holds the advantage, though, is in its fleet of 260 Sukhoi Su-30s, an extremely capable Russian fighter whose only real competition on the Pakistani side is the American-made F-16. While a modern F-16 is more than a match for a Su-30, not many of Pakistan's F-16s are fully modernized. To make matters worse, Pakistan only fields 76 of them. Most of the Pakistani Air Force is made of Chinese or joint Chinese-Pakistani fighters, and Chinese fighter designs are generally accepted as being inferior to either Russian or American designs. In the air, India will definitely hold the advantage. India fields a transport fleet that's 5 times greater than Pakistan's own fleet, with 250 various transport aircraft versus Pakistan's 49. Backed up with a helicopter fleet that's twice the size of Pakistan's, with 722 helicopters versus 346. India has a crucial advantage in air mobility that Pakistan can't match. This will make the movement of heavy equipment and infantry through the mountainous northwest border of India possible, and while easily defended, will favor an Indian offensive in the region. Air transport, though, will matter little to Pakistan as it'll be fighting a defensive war, hoping to bleed Indian forces, trading territory for casualties until the Pakistani army can counterattack. Still, the lack of mobility will mean Pakistani forces in the mountainous north will suffer greatly and likely be inevitably defeated. One area that Pakistan outshines India is in attack helicopters, with Pakistan operating 56 American Vietnam-era Cobras versus a fleet of 23 Indian attack helicopters. Pakistan would likely choose to use these in the mountainous north, as they'll make supporting its forces in the difficult terrain much easier. If India does not properly equip its mountain infantry with man-portable air artillery, it could face serious casualties, as Pakistani attack helos provide close air support. India's own fleet is so small it'll have limited to no utility, being easy fodder for Pakistan's own air artillery. Both nations, however, have so few attack helicopters that their air fleets will become depleted due to casualties and equipment breakdowns within the first week or two of serious fighting. The bulk of the fighting between the two nations will happen on land, and this means that the most important element of either nation's military will be its main battle tank fleet. Here again, India outnumbers Pakistan nearly 2-1, with 4,292 tanks versus Pakistan's 2,200. Both nations' tanks vary in modernity, but both nations' tanks are mostly very capable platforms. India's main tank is the Soviet-built T-72, with modern upgrades. Until Desert Storm, analysts feared that the T-72 would be a formidable threat to the American Abrams and the British Challenger. The short but intense war, however, showed that T-72s were all but utterly obsolete versus Abrams or Challengers, scoring not a single kill in the entire conflict, while American and British tanks decimated hundreds in return. Luckily, India won't be facing off against Abrams or Challengers in a war with Pakistan, as Pakistan's main battle tank is the Chinese-made Type 59. Basically a copy of a Soviet design, the Type 59 could not hope to cope with modern tanks performing even worse than a T-72 against modern American or British armor. But it could still pose a threat to India's T-72s. On the whole, though, India's tank forces would outperform Pakistan's own, and the ground war would almost certainly go to India in a pitched battle. India's own artillery forces also greatly outnumber Pakistan's, with over 4,000 artillery versus Pakistan's 1,226. This includes 266 multiple launch rocket systems versus Pakistan's 100, giving India far greater fire support capabilities than Pakistan. However, because Pakistan has the defensive advantage, its smaller numbers would initially not matter much in the first few weeks of conflict. Once India was fully mobilized, however, the overwhelming pressure of so much combat equipment would inevitably break Pakistan's back, unless the nation could score decisive victories with bold counterattacks and push itself into India. India's navy is also far more powerful than Pakistan's navy, with 285 vessels versus Pakistan's 100. This includes 1 Indian aircraft carrier, with Pakistan fielding 0. The ability to project air power out to sea would make it suicidal for Pakistan to seek a naval confrontation with India, and Pakistan's own ships would likely fight a defensive war close to the shore and not venture into the Indian Ocean at all. With 0 destroyers versus India's 10 and 8 submarines versus India's 16, Pakistan does not have a hope of winning a naval war. So how would a war play out between the two nations? Who would win? India's inability to respond properly to the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks led it to completely rethinking its war strategy against Pakistan. The terror attacks were quickly traced back to the Pakistan intelligence services, who had trained and equipped the terrorists, but the Indian military was unable to respond quickly enough to punish Pakistan for the attack without taking massive casualties. That's because by the time the link was discovered, Pakistani forces had already moved into defensive positions along the border with India. To prevent this from happening again, India focused on a warfighting concept it's calling Cold Start. The aim of Cold Start is to rapidly mobilize border forces to push into Pakistan and deny advantageous defensive positions to the Pakistani military, in effect opening up a corridor for follow-on Indian forces to pour through. The most important aspect of Cold Start, though, is to move rapidly enough and deep enough into Pakistan's territory that it'll deter the nation from using its tactical nuclear weapons arsenal against the Indian military. Currently, India operates under a strict no first strike policy and will only use nuclear weapons in retaliation. Pakistan, however, understands that it is the inferior power to India and thus maintains a defensive first strike policy, meaning that it'll use nuclear weapons in a defensive manner in order to fend off the superior Indian military. India's goal, therefore, is to push deep enough into Pakistan that it will deter the nation from using nuclear weapons on its own soil. This also means taking a limited number of objectives rather than going for a decapitation strike and eliminating the Pakistani leadership. Given the technological and numerological superiority of the Indian military, it's more than capable of carrying the strategy out, at least on paper. While India has plenty of experience fighting against Pakistan, it has never executed such a massive offensive, and it is unknown if it has the experience, expertise, and equipment to pull off such a massive logistics-dependent operation. If Cold Start were to fail, it would be a strategic disaster for the Indian military, as it would leave Indian forces bunched up on the border and at the mercy of Pakistani nuclear strikes. Of course, that would inevitably invite a nuclear response from India, further escalating the conflict. If Cold Start succeeds, though, Pakistan would be all but neutralized and forced to come to a peace table under India's terms. Removing nuclear weapons from the equation only makes an Indian victory even more certain. And it's sure that without Pakistan resorting to large-scale use of nuclear weapons, it cannot hope to stand against India's military. With few friends on the international stage thanks to its sponsorship of terrorism, Pakistan is also unable to call upon powerful friends to help it in case of war, although China might perhaps be interested in responding to Pakistan's call for aid. Given China's antagonistic relationship with India and the fact that India sits right on China's jugular in terms of trade routes that pass through the Indian Ocean, China's got a lot to gain from a military defeat and weakening of India. A Chinese intervention, however, would almost certainly draw an American one, coming to the defense of a strong international partner and fellow democracy. This would spiral the conflict from a regional one into a full-blown major theater war. While the end result would still almost certainly be a combined Indian-American victory, India's military would be hard
already the geopolitics have changed on that view,
pressed to pursue offensive objectives in Pakistan and hold off Chinese forces long enough for America to respond. Luckily, there is little favorable terrain for a major ground offensive from China into India or vice versa.
Yeah,
so India
would
have plenty of time to hold off Chinese assaults until American forces put pressure on China from the Pacific. In a stand-up one-on-one war, though, there's no doubt that India would win any conflict with Pakistan. Want to see more awesome military videos? Why not click on this video over here, or if...
That's kind of funny. Once the links go dead, that means that they have moved that from a different channel. Here, let me...
Actually, if you really think about it,
No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
This news couldn't have come at a worse moment for the White House when they were celebrating the fact
channel,
that
it's pure
Oman has
propaganda.
managed to broker a ceasefire between the United States and Houthi rebels in Yemen.
I
and
always
suggesting
take
that the world is
infographic with a
much
grain of
safer
salt.
place because Donald Trump is in the White House.
Trust me, you should see
We
their
know
stuff
that
on
President
Israel
Trump has
Palestine.
been focused on the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and been focused
good
on the
work, though,
conflict
and
in the
other
Middle
shit.
East, where he's heading next week on his first foreign trip since returning to the White House. His administration
I guess I would
will
say
be concerned
infographics
about the potential
good
for
if you
serious
already kind of have like a
between
skeptical like
countries
view on
with
things, and you're
nuclear
just like, well, I'm gonna look into that
But
a little
at the
bit
end
deeper.
of the day, his administration also has limited capability in terms of diplomacy.
David Blevins there. Now, Pakistan's information minister has told Sky News that his country would do all it could to defend its territory. Atullah Tarar was speaking to my colleague Yalda Hakim.
Well, find an argument out of me.
We've just received confirmed reports that India has attacked civilian targets, including a mosque and residential accommodation on 5 locations in Pakistan. And as per the initial reports, there are casualties, including women and children. The detailed damage assessment is being done.
I just got an update on the
And
MTG thing.
Pakistan,
Apparently, it's garbage,
has the
so
right to
I'm not missing
respond.
much.
Pakistan will respond, as I've said
good.
before. We had an
I was kinda,
apprehension that
I
India
hate to
will
say I was a
attack.
little worried about that, where I was just
Pakistan
like,
has never struck
kinda
first,
wanna
but
cover
we
it.
have the right to self-defense. And the way civilians have been targeted, and I have pictures and images of women and children who are badly injured in hospital. So civilian localities, accommodations, and a mosque which has been attacked. There were no terrorist camps. I myself took foreign journalists and local journalists to an area near the line of control, where India had alleged
Thank you for
that
the
there are
follow,
terrorist camps. You see, we are the
Rezos.
front-line state against terrorists.
Appreciate that.
How can we...
I'm just going to pick up on a couple of points, Mr. Atullah Tarar. You said that you've already received images of women and children who have been injured. This attack took place roughly about an hour or so ago. Will you be taking into...
fighter jet, and they shot down an Indian drone. None of that is confirmed.
Okay, so who's this?
None of that is
Agenda Free TV. Well, let's take a look at him. I'm not going to sub, because I'm not sure. Let's give him a shot. 24K watching, so he's got a decent viewer base. Gotta say. Fighting hurt in Kashmir after India attacks Pakistan. Are you just really... Is he literally just... He's got a more newsy setup than I do. I guess that's where I got fooled. Damn. It was an update. Right. I saw a couple videos.
Still waiting to get that live shot back. Hopefully we'll get it back soon. We got the live shot back. I have good news for you. The live shot is back. Okay. The live shot just came back.
My bad.
From Pooch
I didn't realize he was having a technical issue.
Here is the live shot.
Man. All right. That's my bad.
We're back.
All right. So
I need to take 1 minute. So, but the live shot is back.
Did you hear that? What is this? Kashmir? Shit, actually, yeah, here. You hear that? Here, guys, see if I can from what is this? The Indian...
I think we're hearing some booms, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
We're hearing some booms?
Yes, I mean,
we're hearing booms right
You're
now.
hearing these booms too, right? Like, and these are not just like...
Schnuba says explosions in the distance. Oh, yeah, we are.
Here.
I need a 1 minute myself.
Well, you take your minute here. We're gonna pick up where you were just leaving off. Turn this up. Yeah, dude. Holy shit. This is the live shot from Kashmir, guys. How the fuck are they even gonna go to get back first through China? They literally have nothing. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna check on my dog. If you guys didn't know, I have an older Labrador. She is yellow lab. She's 14 and a half years old, and unfortunately, she is on hospice. So, more likely gonna have to say goodbye soon. So, I am checking on her constantly. Dude, let me tell. When we talk about USA, we are about the most advanced military in the world. Largest nukes, reliable, blah, blah, blah. Country. Kashmir is genuinely a cool place, though, not gonna lie. I advise everybody to go when they're crazy shit. Was that an actual... Was that a shell? Or... That's... Dude, that sounded like a fucking thunderstorm. These guys don't seem bothered. Here we're gonna keep with this, but we're also here. I'm gonna also bring up Sky News. No, back to I'll just pick this. All right, I gotta go check on my dog real quick. I'll be right back. Also, here, you know what? I should probably drop this. I'm trying to raise money for my mom's memorial. My mom passed unexpectedly about a month. Oh, Jesus, almost 2 months ago. Oh, over 2 months ago, man. So this is the link for that. I appreciate any help on that end, and yeah. If you guys haven't already, please like the stream. It really helps me out, and subscribe to the channel. I mean, you heard that. Wow, right? Like, that's definitely, like... Oh, it's crazy just to hear the birds chirping, too. Okay. All right, I will be right back. Oh. What up, Ruben? We need one of those GeoGuessr people. You guys are all looking over here. Move. Move the camera. Move the camera. Let's get a live update from Twitter. All right. America, Israel, India have really good equipment. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go to Sky News again.
This group, the Resistance Front, is believed to be a splinter group of Lashkar-e-Taiba, and they are the ones who claimed responsibility for what happened on the 22nd of April in Kashmir.
Watching a live stream of a war, what a crazy time.
Is fighting this war against terrorism. And no group has claimed any responsibility. And this area is a good 200 kilometers from the Pakistani line of
I'm
control.
actually eating popcorn.
This Pahalgam area. And you see the FIR, the first information report by the Pahalgam police was registered within 10 minutes of the incident. The police arrived after 1 hour 30 minutes. And when the victims were bleeding, I saw a video of one of the sisters of the victim saying that her brother was bleeding and nobody came for 1.5 hours. India has no evidence whatsoever to link Pakistan to this incident. But India has attacked civilians, women and children today without any justifiable cause. And because we have the right to self-defense, we will defend our country. We will respond because India ran away from the investigation. When our Prime Minister offered an investigation into the matter, then why run away? We even offered to the friendly countries like the United Kingdom to join in the investigation. We told the international community that an investigation will reveal the facts, but I think it's the right-wing BJP, which is against the Muslims, against the Sikhs, which has persecuted minorities, and they wanted a reason to attack Pakistan, and without any evidence, they have done so. But Pakistanis, we have a high morale, and we will respond back to Indian aggression, and the response is ongoing at this point in time.
Well, the reason, like I said, that India has pointed the finger of blame because of your country's history and links with different terrorist organizations, which, as I said, in the last Trump administration, they cut military aid. Your country was on a grey list for a number of years, including just a few years ago, Osama bin Laden was discovered near a military base in Pakistan in quite an affluent area. US Navy SEAL Special Forces conducted that operation without telling Pakistan, who were their allies at the time, working with them in the war in Afghanistan, because they couldn't trust the Pakistani defense and intelligence and military establishment. And so because of Pakistan's reputation in this area, that is why Indian officials have said, based on the information they have, they've pointed the finger of blame on Pakistan because the Resistance Front, a splinter organization linked to Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is linked to the ISI in Pakistan, is believed to be behind this attack.
Oh, okay.
I deny these allegations completely. And
isn't it crazy that we can live stream not only war but multiple wars at once, like some sort of fucked up reality TV show, which is, I do believe, we are alien TV, unpaid suffering animals.
We are fighting terrorists day and night. Our western region, our western borders, all over, Pakistan is facing terrorist attacks every second week. If you're talking about the history, the Soviet invasion, the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union at that point in time, well, that was a different story. But
I was talking about 2009 when Osama bin Laden was there, or 2021 when the Taliban returned to power in Afghanistan. It was with the support of Pakistan that they were able to do that. Very strong intelligence.
No, that was very far away from the site where he was recovered. The point is that without Pakistani intelligence, right now, these ongoing operations, they would probably fail. And I think President Donald Trump has made himself very clear in the State of the Union address when he has thanked Pakistan for their efforts in the war against terrorism, for capturing wanted terrorists, and for the good fight that we are fighting, not only for ourselves, but for the whole world. So no other country has to its credit 90,000 lives. Politicians, military men.
We got a new one. There we go. CNN
Early
finally
today
jumping on
with
it.
breaking news. India launching a military operation targeting what it calls terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Those the sounds of explosions during those strikes. India says it struck 9 targets, adding that none of them are Pakistani military facilities. A Pakistani military spokesperson says the country will respond to those attacks, adding that at least 3 people have been killed in the Indian strikes. This comes after gunmen killed 26 people in Indian-administered Kashmir last month.
Doc, he did. 100%. I know that you're trying to be funny, but he actually was in India when the first attack happened.
India blamed Pakistan for those attacks. Nick Robertson is live now in Islamabad, and it's worth reminding our viewers that these are 2 nuclear-armed nations that have fired at each other before. Tell us what the situation is now and concerns about escalation now.
There's a real concern about escalation. Pakistan vowed that if India attacked, that they would respond. That was part of their military doctrine. They believe, and I've been speaking over the past few days with very senior security officials here, and they believe that this incident inside Indian-controlled Kashmir, where 26 civilians were killed, that India blamed on Pakistan, that Pakistan denied, they believe that this had now come, the relations with India had now come to a moment, a defining moment, where Pakistan needs to take a definitive stand, because India has threatened to cut off water supplies coming down 3 major rivers, vital, existential. Security officials describe the water from those rivers. So this is the sort of context to why this is.
That's when they threatened military or nuclear action.
Is at a moment of
was when they threatened the water
potential escalation. Pakistani security officials are saying that they are right now, their air force right now is in the throes of delivering what they describe as a crushing blow to India as a response for this strike. Previously, when I've spoken with Pakistani officials over the past few days, they've said that if India's retaliatory strike, which they thought was coming, they said if it just came in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, that would be something that would be more easily tolerable than striking Pakistan proper, if you will. At least 2 of the strikes we understand this evening, and we're getting these early details, are in Pakistan proper. This tells me, from what the officials have been speaking about, that this will demand from the Pakistani side a much higher level of response. Again, this speaks to the potential for escalation. How does India respond to this? One of those strikes in Murad K inside Pakistan proper was literally just about 20 miles from the border with India. So for their fighter jets, if that's what it was, to come over and strike, that was a relatively easy operation. However, these strikes have been on the audible, if you will, outskirts of Islamabad. Our cameraman here with me, Javid, his house is about an hour from where we are in the center of Islamabad. His house shook. There were 2 loud explosions, he said, and his house shook from those explosions. So that gives you an idea how close some of the strikes have been to Islamabad, perhaps about 50, 60, 70 kilometers away. The other explosions I was describing that have happened elsewhere in Pakistan have also been near the major city of Lahore, the sort of very outer reaches of that. So again, these are very strong signals, if you will, that the Indian military is sending to the Pakistani government. Again, it speaks to the potential for escalation. We have to wait and see what Pakistan's response is. What it's been, they describe it as crushing. We don't have details yet, and therefore what India may do after that. Jim?
Nick, I wonder, given that India's strikes, and this is notable to your point, struck both inside Pakistan-controlled Kashmir and inside Pakistan proper, is it reasonable to expect that crushing blow, as Pakistani officials are describing it, might do the same in kind? That is, strike inside Indian-administered Kashmir, but also perhaps inside India itself?
I think there's a genuine potential for that. And the military here have released pictures of some of the victims of the overnight attack from India. And the first assessment of the Pakistani military here is that they only have civilian casualties. And some of the images they released show women and children blooded and inside a hospital. So again, the fact that women and children have been injured beyond military-age males is going to, if you will, ratchet up the potential for response. Now, Pakistan's military is describing the casualties that they've seen so far as civilian casualties. It's unclear to me whether Pakistan would strike back at military targets or if they would strike back beyond that. If they strike back at military targets, there's a potential that escalation doesn't get out of hand. But this is, the tensions have been hugely high. The Pakistani security officials believe this is an existential moment. The fact that the water to the country that powers a lot of the electricity generation here, that's absolutely vital, it's vital for agriculture. They feel that as an existential issue, and therefore their response was going to be accordingly strong from that perspective. It's very unclear to me where it will go from here, but the language has been very, very clear. If you track it, and I've been coming here for about, well, over 25 years. I first came here when Pakistan and India were fighting another one of their major skirmishes, which killed thousands of troops high in the Himalaya mountains inside of Kashmir, the Kargil battle that lasted several months. The language has become much harder and tougher in Pakistan from the military since then. This is an army, remember, that's been fighting an insurgency on their western border that has actually become increasingly ferocious as the security situation in Afghanistan has deteriorated and Islamist militants have used Afghanistan as a base and attacked into Pakistan with ferocity, that the army here over the past couple of decades has become tougher and stronger militarily in their ethos, in their outlook, and one can even say in their leadership. So there is a very strong and toughened military from the Pakistan's perspective, but also from the way their leadership evaluates the battle space and relation with neighbors. It's quite, in military terms, it's a tough leadership right now.
And Nick, drawing on your experience of previous high points in tensions, just personally, I remember being in India and Pakistan some 20 years ago in the 2000s when there was concern that there might be an escalation even to a nuclear exchange. Granted, just concern, and of course that didn't come to be. But place this current standoff in recent historical context in terms of how severe the tensions are today.
To give it a sort of try to give it a simple context here, you have a tougher and, if you will, more forward-leaning military. You have a military that, in the estimation of most Pakistani civilians, has a big influence in the running of the country. So there's that perspective. It's a tougher, more forward-leaning, more robust outlook, and national security decisions would reflect
Rebel
that.
Twitchy. How you doing?
That this
my general
tension
take
has
is,
been growing, as you
I'm
say, it's unresolved for 75
kind of
years
learning in
since
real
the
time
dispute
about
over
it.
Kashmir left
If you're looking for
unresolved
me to
in
take sides,
1947
that's
after
not
the
happening
British
because I really don't know
Empire
enough about this.
basically divided India into two countries, Pakistan and
seems
India.
very, very parallel
Pakistan, of
to
course,
the
Muslim majority, India, Hindu majority.
Palestine
They fought
situation.
three
It
major
seems like they
wars
literally took the
in the
playbook.
intervening period. 71 was one of the biggest, and various skirmishes as recently as 2019 and more subsequently. But in the outlook of where the situation is, it is the fact that India has decided to shut off water from these three major rivers that feed Pakistan's agriculture, therefore economy, therefore more than 200 million population, and power generation, which is vital, particularly in the summer when it gets extremely hot. It's needed for air conditioning,
Pakistani and also neutral
running industry. So
all the
these are
information is still come out.
existential issues for Pakistan at the moment, and that's, I think, that
Well,
will
welcome. I appreciate you being
underpin
here.
the thinking and has been expressed to me by very senior security officials here.
Well, I have a feeling that North Korean involvement on the Ukrainian war is a preparation for something bigger with South Korea, especially given the whole world tension that we're having right now. Yeah.
That
Actually, they were just talking about that.
the water issue is key. And I think just to give a little bit of additional background on the water, this is something that was
I was
being
just looking through something to find this, and there was something about that.
litigated in courts in recent months. And the Pakistani perception is that India had been looking for a legal way to abrogate the terms of that Indus Water Treaty signed in 1960, had been looking for a legal way to do that in recent months, and had taken this particular killing of 26 civilians as a rationale and reason to immediately jump to that position. So this is something that Pakistan has seen coming, and therefore they believe that this is not just a sudden decision by India, it's something they're pushing for.
Thanks for the follow.
Doing for
Appreciate
some
that.
time. Nick Robertson.
Dude, man, powered by dudes.
Thanks so much.
Nice. What up, Squishmallow? How you doing? Good to see you. All right, now I'll move my chat back. Sorry, guys. That whole video was like taking place right there, so I was kind of like, you know what? Let's take a look in the. Here's the live shot. Got the audio back up. Glad I did. Shit, dude. Okay, like that just literally. I just felt that in my tum. I felt that in my tum, man. Oh. Yo, I get sick in bed for one day and the whole world is burning. What happened? What the hell is happening? Yeah, I know, dude. On a Tuesday. It's a fucking Tuesday. I don't know why, but this is bothering me. The fact that it's all happening on a Tuesday. It's not even the middle of the week. Jesus, guys, like, dude, I'm actually like, I don't feel good right now. Every like boom now, I'm kind of like, oh my god. Hey, Robin, what's up? I'm just covering, I don't know, what could possibly be the start of, WW3. So I don't, oh man, this is fucking wild. I'm gonna nervously laugh right now. Oh, this is a live look in Kashmir right now. So yeah, this is India, Pakistan live. India attacks Pakistan, and this is in Poonch. Indian administered Kashmir. I don't think America will get involved in this. Well, you never know. You never know how I'm feeling. And I might just say, who cares? I'm going to help Modi. Because all it takes is for Modi to just be like, Mr. Trump, suck your nuts. And then he'll just be like, listen, Modi, listen, I'll take it. I hope you like Cheetos because that's kind of what my balls taste like. 6 Indian jets were shot down. 6. It's up to 6 now. It's up to 6. It was at 2. It was at 2. It was at 2. How many nukes do India and Pakistan have? Trump will tariff their conflict. I tell you what, it's a 187% chance that that's gonna happen. I just saw it. God, I hate having dyslexia because when I see something, it's like, fucking Christ! Oh my God! Yeah, this is America modus operandi, not to get involved. Yeah. I mean, we've been kind of doing it, this is how we circumvent Congress is, I got a bunch of private contractors. Wait a minute, they're totally soldiers. Wait a minute, WW1 started on Tuesday. You mean 3? Who are you now, Donald Trump? World War I. There were definitely no other world wars since then. I don't know what you're talking about. This is the first one to ever happen. Come on. Are people getting the fuck out of here? Pakistan also destroyed Srinagar Air Base and also captured 14 soldiers. What? Dude, where are you getting this information? Because you're getting this information a lot faster than I am, and I every news source on from India and Pakistan, and on top of that, I also have the Russian propaganda site, and I also have like Exxon. So where are you getting this info? I appreciate this. My dad was in the army. Oh, okay, cool. Have you ever seen an animated short, The Big Snip? No, I have not. They did attack the airport already, told you? Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, Doc. I appreciate having you guys in chat. Holy shit. Let's watch that right now. Airbase, not airport. Oh, okay. Here. I'm just gonna get my news from Young Wolf Envy now. Yeah, I mean, Jesus. Young Wolf Envy, yeah, thank you for popping in here, but also, yeah, I mean, you are just, holy shit. It's got, no, yeah, Steven, I was about to say, there's no way it's not. It's beautiful there. That, dude, okay, I remember during the Ukrainian conflict, I kept looking at the main square in Kyiv, and I was just like, holy shit, it's beautiful. I want to go there so bad. And, like, my buddy actually lives in Kyiv. Like, he actually, not sure if he's watching this or, I know that sometimes he does, but congratulations on the new baby. But also, yeah. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I might not go to India for a while. It seems like that's kind of the general consent. I mean, somebody had just said that. I forgot who. Said it in chat that it's like, yeah, Kashmir would be a great place to go visit when this is not happening. Hey guys, I think I have a sudden interest in visiting the super cold region called Kashmir. Everybody seems to be fighting over it. I mean, Jesus, dude. We'll wait till the war is over because every other airport is closed in both India and Pakistan. Oh yeah. Young Wolf, you said your pops is in the military without saying too much. What side of the conflict is he on? Get the fuck out of my way! Oh, see, that sounds like America over there. All right, here. Sky News. Let's go to Sky News.
The case, in fact, on my program just a few days ago, I interviewed Pakistan's defense minister,
I appreciate the follow.
who admitted that Pakistan has a policy of funding and backing terrorist organizations. But he said,
no, I think I'm gonna stay here. What the? Yeah, we're gonna continue watching from here. Thank you for the follow, Young Wolf Envy. I appreciate that. feel bad because I'm not doing like my normal news content. I hope you guys know that this is usually like I usually do like American politics and news, but I do world events and world news as well, as you can see. I also covered the California wildfires. I covered that too. I covered that, 2 weeks past what most people were too? Because people, dude, it was insane how many people were just like, I'm just going to do that. Like, Pep Talks TV, well, this gets more viewers. Yeah, no shit. Let me give you some inside intel as well. Pakistan will also target soon in the morning. Hey, careful! You're careful. Like, I don't know what that means for TOS, and I'm a little bit like, ow, I don't know what's going on. What did you discuss in the Met Gala? Super important stuff. What's up, bro? That's not tragic. I don't know. Did you see? Oh my God. This is live, guys. This is live. We are watching this. This is real time. Holy shit. Yeah, I gotta retitle this. This is nuts. India bombs Pakistan. Pakistan retaliates. Live shots from Kashmir. Random explosions. I don't want you to blow your eardrums out. I don't have my headphones on. I actually kind of glad that I don't, because I'll be honest, man. There was the one that when I exited off the screen when that boom hit, man. Like, yeah, I felt a slight shake on my desk where I was just like, holy shit. Modi has a bad case of ED, huh? Uh-oh. Are there any concrete reasons for the situation yet? I mean, King Zuko, they're saying that like this was stemming from the conflict, but like this is a retaliation to India for attacking 9 installations that they claim are terrorist cells, but it's coming out all over social media right now that no, they in fact hit civilian areas. A 10-year-old girl, she got hit. I'm not sure if she passed, but that total increased to 8 on the Pakistani side. Okay. This has been a long time coming. I have said since Russia invaded Ukraine, of course, and of course Gaza, Modi was taking notes. Well, the thing is, he's not even trying to hide it. They're literally doing like verbatim what fucking Netanyahu did. That's why this also makes me go like false flag, like, because I'll be honest, October 7th, that was the first thing that I thought. Yeah, death toll was 8, including 3 children. That's what I thought. I highly doubt it's not higher. What source is this? Right now, I am watching India, Pakistan live. Here, I'll just live. It's called live stream events. Coming out that India hit civilian areas and seemingly random forests, claim that they were hitting terrorist HQs. Yeah, I mean, that's what keeps coming out from the Indian side. India is now fucked. This was a bad move, to be honest. Pakistan will now do whatever he wants. Who's winning? Well, this isn't a... Dude, the conflict... This started in real time. This went from like, oh, this was just a few, you know... like just a few attacks to like now they're doing full-on retaliation. Like, dude, the bombs are going off in Kashmir. Like, they are shelling Kashmir right now. We've heard multiple hits and seen multiple hits. Watching from Spain, this is crazy. I have to think both sides. Yeah, they both have. Yeah, and the thing is, we just watched this. Pakistan, and this goes back a while, has literally said like, "Oh, we already are on the back foot. You know how you guys said that you're just gonna escalate if we do this? Well, we didn't say that. We won't." Those are gunshots. Is India sending more? When, let's not. I mean, there's an article about the updates from the Guardian so far. Pakistan death toll raises to 8. A Pakistani military spokesperson has told Reuters and AFP news agencies that the death toll from the Indian strikes on the Pakistani side has risen to 8 civilians. 2 further people have been reported missing and 35 injured in the strikes. A spokesperson reported up to 24 strikes across 6 locations. Pakistan has already said if you escalate, we will use. Yeah, I know. They won't, only as a last resort. The thing is, absent cry, I'm not sure how much I agree with that. Their resolve seems pretty strong on that end. I'm being very cautious with this one. Really, but maybe lower your Sorry, I increased the audio on the video so we can get all that, but yeah, man. My bad, I didn't know that it was that hard to hear me. Oh, shit, I didn't realize that was set to 80. My bad. So is this just a 2-country war disguised under terrorism retaliation? Yeah. Well, yeah, because this conflict has been boiling over for a long time. We watched a video from 2019 that I had already, I had remembered where I was just like, I remember watching the infographic on this, even though, again, infographic, we have covered this, and I have covered this extensively on my channel, even though I do watch a lot of their content. I admit, and I know that it is very propagandistic, and it is essentially, U.S. propaganda for children to get that, or not even just children, for people that are curious and they're just like, well, I want like a Cliff's Notes version on the conflicts going on. So Pakistan and India combined 1.6 trillion people live in these 2 nations. If it does go, it will be the worst atrocity in human history. India was just flexing with the power, but this will backfire badly. We're gonna lose anyway, but we're taking you with us. That's yeah. Yeah, man, I am way low. What the fuck? Game, there we go. Master audio 100. Test. Nope. Test. Test. Ah, there we go. Increase volume by 1. Test. There we go. Thank you. If that sounds fuzzy, let me know. The goal is to rule Kashmir, just like the Led Zeppelin song explains. I may need to fact check. I appreciate you saying that because I almost was just like, oh, I need to go listen to Led Zeppelin again. Oh, geez, no way. This is just a political affair. Well, I mean, political affair with lots of people dying. If China does invade or does that and Korea invades, we have a huge problem. Guess I'm not going to India this summer. I don't think so, Squishmallow. I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably not. This is sad. Yeah. As fascinating as this is, I'm currently hooked on Andor, so I gotta hit this massive J and go watch it. Nice, nice, nice. I do not blame you. I actually just caught up on Andor over the weekend here, so. It's just Game of Thrones, yeah. Okay, let's see if I can find some live coverage. Give me 1 second. Oh, Sky News went to break. Supreme Court. What do we got here? Trump officials to meet with Chinese counterparts on trade economic matters. I will be the biggest salesman for vacations to Kashmir. I guarantee that you will have. Oh my God! Yikes! I'm gonna keep this audio on behind me while I search for this. EAUSP, I appreciate you following. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Might be a little soon for the joke. I was about to say, bro, like I'm not usually opposed to making a few, jokes here and there, but that made me that made me blush. So I'm just gonna say, that was quite the time. Oh shit! Oh, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. Thank you. Hey, we're 20 minutes out from the 420 fun half. Today we're gonna just do, celebrate the 420 and then continue covering this because this is important. Let's get an update from Twitter. Indian Armed Forces have struck 9 sites. Here we go. India fighter jets, RFR, and Su-30 shot down by Pakistan Air Force. Su-30 shot down. Here's the footage. Source Sky News from May 7th. Oh shit. Oh, I can't show that. Never mind. That's definitely not okay. Let's go to Sky News real quick. We'll go back to this in a minute.
10 kilometers of the India-Pakistan border.
I didn't know
India's military has released
you before
a
this
statement. It says,
live. The situation
ago, the
horrible, and your coverage doesn't seem one-sided. It's also I heavily nice. Well, then you are in the right place. And no, I mean,
from where terrorist attacks
I admit my bias is politically. I'm a leftist, but at the same time, I try to report from like the center of things. Not even just the center. I try to be objective.
And non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military
facilities born and raised in Canada.
India
though.
has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Method of execution. These steps come in the wake
Pakistan
of the
will not sit
barbaric
quiet.
Pahalgam terrorist attack in
Careful.
which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those
people have called me a humanist, but I'm technically a pacifist that just values
there will
life.
Be a detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor later today.
I'm not so quick to dehumanize people. I'm not even going to say anything here. Just here to watch.
He says
it's okay.
the deceitful enemy has carried out cowardly acts at 5 locations in Pakistan.
Rather not share them. It's fine. I'm not going to.
Pakistan has every right to give a full and strong response to this act of war imposed by India.
I'm packing my bags and moving to New Zealand.
Given. The entire nation stands with the armed forces of Pakistan, and the morale and spirit of the Pakistani people are high. The Pakistani nation and the armed forces of Pakistan know well how to deal with the enemy. We will never allow the enemy to succeed in its nefarious objectives. Our India reporter Neville Lazarus has the latest.
Well, at the moment, from India, we've had that statement from the Defense Ministry and the government saying that this is what they've conducted on 9 sites. Just to add to that, from the defense ministry, it did say that over the last fortnight,
I banned him.
India has been waiting for Pakistan to
Coming into my chat with a name like that, and he expects to just be like, yeah, okay.
to take action against terrorists and their infrastructure, but instead Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India. The Indian National Security Advisor has spoken and praised the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio of these attacks that India has conducted across the
Should
border.
be banned from Twitch entirely. Yeah.
We have had this ratcheting up of tensions between the two nuclear-armed neighbors since the attack that took place on the 22nd of April in this sort of beautiful touristy town of Pahalgam, where gunmen,
or don't have that name at all.
Alleged, had come and started shooting the men in this meadow. Of the families were enjoying this sort of holiday in this beautiful part of Kashmir. Some were even brought together, gathered up, and the men were shot. And significantly, India has named this Operation Sindoor. Now, Sindoor is the sort of red vermilion which married women wear in the hairlines on their head to signify a marital status, and many were widowed in that attack, and therefore India has very significantly named this as Operation Sindoor.
Yeah, I'm surprised Automata a lot. I was actually kind of surprised by that too.
And it's been ratcheting up from the highest authorities. Prime Minister Modi talking of retribution and revenge, and will punish the terrorists and their backers to the ends of the earth. So both sides, the tensions had increased incredibly. There were calls by international leaders to dial down these tensions. It was during that period of the attack when
I have a friend that's hoping this goes, because he wants to see the world burn.
Was on an official visit to
the weird part is, guys, like, I know that I've said this, and I'm gonna just clear this up right now, despite like the fact that it is a joke. Listen, my whole world is pretty much crumbled around me, like, for real. As far as, like, my mom died randomly, and that was like, you would think that I'd be the most nihilistic person, and I have been struggling with that because I kind of have that mentality sometimes, especially when I see this shit. And then, like, watching Sneeko today with Kanye West, it did make me just go, oh, these are the people who succeed? Like, fuck this. Like, fuck this world. But then I came back around and just went, no, don't do that.
In the country, there has been this sort of some sort of retribution and revenge to be taken for this horrendous
How old is he?
On tourists.
Honestly, I'm noticing that younger people, like, I'm not sure, like,
left out of
I'm not sure what the fuck it is, but I have definitely noticed that people, like, that are around their, like, the age of, like, if they're under the age of 25 and they're on Twitch and, like, they're saying this kind of shit, I fundamentally do think that it's because, like, they were on Twitch and, like, they've just been doing this for the past 10 years and their brain is broken. Because you should not, like, I'm lucky that I'm 38 and that's when I finally got into this shit. He's in his 30s and 40s, then he really doesn't have much of a fucking excuse. Never mind. Fuck this guy.
Sort of a mock drill of any sort of retaliation.
What's wrong with him?
That Pakistan.
Is he a lonely, like, is he lonely?
India.
Is he a hateful person?
This was already,
only Thanos can save us now, or that German. What the fuck?
In for this evening. There's also been sort of drills.
Very sorry for your loss. Truly appreciate how you handle it. Thank you.
Later on, from
Plays
Wednesday
into
night,
anime girls and German stuff. Unfortunately, he is my
Rajasthan,
cousin, and I
which
have
is,
to put up with
the
him.
south of Kashmir.
Hate when that shit happens.
And which would happen
Not
for
necessarily.
at least 48 hours now by the
You can
Indian
cut family
Air
off.
Force. There's been series of meetings between the Prime Minister, his Cabinet Committee for Security, sort of an equivalent of Cobra back in the UK.
Okay. Go back to this. There was another hit. Damn. He's into girls frontline religiously. What? Send her cousin to India. He will taste some The fuck? The stream fucking crashed. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Actually, there's people in the chat are literally saying like, did they get hit? Fuck, man. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Whoa, bro, like they are legit here. That or they lost comm. Bro, I got scared. I thought all hell was breaking loose. I think they got hit, homie. Yeah, because it dies right here. Hold on. Let me find that one guy. Maybe his camera got hit. I don't know. Here, let's see what the other guy's doing. I forgot his name already. Shit. Agenda free. Oh no, he's got it. The fuck? Oh, they started a new stream. Hold on.
You know, I wonder if the camera's not moving because they're inside. Oh no, the camera's moving now. RDS says he's saying to stay inside. A number of our viewers were saying that the announcement was for people to stay inside. That's what a bunch of our viewers said.
All right.
That they were saying stay inside.
How is he getting this coverage?
I'm going to guess that's what was said. I can't confirm that myself, but what is this?
Too many blasts for terrorism retaliation, yeah. Bartimus Gordon, I appreciate you following. Thank you. Welcome to the stream.
Yes. Guys, FJ at NatSecJeff said all locals should stay indoors and don't step outside. Okay? I'll post a link to his post. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's another one.
I just posted a link to at NatSecJeff. And he says that announcement said all locals stay indoors and don't step outside. Another one. Wow. Unbelievable.
Where the shit is he getting this live feed? Maybe I should get a bunker. Is that smoke? Yeah. No, this is, again, guys, like this attack is happening fucking live right now, and Man, this sucks. Live camera. $643, what?
We have seen a bunch of, looks like maybe artillery shells landing where the camera is looking at there in India-controlled Kashmir.
You gotta be kidding me.
You know,
right,
and
well,
while this is going on, you don't know what's going to happen when they're firing at each other. You could have an unintended target get hit, and
The U.S.
a
has
lot
the
of
best
people get
strategic
killed, and
position
then that
for a big
ramps
nation.
things up even more.
I mean, if you want to come and join us, we have a great country. We won't tariff you. We just might deport you. Especially if we had Canada down to Panama.
Yes, both of these countries have nuclear weapons. They both have nuclear weapons.
Oh, really? He licenses videos from RFP and Reuters. Oh, shit.
Thanks to Kate 89, by the way, more booms.
You have a link for what you are watching. Very smart. Very smart. Okay, fuck this. I think I got an idea.
More
Dude,
fighting.
those are gunshots. There we go.
Short while ago, we heard a loudspeaker announcement telling people to stay inside. Wow. Is that right in that area too, we just heard? We're going to see smoke come up from that one? I don't know. Don't see it.
Oh, wow. They just evacuated a condo in southern Florida. Imminent collapse. Okay. All right. Hearing gunshots is normal in Pakistan usually. Just people shooting off their roofs for fun or it's a wedding. Okay. Well, I mean, this doesn't seem like that's the case today.
We'll have to see what we hear about that.
Yeah.
Pakistan claims they shot some down, but no confirmation.
My friends are also Indians, but today they have turned their backs on me. Don't do that. I know it's easy to like start doing that, but unless they are literally saying like, you know, they turn their back on you, like I don't know, man. Because this is what they like. You do understand that this is what like your country, like your military wants. I don't care like what, but this is exactly what they want. They want you to feel a national outrage, and they want you to start hating the very people that you once loved. That
They turn their audio down.
it's all bullshit. Like honestly, man, like careful with that kind of stuff. I'm confused. Didn't India suffer from a terrorist attack from the Pakistanis, and now they have stated to have attacked terrorist bases? I'm confused why people have issues. Again, like, wow, Ackman, like, what is... It must be nice to just like hear like the official like explanation of something and just take that at face value, at least for things that are convenient for you, because that seems to be the case a lot of times. I see that a lot when covering Israel and Palestine, where it's like they will totally take the IDF propaganda machines, you know, at their word, but then they'll question everything that comes out that is pro-Palestinian. It's insane, and that's why I'm also like, no, guys, I've seen this before.
Indian-controlled Kashmir were killed by Pakistani shelling across the border.
Bro, that was an inside job, and they just blame Pakistan.
I can't confirm that either.
Well, the thing is, they're like literally they're saying that there is no evidence that like they can't find evidence that that was the case. But also, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that like no, it's impossible, because they have been having this conflict for a long time. What I'm not going to do is just be like, yeah, I'm pro-Palestinian. Don't get me wrong. I know. Well, I don't know that, but I wasn't just jumping down your throat. What I was saying though is just, yo, chill. Let me explain it a bit. Oops, Oops, I shared my opinion. I hate to say it, it's actually kind of funny. I swore I wouldn't share it, but I totally shared it. Oops. Well, now that you know. All right, guys. Well, let's smoke together. Fire up the bowls and let's go. Oh, even. Oh my God, my fucking. Oh.
FJ at NatSec Jeff points out that it's interesting they're not calling for evacuations yet. They've told people to stay inside.
Yes.
What is this?
Whoa. Did I say I was neutral? I'm literally learning about this conflict in real time, dude. If you're neutral on Israel, it just means you're not informed. I didn't say I'm neutral on Israel. Someone else did? Oh. I was about to say it. I'm people know my opinion. Hey, I'm Taro. Oh, yeah. You know what we can do while the world burns? At least we can, you know, burn part of the world and enjoy the effects that it gives us.
Whoa.
Dude. Yeah, I want this coverage back. Why the fuck did it turn off?
I'm just looking at, I'm trying to get you guys some more updates here.
Yeah, they're trying to get out.
The Indian Army will be giving a briefing in about 3 hours.
Did he leave a link in chat? Of course not. Why would he? Jesus, dude, this guy's got over 500K? Good for him. How have I never heard of this guy? Screw it. No, I'm just going through Google. That didn't work. It's okay, whatever. We're all just literally waiting for, like, more sound. Like, I hate this. This is the part that I don't like. It's because it's like, oh my god. Because you don't really know what's happening. No dog. So. My dog screwed off. It's just like, I'm done. I'm pro Stan. Me too. Stan's awesome. Waiting is nice. Let the brain rest. I was only stating my defense after was antagonizing me for being neutral in another foreign war. Oh. If my dad promised me a Lambo, so if he can't afford it, should I steal it and say it's mine?
So, this is kind of a strange... Well, no, that's not.
If you look at the chat history, you will see. I mean, yeah. Just give me a minute.
I'm just checking a lot of different sources here.
I'm simultaneously still trying to find. Jesus, dude. Because this is still live. Whatever he's watching is still live, and I don't know where the he's getting this. I'd much rather watch that than him. And I'm sorry to say that, but it's true.
A lot of horns. At some point soon, I'm going to eat something, but I'm going to keep the stream going. We've been on for a while covering this. I do need to eat something shortly, but even when I eat, I will keep the stream on the air. But we get to a point where I have to eat something.
Oh, okay. This wasn't the original video then. My bad. Wait, me? Honestly, if the British can just draw their maps correctly, half these... I mean, I watch Map Men a lot, and I can tell you they have covered this. So maybe that's what we'll watch for the fun video tonight.
What's that announcement?
Now we're blaming the British. Dude, always blame the British. When all else fails, blame the Brits. They fucked a lot of things up, okay? They fucked up my country, you know. That doesn't have to worry about that. Chimichanga incoming. Ooh, yeah. Chimichanga time. Chimichanga. That's my chimmy dance. As a Spaniard, always blame the Brits. See? It's always a safe bet, guys. Always a safe bet. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I do have some viewers from the UK. I am sorry, Genie Bottle. If you were listening, I personally apologize to you for, I know that... Wait. They're making an announcement?
Anyone know what that means?
I didn't hear. Can't hear it. As an American, I always default to blaming the Brits. Nice.
India TV, which is an Indian news outlet, India TV claims that Pakistan has been targeting posts of the Indian Army and the houses of civilians in Kashmir in response to the Indian attack on Pakistani sites. So again, India TV claims that Pakistan has been targeting Indian Army and civilian houses, Indian Army posts and civilian houses in Kashmir. That's what they say.
Okay. They literally started worshiping a cow when Moses was going for 5 minutes. How did they remember the land was promised to
them? I have a news update for you.
You do know, like, dude, I remember kind of making that joke when I was in, my early classes, and they would talk about Moses, and I was just like,
while on his
you
trip
do know
to
that
Saudi
he came down with those
Arabia,
10 Commandments,
that
and it was just
the
like, guys,
U.S.
what the
will
fuck?
now
And that's why
refer to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf
joke where he
or the
drops
Gulf
the tablet,
of Arabia.
Where it's just like, I
am not making
with
this
me
up.
15
I
commandments.
am reading the AP story right
10
now.
commandments.
President Trump plans to announce while on his trip to Saudi Arabia next week that the U.S. will now refer to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf or the Gulf of Arabia.
I love Gulf. When I saw that they called things
says
Gulf, I
Arab
was just like, wait, it's called
have
Gulf
pushed
of
for a
Mexico. That
change
just
to
will
the
not
name
do.
of
They
the
don't have
body of
beautiful
water
golf courses.
off
Just
the
like
coast
they
of
don't
Iran,
have Trump
while
golf
Iran
courses.
has
Therefore,
maintained
I
its
needed the
historic
Gulf of
ties to the
America.
Gulf.
You're lucky I didn't call it the Gulf of Trump. Let's be real. I may be joking a little bit, but one of my friends is saying that this war could also be about religion. That's what I've been hearing too. Pakistan is a Muslim nation, and India. Yeah, no, I know that there's definitely a religious aspect to this, or there could be. You know what? I have got to pee. So give me
More
one
boobs
moment.
right now.
Definitely noticing the effects of the little pot sesh. Thank you. Hey! Now I'm self-conscious. Thanks, dude. Dude, why you gotta be like that, dude? No, I gotta pee. So I will be right back. Chair stream for a minute.
Wow. Where was that?
Smart. Alright, I'll be right back.
We are watching a live shot of the sound, showing the sounds and fighting in Kashmir, which is a disputed territory. Part of Kashmir controlled by India, part of it controlled by Pakistan, and there has been fighting going on there for hours now after India attacked a number of targets in Pakistan and Pakistani-controlled Kashmir in response to what India claims was the Pakistani government supporting a terror attack on Indian civilians, Indian tourists in Kashmir on April 22nd. Pakistan denies that they played a role in that attack. Whoa. But India, this began with India launching a number of military strikes on Pakistan and Pakistan-controlled Kashmir hours ago, and after that, there has been a bunch of fighting going on in Kashmir.
Sorry.
Both sides making various claims about injuries and deaths and things shot down and so forth, and it's just unclear what the truth is. I don't know if that's outgoing fire we're hearing. Wow. I don't know why people are beeping. Maybe somebody's out there with an Indian flag or something and people are beeping at that person. I don't know. Thank you to Maggie's Adventures.
Oh, damn it. I just said, my bad, thank you.
Hearing some sirens right now.
I didn't realize I was muted, but I was saying, Stan. I came in during the Stan conversation. I was like, who's making fun of my dog? Don't make fun of my dog. And I just stated the rule where I'm like, say what you will about me. The dog's off limits. And thank you for letting me know sooner. It's okay. But no, I was also saying, if you guys are over on Twitch and you haven't subscribe to my channel over on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you guys did. It really helps me out. And if you're over on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Also, hit that like button, guys. Come on. It's free. Makes you awesome. Okay, now I'm just waiting with bated breath. Like, okay, let's, now I can go back and fire this. Let's find a live shot. Whatever we're watching live. India.
Pakistan called the initial India attack an act of war.
That's kind of funny. I mean, that's very American, I hate to say.
Mitchell Pilot says he's been to Mumbai and there's a lot of honking here. I don't know, maybe it's normal in this area too, I'm not sure. Thanks also, Shadows 6530. hearing more booms. It is 7:09 a.m. there. So what I'm going to do is we're going to keep the stream going. I'm going to take a couple minutes and put a little food in the air fryer. I got to eat something. I haven't even eaten lunch where I am.
That happens.
So,
that happens when you stream,
going.
man.
I'm going to disappear.
I'm
for a
lucky
couple
that I'm
minutes
getting, like,
and put some
I got
food
a
in the air
chimichanga
fryer.
on the way. So I plan on
just so it can
destroying that. So.
And then I'll come back while it's cooking. So, but we'll keep the stream going. Definitely.
Thank you. People love talking smack about the U.S. It's just how they're jealous and how awesome it's.
I'll put up 5 minutes.
Can I take that primo spot up up there? Oh wait, Steve will be back in 5 minutes.
I appreciate you being here. Also, thanks so much to our moderators as well. Very much appreciate all of them.
You ever plan on visiting
keep bringing
Canada?
You live coverage of this ongoing situation. So I'm going to leave the stream up. Give me about 5 minutes, and I'm coming. I'll be right back, and I'll keep an eye on this, and I'll be listening to it. I just got to put a little food in, so give me a few minutes.
I was about to say, THG's hot chicken. Actually, Toronto's more than likely we're gonna end up visiting again because I like me some Toronto. Done multiple hockey tournaments there, so. Peg talk. Hey now. You keep your kinks to yourself there. I don't kink shame, but I'm also not that curious. As I said, guys, if you guys can subscribe to the channel, it really does help me out over on YouTube. So if you guys can hit that over there. Oh, by the way, I also do have a link for Discord that you guys, if you guys are interested in joining the Discord. Discord's fun times. So. I adore Diddy, so don't mind, please. Diddy? Like Diddy? Like, ew. No. Tell me you're kidding. Yeah, actually, here. Let's do it. Join the Discord. Join the Discord. Give you that Discord link. It's exclusive, by the way. I don't give this link out to just anybody, so. The pacifist pothead, he deserves it. Do subscribe. This guy is pacifist pothead. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I thought there was somebody called the pacifist pothead. I was like, oh, dude took my gimmick. I legit got kind of mad. It's like, wait a minute. I bought this.
Okay, I heard that.
Actually from
I heard that.
Oh, shit, really?
So I just ran back in here. What was that? I'm not done yet, but I heard that. That sounded very close.
Yeah, I mean, not the car alarms. Are we gonna hear it though? The doggies.
Where the camera's moving now. Look, wow, right there, right near the camera. Whoa, very dangerous. I don't know how long we'll have this shot for. Look at that, unbelievable. Right near the camera. That is not far. Unbelievable.
I gotta go let my
I
dog
hope
out.
people
I'll be right
aren't
back.
hurt. I mean, that's right, very close.
I
That's
know,
a
I know. I'm coming.
densely populated area. I'm assuming this is artillery fire. I actually have to grab. Give me. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Oh, I've been given presents. I got some Chinese specials. The poor birds. You said that again. Didn't somebody already say that? I swear to God. Repeating jokes. It's okay, I do it all the time.
Crazy, another one right there. Wow, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at this. Look at this.
Dude.
Wow. Right there, right in front of them. Right in front of them.
Holy shit,
How long are they
man.
going to keep this stream? I don't know how long we'll have this stream for. This is very dangerous.
Yeah, well, mine already ended.
This is
I think
very
that I was
dangerous.
watching somebody else, technically. And they had to get out of there.
This is unbelievable. I mean, you can see there's a densely populated area.
Oh my God.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! You! Whoa! Fuck, guys.
What is that?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Where the fuck is he getting this?
I want to share a report from FJ, who I follow. He is at NatSecJeff, at NatSecJeff. I'll post the link to the report in the chat. He says there are, whoa. FJ says there are increasing indications that Pakistan may have indeed shot down a number of Indian aircraft. He says Indian media appears to be confirming that 3 jets have crashed on the Indian side. He found one report, so it's not clear. Whoa, we're hearing more explosions. Uh-oh. We might the feed paused. I don't know if we lost the feed or what. We'll have to see. But it just we got it back. No, we're back. It's back. The feed is back. Thank you, JAD, who says no winners in this war. But we are seeing some, looks like artillery hit right near the camera. FJ also reports that the Indian Air Force has taken control of the international airport in the capital of Indian Kashmir, Srinagar.
Seems like the world is going into full chaos mode.
FJ
it really
reports
does.
that the Indian Air Force has seized
Again,
control
guys,
of the
on a
airport
Tuesday.
in Srinagar, the capital of Indian
Like,
Kashmir,
M. Bison,
and that all
like,
civilian flight
I don't know, man.
operations have been
We should have looked at that, and he's like, and for me, it was a Tuesday. No? I guess bad people like Tuesdays. This is wild, though.
Let me take another minute. I'm trying to put some food in the air fryer. So give me a moment.
I love him. Trying to put some food in the air fryer.
I'll be right back. There's more smoke on the screen right there.
Yeah, it's like hard to leave your stream when this is going on. All right, Steve. Thanks. Damn it, I need to fucking find where he's getting this, guys. Help me. Help me. Help me find this. He's a dick and he didn't source it. Now I get to live react. Woo-hoo-hoo, it's all mine now. Yeah. That was a little cynical. Sorry, guys. I do have to eat. I am in this guy's same boat where it's just like, ooh. I have not been treating myself very well and not eating enough. So, I'm tired as fuck. It's 3:50, but I'm glued to this. Like, I can't fully process it. Again, this is how I legit like watch the Ukraine stuff go down, and I was up until like 4 a.m. I remember one night I like legit did not sleep. I was just like, holy shit. The fact that they're hitting all over. Right. Proportional retaliation. God, I'm getting really sick of hearing that fucking phrase. Sky News is back on its shit. I think we're gonna dump Sky News for now. Yeah, let's see if there's anything from like CNN or like, the American side of things. CNN. Nope. They only have the one source. Okay, that's crazy. What the fuck? This shit is happening live and it's just like, what is happening? What's the name of the live Kashmir footage you're watching? That's what I'm trying to find, man. All right, so it's in Poonch, but I don't know. The original one I was looking for. Yeah, no, I know. And you can't comment because he's in subscriber only mode, which you have to be a subscriber for like I think a full day before you can even talk.
Making some food in the air fryer
yeah,
because I haven't even had lunch yet. So we are bringing you ongoing coverage of the fighting.
The name of the video I'm watching. Oh, my bad. Agenda Free TV here. I'll link his channel.
You are looking at a live shot from Poonch in India-controlled Kashmir, where you can hear the explosions. And this really kicked off
looking for the follow.
When India launched a number of strikes hours ago on Pakistan that it said it was hitting terrorist targets in Pakistan. But Pakistan has responded, and
you're welcome.
Now there's fighting clearly going on in this part of Kashmir.
Clearly.
And we've heard reports about fighting in other parts of Kashmir as well. Kashmir is a territory disputed. India and Pakistan both claim Kashmir.
Yeah, definitely check out the YouTube link and subscribe over there. I really appreciate it. It helps me out a lot.
Just a few miles from the border.
Especially now, I'm at this weird point of with YouTube where they're just like, they've literally told me, they're just like, if you could get those likes up and those subs up, then you know you're right there. It's like, thank you for that.
Whoa, that was a big explosion right there.
Yeah, are they gonna move? I mean, they've already had to move twice. Are they honking to warn
Both of these
people?
countries,
What's
you see the
honking?
smoke on the right there. Both of these countries have nuclear weapons. They have been disputing and fighting over Kashmir.
You think
for
this is the only live broadcast? Well, shit. I guess I'm stuck.
This is the biggest, the most serious hostilities in years.
Oh my gosh! Thank you for gifting a membership, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, here, guys. If you guys want to claim a membership, you guys, if you're subscribed, just make sure that the abilities
seconds. I'll be back in 15
to turn
seconds.
ticket is turned on. Birds are confused as hell. I mean, yeah, where the fuck where are they going? It went to the Shadow Realm. I don't know why that keeps happening. Because I know for a fact we have a few people that don't have their subs and, like, throw their membership out.
Whoa, another explosion right near the camera.
This is crazy.
We heard a while back a loudspeaker announcement in this area telling people to stay inside.
There's always that asshole that needs to drive. Stay inside. Well, that means I gotta go do my grocery shopping now.
Whoa! We're hearing a bunch of nearby explosions.
You can't even internet stalk. The thing is, I mean, dude, he's literally got 400,000 or 559,000 subs. That means that this guy's YouTube certified. Like, what the hell?
Thank you, Babalu. Babalu
Indian Army started using 105
Babalu
millimeter
says was not
howitzers.
expecting this escalation. Thank you, Babalu and Randall Edge, Normal Guy, Miss Jake, Sparky Pilot, the Vladinator, Brian Beelman, Joe, Ronald Kane, Macro Geek, Inhalation Aerosols, MG.
Damn, it's really getting hot now? Yeah, dude. They're getting shelled every, like, at least 2 minutes here. Like, the intervals are so fucking small. And they're getting more intense, too. Like, that one, dude, that one that hit right near their building here, that was crazy.
In a little bit, I might be getting a second
that dog was going
live
nuts.
shot. Possibly. In a little bit. I'll put that up if I get it. Thanks also, Massachusetts Mike.
He's on Twitch, too? Oh, sure. Big Rico, welcome.
Whoa!
There's
whoa,
another
whoa,
one.
whoa.
There's another one. Dude.
The thing is, this shot is right near the border. This shot's just a few miles from the border with Pakistani control.
I think they said
Kashmir.
4 miles
So,
from the border when we were talking about
even
this.
the other shot I get, I don't think it's going to be as close to the border as this is.
Every time that you hear those crashes, that's what's
there's
happening.
Back and
It's
forth.
just.
I'm assuming if we were on the other side of the
I saw
border,
the Ukrainian camps. Nothing happened. Holy, yeah. Big Rico. I was watching Xander Hall's coverage when he was doing the same thing, and he was watching the Ukrainian square. Nothing like this happened. Like you could see a few things popping off, and then you would hear the air siren, like you would hear the air raid sirens.
We have just been seeing
is a whole new like. We're
lots
watching
of
this unfold
artillery
live. Like this is nuts. Oh, Sylvie, I just saw that you've been lurking. Hi. How you doing? Oh, really? I mean, his coverage of this hasn't been bad. It sucks that I can't find, like, I really wish that he would source. See, like, I sourced him. I do that. I am a YouTuber
I would be careful
who
of the
has
claims
integrity,
on either
and
side.
I like to give the sources of what I'm watching, and also
Rashad
like give them the
Chowdhury in
views
Bangor,
and the subs. You know.
Nico and Lost in Oregon. I would be careful of the
And
claims on
Dennis.
either side
Hello.
about
This
damage
is
they've
very
done
scary.
and that
It
kind
is.
of thing. That's not verified.
Off topic.
right
What's
now,
your favorite
but
strain?
Clearly, there's fighting going on.
Between Sour D and
Give me one. I'll
Jack
be back in
Herrera.
about 15 seconds. Hang on.
Oh, okay, cool. I actually have somebody on this looking for the source video. Nice. Nice. But I'm a big fan of Sour D, I'll be honest. Actually, that's what this is. I mean... yeah. He looks so much more official than me. I'm sitting here wearing a fucking Mr. Beef shirt, and this dude's in a suit and tie. You're muted. I'm not the only one. You're muted. You're muted. You made the mistake. Day one shit. It happens to all of us.
I'm muted. What I said is I have a second. I have a second.
Daddy,
if I can
thanks
talk
for the
for a
follow,
second,
man.
I have a second live shot, but the second live shot is from Pahalgam, which is it's in Kashmir, but it's 35 miles from the border. So I'll put it on the screen for a second. I don't think it's really worth having on the screen the whole time
And
right
John's man
now.
can only access outsource hash through Blueberry
If I did
Auto
think
once.
it was worth it, I'd put it up there. I'll just show you what it looks like, but I don't think you're going to be seeing much there
That's
right
actually
now.
kind of weird. I got a.
I'll throw it. I'll just show you what it looks
I got Kashmir Kush actually cooking right now,
like for the moment.
otherwise known as Mountain Kush. What's his YouTube channel? Here.
Yeah, that's Pahalgam.
It's Agenda Free TV.
And again,
I'll
that's
link it
about
again.
that's dozens of miles
Joy K,
from the
this is for you.
border. From the border with Pakistan-controlled Kashmir. So I'm going to keep an eye on this shot, but I'm not going to put it up there right now because you're just not seeing much there. Again, it's Poonch is just a few miles from the border. Pahalgam is where the terror attack happened, but that's dozens of miles from the border. So, you know, I just want to let you know, I'll keep an eye on that shot. I mean, certainly if I see stuff worth showing, I'll put it back on. But right now, it's pretty quiet there. So
I want
I'll
to
keep an
adopt
eye on
them
it.
like now. What the dog? Wait, did YouTube just crash?
And if I have any other live shots that, you know, are like
Shit just
this,
got
I'll
real.
certainly show them to you.
That dog doesn't know what's going on. It must be terrified. Lookner is cool. His YouTube is better than his Twitch community. Dogging frame.
Whoa, right there. Right there. Look at that. Whoa, at the bottom. At the bottom, right there on the left. It just came in.
Yeah, you heard it.
We just heard that come in right there. Whoa, crazy.
Damn.
Crazy. I don't know how long we're going to have this camera for. They might end up leaving. It's amazing they're still there.
Hmm. Which needs a war section, so many breaking out. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm still in politics. Technically I should be just in just chatting, but whatever. I'll keep it. Who cares? What the fuck is going on over here?
FJ, who's an expert on the region, who I know is keeping an eye on the feed as well, he thinks they might close the live feed if it gets too close. I would not be surprised. I mean, I'm shout out to the camera people, because there's in some situations like this, they would have just shut down the camera a long time ago for safety reasons. So now what they might be doing is they might be inside kind of huddling somewhere and not really actively moving around the camera that much. But
that scared
it's
me.
incredible that we still have the
what the
video
fuck
at
that
this
was.
point, because it's so close to them. Give me a second, I'm coming right back.
I get it, man. We gots to eat.
So in a couple minutes, what I'm going to do is I've been making some food here. I have to eat something. I'll be in a bit of a better state once I've eaten something. We've just been on for hours, and the way the eating worked out.
I find it really
I didn't
weird
realize
how
when we
politics has a,
I didn't know this was going to happen.
Twitch has a
today,
politics
so
section
I
with all their
haven't
strict
eaten in a long
rules.
time.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is in a couple minutes I'm going to leave the stream up and I'll eat, and I'll be right in the next room. So I'll keep an eye on the feed, and if anything big happens, I'll put down my fork and I'll just run in. Otherwise, I'll come in after I eat. But
Or just,
I'll be
I don't know,
watching
eat
it
on stream,
the whole
bro.
time.
Just
So
knock the mic
if there's
back.
some
I don't
big
know.
development, I'll just
That's what I
stop
do.
eating and come back in and immediately
Yo,
pop
dude,
up on the screen.
it says that I have 8
So we'll
on
keep the stream
YouTube.
going.
Why is it going
Oh
showing
my gosh,
zeros?
wow. I heard that coming in. You can hear it coming in.
Trying to chat politics and
It's
not violate
unbelievable.
TOS seems impossible.
Again, another one. You can hear them coming in. Boom. Right there, right there. Oh my gosh. Right in front of you. Right in front of you. I don't know that I've ever seen anything like this. This is unbelievable.
No, I've never
what
seen
we're
anything
watching
like
right
this.
I mean, let's just be realistic about this. We might have this camera for a very short time after this, so just be prepared for the camera to not work anymore, or for the cameramen to leave, or whatever, because it is not often that you have a camera like this in this kind of situation. Another one, they're coming in. It's like they've decided to target this area now. But you
They're trying to
keep
hit the
hearing them,
camera.
you can hear them fly through the air.
Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. Fuck.
Another one. Wow, unbelievable.
I mentioned that I laugh when I'm like really nervous, so I'm not even kidding. Like, dude, I'm like kind of shaking a little. Like, this is fucked
Another
up,
one.
man. Like,
This is unreal. Maybe there's a certain target they're going after. I don't know. So this is
why do I
presumably
feel like
Pakistan
this is
firing
like the
this into
start of
Indian-controlled
something
Kashmir.
really bad?
Truly unbelievable. It's like they've gotten more frequent.
They have. I can physically feel the tension, yeah. Trump tweet anything, he literally just said, I hope that this gets wrapped up quickly.
Oh, one of our viewers said you can see some smoke in the mountains up there.
Yeah.
I don't even know anymore which direction this is looking.
Yeah, the thing is you can't tell where it, like, because the smoke is causing, like, a fog. I heard that 25 warheads are detonated anywhere on Earth. The casualties from the damage in the atmosphere will be 1 billion people.
Crazy.
Sorry, my English is... Nah, don't worry about it. I'm patient.
Still east? One of our viewers said still facing east. Evergreen Intel said I would be amazed if there's no casualties. Yeah, I mean, you know, we heard a loudspeaker a while ago say go inside, but there very well might be casualties from these strikes in this highly populated area.
I'm starting to wonder if the horns are emergency vehicles. I mean, they gotta have sirens, though. You would think, right?
All right, I'm gonna attempt look at the smoke in the mountains. Mm-hmm. Hey guys, look up here.
It is in the mountains.
Look up here.
Yeah,
see that smoke up there? What's that?
Yeah, like up here. Yeah. Oh, he's got it.
What is that?
Yeah, right here. There's like a line, a trail of smoke. Very bigly. Damn it.
Yeah, I mean, that might be one side or the other. I don't know what direction this is pointing in. If that's the eastern direction, that would presumably be India-controlled Kashmir.
Two nuclear powers launching missiles at each other is enough to make the most stable person start shaking. I'm not okay. This is really
okay.
fucked.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to eat some, and then I'll rush back in here when stuff happens. But I got to eat some food, so.
That's really weird. In December, I literally took it as like my last month of like peace.
So
if I had only known.
Hey, I'm going to take my headphones out. The broadcast is going to pause for a second. Whenever I take my headphones out or put them in, the broadcast pauses for a second. So
yeah, it's because they're
things
Apple
are going to
headphones.
pause for like a couple seconds when I take these out. So hang on a second. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. If this works like I think it's going to.
Oh, damn. It actually takes his whole broadcast with him. Oh.
Okay, so.
My condolences on loss here, Mom. Thank you.
I'm going to eat.
I appreciate it, Mom. Steve needs a uni who will bring him food. Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah. See, I have a uni in chat who brought me a fried chimichanga.
I'll come
just
back in when stuff happens. I'll be watching the feed in the next room, all right? I just got to eat something. So we're leaving this up. You'll see me shortly. If stuff happens in 2... Oh, look, is there smoke coming up there? Mm-hmm. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm keeping an eye on it.
Steve's been eating for an hour. Dude, he's going to have to refry whatever the fuck he just made in the air fryer. It's not going to be warm anymore. One of my first streams ever, I almost burnt this fucking place down because I was making mac and cheese and I totally forgot about it. Wait, you live in a dorm room? No. No. I have a house, sir. I don't know. Is he? No, he's talking about Yemen. Fears nukes start going off in the Earth's atmosphere is irreversibly damaged. Yeah. But no, J-Elite, I do not live in a dorm room. Got myself a house, a wife, you know, the American dream. A dog. Posing, using... The thing about this, J-Lead, is like, no, man, this is scary, because these are two nuclear superpowers that are having a hot war right now. Like, we're watching the start of a hot war. Like, tomorrow, we're going to find out that they're declaring war on each other. I don't see how they don't. This is fucked. Like... And the fact that we're watching this in real time, too, like, that's wild. I think that we had already kind of mentioned this, though. Like, you know, watching Ukraine, that was something. But then this is like, this is wild, guys. Like, look at this. Look at this. Now it's on, like, you have a... Kashmir's on fire, man? Like... Maybe Steve likes soggy nuggies? Need like a multi-screen. We are cooked. Yeah. Well, even with a multi-screen, the stream is going to show you kind of like this anyway. That doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Just lighting off just like the one will do it. That's enough for all of us to just be like, okay, no. Well, I'm going to continue to eat my chimichanga real quick. While also covering this. See, I don't have to go in the other room like that guy. I will try my best not to chew and talk, though. That's like the one thing that Hassan does that really does get to me. I'm like, please stop. Please stop. Just stop. Just stop. Yeah, remember, this is just what one single camera's filming. Oh, that's true. No. Good call. Main objective, people. Hopefully. Ah, ha, 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 J-Lead. Bro. No. Okay, man. I've been eating for like an hour. Yeah, I have. It's usually how it goes. My boss used to like Zoom call me during lunch, and he'd be having his lunch, and I'd be like, I'm also hungry.
Hey, real quick, it's Steve. It looks like something is maybe on fire or something. So I'm eating right now. I'm keeping an eye on this, but it looks like something might be on fire there. So I'll be back as soon as I'm done eating.
Wait, what? That's kind of funny. Neither have I. It's kind of funny. Now that you mentioned it, I have not gotten a scam call today. Also got to be careful with the meal choice. Oh, yeah, man. Like the one day where I decided to get nachos, and I'm sitting there just like muting my mic because I'm just like crunch, 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 crunch. All right. What I will do is save the rest of this. I'll be right back. Give me one moment. Hey, get up. Oh. Oh, good. My bad. I mean, oh, keep talking. Thank you. He has his own camera. Kid Boga? I don't know who Kid Boga is. I'll check them out. Check them out. I'm always open to... It sounded really close, guys. The dog is the true streamer here. He's kind of like it's like the X-Men or something, where it's like technically, yeah. He's doing telepathy and I'm just a puppet. Who knows? Oh, that guy! Wait, is he like the... Yeah, I think I've seen his stuff. Yeah. Man, okay. Still want to... I do want a live update. Let's see. Oh, damn. He is actually the only one. For some reason, like, Steve's got the cam. I guess streams with animals get way better ad revenue than people on you. Actually, you did remind me. I do have to like switch to just chatting because that is an ad revenue thing where for some reason on Twitch, if you are marked as politics, then they're just like, no ad rev for you. It's like, aw. Come on. Animal streams are very non-controversial. Advertisers want no conflict. Why are you the only person covering India-Pakistan conflict on Twitch? I don't know. Wait. I would be... I was about to be like, oh, that's cool. But I'm also kind of like trying not to be insulted. Like, wait. Are you asking, like, why am I the only one? Like, you found a stoner that's just like, wait, this guy? Really? This is the best I found? No shit. That's what I was wondering. Speaking of emergency vehicles, where are the sirens? I was wondering that, too. I was literally wondering, like, No fire trucks, nothing. Really? That's actually how I got here. I just searched for somebody covering on Twitch. YouTube was bloated. Oh, nice. Genie Bottle, what up? How you doing? Genie Bottle, we have a membership just sitting there waiting. So if you want to claim that membership, just go to the Super Thanks, turn on your ability to claim it, and it's yours. I meant, why is this not getting more attention on Twitch? Oh, well, to be fair, this is popping off live. So, like, I noticed this starting to happen on X. And then I saw that Vosh was covering it. I was like, oh shit. Like, but he was doing it, like, I don't know who he was using, but I decided, I was like, hey, I'd rather do, like, the live coverage of it, so differentiate myself. I meant, why is this not getting more attention? There are streams on YouTube with 30K plus viewers. Hey, I'm trying my best. Damn. I've been doing this a few months. It's undated. Most Europeans sleep right now. Ah. Interesting. Tommy Took. I appreciate you following. Thank you. I was watching Asmongold on YouTube and I got to know about this through him. What? Oh, this. The conflict. I was like, me? I'm like, no. Like, what? Did somebody just say, hey, there's this weird stoner that, like, he's a leftist. I don't know, he's like a better looking you and he has a cleaner room. Somebody said that once. Asmon the newsman. Nice. Indian here, shout out to your family. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Going through it. Yeah, strangely enough, I don't know, man. With me dealing with my personal grief and everything going on in the world, it really does, like, it's just, I can talk for me personally where I'm just like, wow, it's just every day there's something new. Okay. I think I also mentioned that my dog's upstairs and we're hoping that she has she turns around on this because she's 14 and a half and she is having complications from a thyroid issue. So, yeah. Hoping that it's okay. This would be less trouble if Asmon put his reaction face in front of their stories. What do you mean? Oh, are you saying like if like in the thumbnail? I don't get it, man. Asmon, like, this is what kind of like gets me is like Asmon is just, he was a gaming streamer that finally realized, he was like, oh, like, I guess my audience is growing with me and they want me to talk about more serious issues. You know, I guess you can only do so much Minecraft, so I don't know. I'm not trying to judge. I do some gaming on this stream, you know, but I also do get annoyed where it's just like, my God, you really do know nothing about this. Thank you for the $5 donation, Mitesh. And yes, it is puppy.
Mitesh, $5. The globe needs some more puppy time.
All right, let's. I decline gifts as I can't do the same back. Don't worry about it. Also, Genie, it actually gets you. It's like, since they're gifted, I would rather have you get it so you can be part of the member squad. So. I appreciate your sentiment, but come on, don't you want to be part? Don't you want to be part of the members? You want to get the members only stuff. My vertical, aka the vertical streams that are only going to be about 10 to 15 minutes long. Who am I kidding? They're going to be a half hour to an hour. God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That sounded like it was right next to this fucking building. Asmon laying the world, watch him get old. You are too, Pep. I'm 38 years old. Yeah, you're gonna watch me get old real fast, trust me. Fuck, 10 years, I'll probably have a gray beard. God, that was a jump scare. I know. Hope I'm still around to see your old man content in 30 years. Oh, dude, I'll be like, what's his name? Oh my God, why am I blanking? He does the debates. Shit. He's got long ass hair. Shit. Is he actually any good at that game? I don't know. Oh, here. Hey, Allie, welcome. It's good to see you. Allie, actually, if you want to accept that gifted membership from Mitesh, he was giving them out. It's good to see you. Missed you. Ugh. What? And then we gave you specialty. You've been so good. So good. Specialty. That smells like strawberry, man. That smells actually really good. Oh. Oh man, yeah, I was about to say, Steve's been taking a minute. Steve eating while missiles are flying by the camera. I mean, dude, he literally missed the one that was just like, you heard it hit. You heard it hit. Because, like, when you get that little second to hear the zoom, like... But Allie, I hope you're doing well. Here, also, I was going to bring this up. We got some live coverage. Kashmir fierce firefights erupt in Pakistan. Here, I can actually bring this up. Fierce firefights erupt as the Pakistani and Indian forces exchange heavy fire along the line of control with artillery strikes reported in Bimbir and Poonch. Yeah, we're watching Poonch live right now, so this is what's happening. Steve's probably taking a shit. Hey, you know what? We're humans. When you gotta poop, you gotta poop. That's part of this, man. The one thing I have learned about being a streamer is listen to your bladder, because when I first started this, I had a really bad issue to the point where I have people in this audience that it was pretty much their job to remind me to go pee. Actually, Ryan, shit. I just realized that I haven't seen him in a minute. I gotta check up on him. Because I know that he's been going through it. He had mentioned something was going down, so... Seems Israel wants to go further in spreading out. I fear for futures for some. Just about to feel the same as Gaza, yeah. That means nothing. Power poop time. Power poop. That means nothing. Evacuate faster, damn it. What the fuck? Rude. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on anybody. Come on, that's just mean. What are you doing? Oh, here, guys. Sorry. Go pee? Yeah, actually, I should probably go pee. Thank you, Squish. I appreciate that. Yes, Squish was also is one of the originals to tell me to go pee and hydrate. So. I told you salon timing. I'm still disturbed by the lack of any emergency vehicles. Like, you're not hearing a single fucking siren. What is going on? Pakistan and India should never have been divided. They live as one, or they lived as one once until religious nationalism. I mean, say that about it. Trust me, I am the ultimate where it's just like, why can't we all just get along? But, all right. No, I actually 1000% agree with you. I'm afraid to go pee because honestly, I don't want to pull a Steve here. I have a feeling the second I get up, then it's just going to be like, oh, that was the one that ended the stream. I asked Grok what would be the result of a limited nuclear exchange between Pakistan and India. His answer hurt my eyes. I'm afraid to ask. Oh, no. There's one. That was a gun. Yeah. A siren, finally. Yeah, what the hell? Maybe it's because, like, there was intermittence, like, there's enough time in between the attacks where they can get I don't know. He went into detail about how many kilotons they each have. His scenario was for 10 to 20 detonations. Oh my god. Well, that's just terrifying. Gotta love how AI is just like, hey, yeah, y'all are kind of screwed. It's like, bro. Let's go. Sure, there's nobody, there's somebody out there who believes all is AI. Or this is all AI. Yeah, unfortunately, I have been running into a lot of people that are slowly losing their minds, and they literally think that, like, we live in a fucking movie, or everything is produced, or just, instead of everything just being, you know, cruel, people literally losing their humanity, and then just on top of it, giving in to the fact that it's like, I want to be greedy too. Has British Indian connections on both sides, Army? Oh, shit. Alright, I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Oh, man. Let's go. Just peeing for an hour. Yeah, if you must know, it was occupado when I went upstairs, so I was just like, oh, well, I'm gonna take an extra trek. So, all right, where are we at? 9:40. Let's smoke together. The funny honk. There was a funny honk. I missed it. Damn. Where's Steve? I beat Steve? Steve. What you doing, man? Leaving your live stream like this. Disappointed, Steven. Must say. Most disappointed. Are you kidding me? Steve fell in. Wish I had something more than tobacco to smoke with you. Ah. Well, I'm sorry. What's really happening? There we go. It's clogging now. Too much potty talk had to go. Ah, no. Steve pounding a few drinks. Dude. I mean, with the fact that he's like, I don't eat on camera, therefore he probably, does he? I bet he doesn't drink on camera either. Remember the Gulf War, first 24-hour news devoted to live streaming destruction? Yeah. I remember that, the CNN Baghdad coverage. And my dad. God. I think that's some of like my first memories, because what was that, 92? That was like 92? Yeah, that was like 6. All right. Kind of situation that people want to make a nun want to go drink. You're not wrong. Trivia. What are the two unamendable topics in the Constitution? First Amendment and Fifth Amendment? I don't know. Are making me want to drink? Hey, don't do that. If you are trying not to, then that should not be the case. Or I'm a friend to the recovering alcoholics. And I keep them in mind. I'm going to have me an infused pre-roll. I'm anti-alcohol, just saying though. Ah, okay. Let me take care of this. Oh, my knee. Oh, yeah. Where the hell is Steve? I send a search party. Where's Steve? Ain't find Steve. I don't like this. He's just disappearing like that. Oh no. It's not lucky. Ugh. Watch. That's the one that has something that's working. Dude, I heard that all the way over there. That was nuts. That was a trick question. No amendments are unamendable. Only during initial ratification could such provisions be made due to the creation of the Union. The 1808 provision on importing prisoners with jobs and equal suffrage in the Senate without unanimous consent among all the states. Oh. Ooh. Well, it looks like they got that fire put out. That's good. So it would literally take every senator to be like, yeah, we're done. Just when things were getting quiet. Steve is taking forever to eat. Not just every senator, but every state. Oh, damn. Oh, well, welcome back, Steve. Welcome
Thanks
back.
for your patience. I am back. I ate. I feel better. Let me get my headphones on.
No, you're going to pause the stream, Steve. Damn it, Steve. I feel like I'm being a little too judgy on him. You know.
All right, so when I put these on,
and he's gone.
The broadcast will probably pause for 2 seconds when I put these on. So get ready for it to pause for 2 seconds. Hang on. Are we good? Give it a moment. We're back. Okay, now. We are looking at this live shot from Poonch in India-controlled Kashmir, where the fighting has been continuing between India and Pakistan.
Advisory to all media channels to refrain from showing live coverage of defense operations and movement of security forces with the interests of national security.
This fighting comes after India launched a number of military strikes on Pakistan hours ago.
Specifically,
in response to a terror attack on Indian tourists in Kashmir that India claimed that the Pakistani government supported.
All media platforms, news agencies, and social media users are advised to exercise utmost responsibility and adhere strictly to the existing laws and regulations while reporting on matters concerning defense and other security-related operations, specifically no real-time coverage. What?
So we are bringing you
dissemination
live
of
coverage of
visuals or reporting based on sources-based information related to the defense operations or movement should be undertaken. Premature disclosure of sensitive information may inadvertently assist hostile elements and endanger operational effectiveness and the safety of personnel. Go fuck yourselves. Seriously? India's got some balls. India's got some balls if they think that that's like...
Thank you, by the way, to Tyler Roberts and Siddharth
I'm assuming that that's not, like, in relation to me.
Pakistan is trying to capture Poonch?
Oh, maybe.
By bombarding a bridge? I haven't heard that. I'll let you know if I hear more. Thank you, Tilly Riley. Oh, I was watching the broadcast.
Maybe this is why we can't find where the original stream is from. I think so. You might be right.
So I know there was a number of big explosions.
What are they on? Yeah, dude.
Thank you also,
hot.
Robin
Dude,
Mail
and I
and
thought I
RS
was
Pat
high. That Mountain
and,
Kush must be burning up there.
Jive Silo Saib, who says praying for the civilians caught in the middle. Yeah, I mean, this is very
But if
concerning.
that were the case, there
This
would
is
be no more bombing.
You can see a densely
Let's be
populated
real.
area, and we have had a bunch of artillery strikes there.
That's such a flat-faced way to say we are in the wrong. Please don't record us. Bro, this footage is absolutely impossible to find.
Also, thanks to Delaware Sasquatch.
I don't know what I did.
Bradford, David Gray, Air Force
Watching
Vet,
Steve or Pep stream in India probably gets you arrested.
and Maggie's
Oh my
Adventures.
God! Oh my God!
And
Could
I
you
want to shout out our
imagine?
moderators who are here. Let me
Like
shout
Samurai
our moderators
Champloo?
out. Oh, thanks to Table Tens and Carl9034, Inspector EH on Twitch, and Haunted Wind. Thanks
that
too
did
much
happen
to our
in Samurai
moderators
Champloo,
who are
didn't
here
it?
on Twitch. We have Matthew Kohai 3, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. On YouTube, thank you to. Hang on a second here.
We add that $5. We stoners are
Thank you to,
almost always laid back and
Ruth
non-confrontational.
Grafasi moderating on YouTube. Thank you.
I mean,
I really appreciate it.
You can talk to anybody in this chat. They'll tell you that I can get a little
All of our
chippy.
other moderators who've been over there: Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X and on Twitch.
But for the most
Paul
part, I'm pretty
Anderson,
chill.
Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal. Thank you. Thanks to Kern Sandoval as well. Let me try to get you some more updates here. I know the Indian Army is supposed to do a press conference at 10 a.m., like an hour and a half. I hear some sirens now. Not hearing many explosions at the moment. There's an AFP photo showing a record that I'll post a link to in the chat. An AFP photo showing damage.
Yeah, not all stoners. Yeah.
I'll put a
No,
link
some stoners, it amps them up.
AFP has
I mean,
a
I've had
photo.
moments like that where, like, I'll get stoned and it just doesn't work, and I will end up
AFP
getting
has a
more angry.
photo
But
of
that just meant
damage
that I was
to
too
a
far gone
mosque
anyway.
in
But it's
Kashmir,
situational for me.
Pakistan-administered Kashmir, that I guess was
Like,
one
what's
of
the
the
point of your
targets
dad
the-
smoking? Like,
I
if he's
guess it was
just going
one
to
of
be
the
pissed all the
targets
time.
of the, Indian strikes originally.
I feel like Steve is looking at me. Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Hang on a moment.
That was a good
You're
reaction.
looking at India-controlled Kashmir. Kashmir is a disputed territory. Both Pakistan and India claim Kashmir. They each control part of it. Just heard a boom right there.
I mean, you missed the big bada boom there, guy. Sorry, Steve.
Let me check a
I'm gonna have a stare off with him.
We're hearing some booms now. That we're
Pakistan and
definitely
India
hearing.
need to legalize. Yeah. They are. Won't catch me there then.
AFP says India had been widely expected to respond militarily to the
see how it's
April
working out for 'em?
22nd
Oh,
attack
yeah.
on tourists in Indian-administrated Kashmir by gunmen that India said were from Pakistan-based group.
That actually explains why all the red states are like they all seem like they're, you know, so
that
we're
attack
happy
on April
we're happy
22nd
with our
left
hate,
26
but then it's
people
like,
dead, mainly
oh,
Hindu men.
you're just like
In the
you're
tourist
coping
hotspot
because
of
you guys
Pahalgam.
can't get
No
high like
group
Florida.
claimed responsibility. I think one group did, and then they withdrew the claim. They said they had been hacked. India has blamed Pakistan for backing the attack. Pakistan rejects those accusations. The two sides had exchanged nightly gunfire, small arms fire, but things got much more
I'm gonna go take me a puff of
intense
this infused
and
Jay. I
escalated
will be right back.
in recent hours.
I have a good reason for being gone. I will be back.
The AFP says Wednesday's strikes, by India are a dangerous heightening of friction between the South Asian neighbors who have siren going off. They have fought multiple wars since they were carved out from the subcontinent at the end of the British rule in 1947. AFP said Poonch is only about 10 miles from the border with Pakistan-controlled Kashmir. Rebels in Indian-administered Kashmir have waged an insurgency since 1989 seeking independence or a merger with Pakistan. India regularly blames Pakistan for backing armed groups fighting its forces in Kashmir, a charge that Pakistan denies. Kashmir, remember, is majority Muslim. And Pakistan is majority Muslim. India is majority Hindu. AFP says India and Pakistan exchanged heavy artillery along their contested frontier Wednesday, after India launched missile strikes on its arch rival in a major escalation between the nuclear-armed neighbors. Dead were reported on both sides. Thank you to Javier Lane and Alianas and Radiated. Reuters says Pakistan claimed it had shot down 5 Indian fighter jets in the worst fighting in more than 2 decades between the nuclear-armed enemies.
Oh. Ooh. Ah.
There's been no confirmation that any aircraft were shot down.
Well, fighter jet down.
Reuters says India and Pakistan have fought 2 wars since 1947 over Muslim-majority Kashmir, which both sides claim in full control, which both sides claim in full and control in part.
Whoa. Wow. That got me.
Oh, we're hearing booms now, again.
Info is so hard to find, it's creepy. I kind of just realized how I kind of lucked into doing this right now. Because, yeah, I am the only one doing this. That from what I'm seeing.
I have some analysis here from a Reuters article. Reuters talked to an expert and a Washington-based South Asia analyst who writes for Foreign Policy, Michael Kugelman. Michael Kugelman told Reuters, given the scale of the Indian strike, which was far greater than in 2019,
Twitch, which I had a
we
mail
can
for you
expect a sizable
Thanks.
Pakistani response. All eyes will be on
Appreciate
India's
that.
next move. We've had a strike and a counter-strike. What comes next will be the strongest indication of just how serious a crisis this could become, he said.
It's what I was saying. I was literally saying, like, tomorrow we're going to find out, like, are they declaring the W word?
Might be reloading.
Are they going
I
for
thought
it?
maybe when the sun came up, there wouldn't be any more fighting, but we've seen a bunch of fighting in Kashmir during the daylight.
Jet's going down. This is on. Oh, I was like, dude. I just realized they don't have air sirens. Like, they don't have air raid sirens at all.
Tony says, our viewer Tony says, has there been a counterstrike from Pakistan? So Pakistan.
I hope this is just a scare.
Hours ago,
The
Pakistan said it was responding. I don't know specifically what the response is. Does the artillery from Pakistan being fired across the border count as a response? I don't know. We don't know exactly what they've done.
Blasts are becoming much less frequent. Seems they halted. That's good. I mean, yeah, when was the last one? About a minute? Well, no, here. About 4 minutes ago? Yeah. It was like right before I went upstairs. Excuse me.
Hearing a boom right there.
Yeah. A few more.
We're starting to hear more booms now again. We're hearing a bunch of booms now. You can hear it. And an alarm. Some sort of alarm going on. Maybe a car.
People are blaming Trump for this. Press conference.
Hearing some gunfire
press conference
too.
is coming up.
Thank you, by the way, to Rohan Cook. Thank you, Rohan Cook. I'm definitely hearing some gunfire in the background, hearing some booms.
Yeah, guys. I think it might be because I'm a smaller channel. Tariff stress making people go crazy. It could be. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you can hear the small fire. Yeah, also. Sounded like a halo, but it's not.
As I've mentioned, there have been claims on both sides. I don't really know what to believe. Some of the viewers sent me a post from Shiv Arora, who is with NDTV in India. And Shiv Arora, who's with an Indian media outlet, NDTV, he said hearing of major damage to large front of Pakistan army posts in the Kupwara and Rajouri Poonch sectors. I don't know if that's true.
I mean, I'm seeing, like, dude, X, there's a total media blackout on...
in Kashmir reported. Could be true, maybe not true.
Is that
I don't
Luckner
know.
in the small screen?
He says
like
heavy
Luckner.
artillery crossfire in both these sectors. Well, I definitely know it's true that in Poonch there's been heavy artillery crossfire because we've seen it. But I just can't confirm the various claims being made in both sides.
25,000, Jesus.
In the media and by the government.
No, it is Luckner. He's actually, I gotta say, it's my first time being exposed to his coverage, and he's not bad. I mean, is this what he does? Literally just agenda-free news, just giving you the news. Leave the agenda part.
Thanks to Goran, Vero, and Rick Rogers. Thank you.
Rick Rogers.
Jim Sciutto of CNN
Mike,
says,
somebody already beat you to that joke.
We will continue to ask Indian officials for their reaction to Pakistani claims of shooting down multiple
Now, here's my
Indian
question. Is your last name Hertz?
military aircraft, and he says we'll ask Pakistani officials for evidence of those claims. Hold on a second here.
India's saying that they have an attack. Yeah, I know they are.
I'm seeing a report supposedly from Reuters, but I haven't seen that myself. Hold on a moment here.
Are they packing up their shit? Because I just saw some guy like step in front of the camera on the side there. I'm about to go to sleep. Glad I found this channel. Hell yeah, man. Glad that that you could be here. How long have I been on? Oh, damn, 6 hours. Place has been a power keg. Well, according to chatter, above, they were talking about how like this has been a powder keg for damn near hundreds of years, right? I like how we're both just like, what's going on? Hi, Steve.
Hearing some booms in the background. What is...
Advisory. They're doubling down on this.
I'm seeing some reports. Uh-oh. We might have lost. Stand by, it says. Hold on. I don't know if we're going to get that back. Let me see. For now, we lost the Poonch stream. We'll have to see if we get that back. But for now, we don't have it.
Exile No Mercy, how's it going?
So let me look around and see what happens.
That was wild.
But for right now, that stream is not up.
Shit.
I don't know if we'll get it back.
Camera go bye-bye illegal.
And I'm seeing a report. Some people are claiming that Reuters is reporting something, but I don't see the actual report from Reuters itself. So I'd like to see that report. That stream has been up for a long time. That stream's been up almost, most of the broadcasts. So, and it's in a dangerous area. So I'm
doing
not
great. How about you all?
But we might, I mean, it's possible that they'll
watching
restart
the
it,
possible
so
downfall of human
happens.
civilization.
I'll keep an eye out and see.
Just your average
I
day.
have a couple feed. I have one feed which really is not very helpful.
Other than that, I'm doing pretty good.
Mr. Cold says, I'm surprised it was still up. But it's possible it'll come back up. I have a feed from Islamabad, Pakistan, which is just not really, it's not really going to show you much.
Just checked my X feed. I was like, no way that
there's
just happened.
Some images
I was expecting
of
something else.
aircraft wreckage.
It's crazy.
I'm seeing images of aircraft wreckage in, let me show you this, in Indian Kashmir. Let me try to get this on the screen for you right now. AFP is showing images of aircraft wreckage in Indian Kashmir. Well, hopefully at some point we'll get that stream back. Okay, here is the video.
I bet one of Steve's viewers ratted him out.
Sorry. This is not live video. I'll tell you what that is. This is video from Indian Kashmir of an aircraft wreckage. I don't know what the aircraft is. This is via AFP. This is not live video. It's recorded video. Pakistan said it shot down Indian aircraft.
We got National Mock Drill tonight at 4 p.m. IST. No shit.
Down. Supposedly it's an aircraft. That's Indian Kashmir. I still haven't seen the Reuters report myself.
Hey, everybody on the internet is watching us hit them with missiles. Go turn that off.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Well, I mean, on the nose.
Okay, Reuters is now reporting this. Thank you, Angels found the report. So let me update you on something here. That's just the same video playing over and over. All right, hold on a moment. What I can tell you is Reuters is reporting.
He's using AFP live TV subscription. Yeah. That's where he got the stream. Gotcha. Okay.
I can tell you that Reuters is reporting that 3 fighter jets crashed in India's Jammu and Kashmir.
I read somewhere JF-17 been shot down.
So remember, India says it launched its strikes from Indian territory, but presumably that would involve Indian planes, I guess, above Indian territory. Pakistan had said it had shot down.
India confirmed the fighter jet dropped the fuel tanks to reduce weight.
Again,
that's kind of what
Reuters
that looked like.
Right now is reporting that local officials, I guess in Indian Kashmir, it sounds like, it's a little unclear, sounds like Indian Kashmir officials are saying that 3 fighter jets crashed in Indian Kashmir.
I just realized my dude reminds me of the guy from
I'm looking at
I
that
Think You Should
article right
Leave.
now.
Are you sure?
I'm going to post it. I'll post the link on top of Fatux's post about it.
Or a dorky Sam Harris. I mean, Sam Harris is already kind of a dork,
to
but
Fatux
and
for
I'm not trying to be
finding that
mean to
story
him. I
as
mean, my
well.
dude's been doing pretty good coverage, so
Again, I don't know if this is one of them, But that is a video.
It's fuel tank, not aircraft.
From,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
AFP says that's video from Indian Kashmir of an aircraft.
Well, it doesn't look like a full aircraft. I mean, unless that was a tiny ass aircraft.
Okay, now I have a
you
video
have to
from
request a
Islamabad,
trial
but
that's
not
exclusive
really
to
very
content or
helpful
news agencies.
in
Oh.
Pakistan.
Oh, but I could theoretically do this. Okay. Send me the link.
I might
if you don't mind.
see if there's any chance of us. I'm gonna
Lookner has newsman
look
face.
into
Just looks like you can trust
whether
him.
we might get that other stream back.
Weatherman vibe. Yeah, weatherman vibe. Okay. Yeah, fair. Totally fair. Come on, Lookner.
Let me see.
If it can be found, homie will find it. Hell yeah.
I'm reaching out to AFP to see what the stream situation is. I mean, this. I also have.
Oh, that's
I
why
have a
it got
live stream
canceled on
from
the other
Delhi
one.
of India's Parliament House,
Lame.
where that's not going to really be helpful to you in figuring out what's going on. Same with the stream from Islamabad, Pakistan.
Well, does he not know about this? Does he not know about this shit? Like, this shit's
no, Mr.
wild,
Personality
man.
said no internet in Kashmir. I don't know if the internet went out. I mean, look,
Like, this shit.
We had seen a number of. We saw a number
Specifically,
of
past incidents have
artillery,
underscored the importance of media
shells,
digital
like,
platforms
fall
and
right near the
individuals
camera.
play a role
So
in
they might have
safeguarding
decided to
Ministry
get out
of
of there. Or
Information and
maybe they did,
Broadcast.
whatever. I mean, they've been doing it for hours. So
Such telecast in violation of cable television network amendments, blah, 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 blah. All stakeholders are requested to continue exercising vigilance. This issue is...
But I would assume that fighting is still going on the border. Jason Leonard says I surprised the camera stayed on for that long. Well, I'll show you a couple other things, and we'll see what happens with that situation.
Yeah, we already said it. It's just like, hey, can you guys, like, not show that? That's kind of like what they're doing. Like, guys. Like,
oh, there's I have a picture to show you. This is a picture of a mosque. That is a mosque that was hit by an Indian strike in the capital of Pakistan-administered Kashmir. I believe that was one
But
of the
also,
original
forgive me, it kind of
targets.
looks like the wreckage of Jurassic Park.
That's a Reuters photo there. But that's the Bilal Mosque after it was hit by an Indian strike in Muzaffarabad, the capital of Pakistan-administered Kashmir.
What if Pep's chat was on Lookner's actual stream? That'd be kind of funny. It's like, wait a minute. How did you? He really does have his ways. Damn it, Lookner.
Little background
Right.
here. India
this guy
launched
earned a
strikes
sub.
on Pakistan and Pakistani Kashmir Wednesday, an assault that Pakistan has
I'm
called a
subscribed,
blatant act
and you
of
should be
war
too, to
as
Lookner
tensions
and myself.
escalate between the
And also,
arch-rivals
hit the
after
like
a
button
deadly
over on
attack
YouTube.
on
It really,
tourists
really
in
does help me
Indian
out, guys.
Kashmir.
Like, as a smaller YouTuber,
What
it's
is Operation
huge to me.
Sindoor?
It's huge.
India said its Operation Sindoor struck
Huge.
9 Pakistani sites on
Like
Wednesday
China.
that were, quote,
China
terrorist
very-
infrastructure
China's very big.
where attacks
I
against
dare
it
say
were
it's huge.
orchestrated. Sindoor means the red vermilion worn by married Hindu women in apparent reference to the widows created by the April 22nd attack that killed 26 men, most of them Hindu tourists from India. Pakistan has said 6 locations in Pakistan were targeted in a total of 24 impacts felt from different weapons. Pakistan claims 8 people were killed and 35 injured and 2 missing after the Indian attack. India says 3 civilians were killed in cross-border shelling by Pakistani troops in Kashmir. We've been watching some of
Very
that
huge.
shelling on a live feed that we had until a short while ago.
Contacts, all these mosques
Hope
are
maybe we
owned
can
and
get it back at
operated
some
by Maulana Hafiz Saeed.
You can see here what happened after the attack.
know.
We've been watching it.
I
the
actually-
two armies
what's that
exchanged
mean? Who dat?
intense shelling and firing at various points
Ooh.
along their de facto
Cheers.
border in Kashmir. A Pakistan military spokesperson told Reuters his country shot down 5 Indian aircraft while they were in Indian airspace. India has not confirmed this claim, although Reuters is reporting that local
Oh shit, dude! Thank you for
Kashmir
subscription. I
officials,
appreciate
if I'm reading
that.
the story right, say that 3 aircraft from India crashed in Indian Kashmir. So maybe there were Indian craft shot down. India has shut several airports.
No problem. For more. Oh, yeah, but Miss Alice.
Pakistan's Punjab province declared a state of emergency with hospitals and security forces.
I'll take another
on
one
high
for you.
alert. The capital of Pakistani
see
Kashmir
you.
lost power for
Scaredy
a while
bear.
after the explosion. Schools in much of India's Jammu and Kashmir were shut on Wednesday.
Un poquito. Huh. You see, I think politics on Twitch is a game, and I'm trying to win it. I think I'm bad at it. I mean, if it's a game and I'm playing, I'm that guy like that's just kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Somebody said that there was gonna be like Pong or something like. Just.
And the actual Reuters report about the planes being shot down said that 3 fighter jets crashed in Indian Kashmir.
Trust me. I will definitely.
4 local government
definitely.
sources told
I'll be
Reuters.
honest. I'll more than likely have something you disagree with, but hopefully we can talk it out. That's what kind of streamer I am.
Yeah, the only live feeds I have are a live feed which really nothing is going on in from Islamabad, Pakistan.
Well, then put it up.
And
Put any live
there
feeds
is
better than what.
There's an India
We got
defense
nothing.
briefing coming up.
And I can't
at-
find anything. Like I got what it's on.
in
Like
like an
I
hour, I
have
think
what's
it
on
is.
X, but dude, like they are burying this shit. Because
India-
now,
India defense
if you
briefing is
just
coming
type
up
in
at
Kashmir, the
10
first thing that pops up is 4
And then
pages with
there's
that
a-
media thing. So
Live shot of India from New Delhi in India. Hey, thanks, Brian Beelman. I appreciate that.
Hmm.
There's a live shot from New Delhi, which doesn't tell us much. I'm waiting to hear something.
so
from
far,
AFP
you
on whether
love
they think
animals,
we'll
are
get that
against drinking,
live stream
and love good
back
bud.
From
I'd say I'm against drinking.
Pooch.
You do you. I'm more so just like I try to be like no. I'm also,
yeah, I
well,
can't use.
if you're in recovery, then it's like
cameras
I
don't
try not to
have the
make it
rights
harder.
to.
You know,
I can only use the ones that I pay for and have the rights to.
my show being called High on Politics and all. Oh man, dude. I think I hyperextended my knee today. It's really hurt.
Christopher Slovic says, I am in Islamabad. It's quiet
So
in the
politics
capital
is a
in
drug?
Pakistan. Nothing hit here.
I mean, I guess. Again, I agree. Nice. Nah, I just.
Another possibility.
I will let you know when I
is
disagree
that
with
the
you.
camera
Perfect.
in-
Just cuz.
This may be a world in which the camera from Kashmir moves.
I
Maybe
appreciate
it moves
that.
back a little bit or something like that.
Well, I mean, the fact that they're doing a media blackout on, Twitter, that kind of shows me that
Thank you, Times.
might be the reason that they, lost the connection with AFP. And now that I know that AFP is a thing.
I'll let you know when I hear back from them what they say.
I wonder if they have the thing where you can look up Fox News clips. India has money and connections, I'm sure. Oh, I mean, yeah. We've established that India definitely has more money.
But again, India Army press conference in roughly an hour.
An hour? Oh, man, I want to cover that, but damn.
I don't know if that'll be in English.
Bro, trust me, we love to censor. You do? Yeah, well. Everything? That sucks. The eye in bricks. Right in the middle. Oh. Now, I mean, somebody had mentioned that India shuts down the internet more than any other country, really. So,
will this die down? Will it escalate? No idea.
yeah, first person arrested for taking a photograph was the USA. Really? It's an Indian conference. It's going to be like half English.
Again, I will remind you that I cannot steal whatever I want from the internet. I can only use the feeds that I have the rights to.
Yes. Steal? Did you just say steal? No, there is fair use, dude.
No,
you just have to do your
cameras that I have the rights to that currently I can use.
Oh, wait. But he might have contracts.
The camera. That doesn't really help you at all. I'm not going to put on the New Delhi camera. That doesn't help at all.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I'm going to have to scrub like half of this feed. Hope not. Let's hope that Sky News is cool. Otherwise, ooh.
OSIN Technical says some people are posting
Airline shut down their internet when flying over India. No shit. Kirk, good night, man. Thanks for being here, man. You know, appreciate you.
By the way, Jennifer Griffin, the Navy confirms, the U.S. Navy confirms that another FA-18F plane was lost today.
Delhi and Kashmir is about 700 kilometers
USS
apart.
Harry Truman. Jennifer Griffin from Fox posted the U.S. Navy statement saying, on May 6th, an FA-18F Super Hornet attached to Strike Fighter Squadron VFA-11 was landing on the flight deck of the USS Harry S. Truman when the arrestment failed, causing the aircraft to go overboard. Both aviators safely ejected and were rescued by the search and rescue helicopter. The aviators have minor injuries. No flight deck personnel.
I don't know if I had a politics stream on here. I'd feel like Jeff Bezos was looking over my shoulder.
A week or two ago, when a plane.
The thing is, I started on YouTube, so I actually hold myself to YouTube TOS, which is way stricter than Twitch TOS.
Yeah, there was
believe
one.
It or not. There are a few
just over.
things
It was
that,
just over a
like,
week ago.
You know, I have to be really careful of. Like,
A jet
as I grow here, I do need to
fell
make
off
sure
the
that
ship,
it's like if somebody's been banned from Twitch,
along
then
with the
I don't play
tractor
that game.
that was
But
pulling it.
Mr. Amazon says, "Do
This
not
was
scare
a
my
week ago.
advertisers away." Oh, he's
April
more than
28th.
happy to use me to
Because he's
like,
from the Navy.
you know, promote anything from the advertisers.
FA-18E Super Hornet on the USS Harry Truman and a tow tractor were lost at sea. The move crew lost control of the aircraft. The aircraft and tow tractor were lost overboard. That was like a week ago. Well, another one lost today.
Wait, was somebody in it? Wait. That's not cool. By the way, guys, if you're over on YouTube, turn on your ability to accept a membership. I think that we got one hanging out. Oh, I've been sitting too long. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. That's stiff over here. Everybody's doing just chatting or playing a video game.
Again, a lot of videos and claims floating around, unconfirmed about the fighting between Pakistan and India. There's a lot we don't know.
Yeah, that's why you want to be really careful with the X stuff. Oh, well, he's doing this. Pokemon pack, anybody?
Going to show you a post from FJ. Now, another thing is like, You know, it's not even clear. The Pakistan said hours ago they were retaliating, but have they done all their retaliation? In the same way, it's not clear if India has carried out all the strikes that they're going to do. FJ, Nat Security Jeff said,
"Oh, come on, use dark mode. What are you doing?"
From Pakistani sources that the shooting down of multiple Indians
it's hurting my eyes.
Was not part of Pakistani retaliation.
Right,
they are saying Pakistan is yet to retaliate.
Smoliv?
They claim Pakistani military has selected at least 8 to 9 ground targets inside India to attack as part of its retaliation. I will say this.
Combi.
I will say this. We have not seen any kind of
fucking Pidgeotto
activity by Pakistan that would seem like obvious big retaliation that they could show the world and the Pakistani people and say we did this. I mean, we've clearly seen fighting.
Oh God,
we were watching it for hours in Kashmir. But when you think of like some, you know, you think that the Pakistani government might want to like make some statement by doing some kind of highly visible retaliatory action. So
I need it.
That's an interesting thought that maybe there's some Pakistani retaliatory action still to come.
Dude, exactly. Night mode. Ugh.
Jesse Gay.
Pretty sure that guy almost gave me a freaking seizure.
It's possible that happened. I mean, if it happened, we maybe would get a feedback. I would not be surprised if at some point in the future we got a feedback from that area. I don't know when that would be. Could be soon. It could be a long time. DE thinks they need a mediator. Our viewer Intel station thinks Pakistan's been preparing for 2 weeks. Well, look, I mean, it was widely anticipated.
Shit, thank you.
Some sort of
Do you need to change
India
that?
attack was coming. Kimmy Larson thinks India can't let this slide. Escalation inbound. You mean the fighting in Kashmir?
Yeah, let's get a read on his chat. Stop asking about the cams, thanks. Mediator or cam is in India. That was Pakistan responding. Blah 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 blah. This is good or bad for my stocks. Frankly, I'm kind of sick of wars, guys. People panicking. Living on the whole other side of the globe is nuts. This won't affect your day to day. Maybe around 2 tomorrow. I think that person that was talking about it not affecting our day to day doesn't understand how war works.
I've seen
or nuclear fallout. Ah, shit! What just happened there? Wait, I'm a sub. 45 minutes. Bullshit. Damn, I should have probably given him that sub a little bit sooner. Whoops. Well, I learned my lesson. Are you paused again? The fuck? I don't like how this goes. So if I tap on his chat, that's okay. Operation Sindor. Shot down 5 courier jets. Curry jets. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's part of the problem where I was just like, oh, that's what they're called, right? And then I was like, oh, no, that guy was just a racist POS. Let's see how that is. Ew. All right, my dude, it's a bit too quiet here.
I'm just checking some reports here.
Yeah, please do. But I will turn on some music for us and my audience because it's getting a little.
Hey guys.
Exile No Mercy, thank you for the follow.
What I have is there's some...
I bet we disagree on religion.
There's some recorded video from Poonch coming.
What do you think I believe?
Unfortunately, it's not the live shot, but it is recorded video from Poonch. I don't know where that's...
Out of curiosity.
Up in a few minutes.
I don't think that I've said anything too much.
We'd be getting
so, yeah.
the,
what's your take on what my take is?
Back from Poonch. But it looks
I think
like it's
you are an
atheist.
video. Yeah,
Civilians flee Poonch town on the Indian Kashmir.
I grew up in an evangelical
Indian line of control with Pakistan. So I'll get that. I'll show that.
Called a cult, but it was a evangelical sect. 2 points for you. Yeah. I gotta go let my dog out.
As soon as I have that, I'll show it to you. It's supposedly a video of civilians fleeing Poonch. I wonder if the camera people got out of there. I mean, there was artillery falling right near them. The Pakistani press conference was hours ago. The Department of State said, the U.S. Department of State said, earlier this afternoon, Secretary of State Rubio spoke to the national security advisors from India and Pakistan. He urged both to keep lines of communication open and avoid escalation. Oh, we're about to get the recorded video from Poonch. As soon as I have that, I'll throw it up there for you. We're going to get the taped video from Poonch. Civilians flee Poonch from Indian administered Jammu and Kashmir.
I can tell you this though, Daddy Dennis, I don't denigrate people for what they believe.
I'm getting
not
that
one of
ready
those
to
types.
show you right now.
There's a lot of atheists that, for some reason they need to convince other people to be atheists. I don't get it. I used to be like that, and I'm like, I didn't even know why. So, need to leave. Take care, Pep and chat. All right, Exile No Mercy. Take care. Thank you for joining. Oh man. Because I used to love me some Jesus. I'm also very well studied on the Bible. So
53 minutes.
It's actually what made me an atheist was me reading the Bible by myself and not having my hand held by a pastor or a Bible study.
Appreciate you being with us for our live coverage.
Wait. Excuse me. Wait. Excuse me twice. Okay.
By the way, we do have on the channel, we come on whenever there's live breaking news. I don't know when there's going to be big breaking news, so I can't tell you in advance when we're going to be on the air, but we do have a notification system that we have set up ourselves that works really well. We do it through Discord. So if you want to sign up for the free notifications, they're free. They work well. The mods will post a link in the chat to sign up for the notifications. Also, in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, you can find the link there. But sign up for the notifications so you don't miss a stream.
Actually did. Because when he goes live, I think I kind of want to know.
In any moment now, I'm supposed to get some video in from Poonch of civilians fleeing Poonch.
All right, good.
Indian-controlled Kashmir.
We get, not the actual situation. The fact that we get some video though. God, I really do have this penchant for just saying something at the worst time, where it's just like, no, that's not what I went. No.
The Vladimir said that the Guardian reported that the Pakistani Security Council will meet, so I'm assuming retaliation during or after that. Yeah, I don't know if they have retaliated yet. Oh, here's Poonch. Here's Poonch right here. This is video from
Here
Poonch.
we go. Here we go.
Oops, not there. Here's the video from Poonch right here. That's not live.
He just pulled a me.
That's civilians fleeing Poonch. Now, I don't know if any of this is damage that's happened, but that is Poonch. I don't know. Are the people in the car fleeing? I'm a little confused.
You know, it
Maybe
seems
the
like these
people
people
walking are
no,
fleeing?
They're fleeing. They're walking. Yeah, they're fleeing.
It's not a very long video. Again, AFP says these are people fleeing Poonch. So I think maybe those people are just going a little farther away from the border. I wouldn't be surprised if they were. Be careful with the music here.
I don't know. Do they have designated safe zones? Because you think that with an area that's this hotly contested, that the citizens would have safe zones that they just kind of knew they need to go to. So.
हमारे आसपास काफी सारी बिल्डिंग्स टारगेट करी हैं हम यहाँ से बाहर निकलने की कोशिश करेंगे नहीं बंकर यहाँ पे कोई नहीं हम बेसमेंट से बाहर निकल के कोशिश करेंगे
He's muted again. You're muted again. You did it again there, sir. All right, well, fine. I did it again. Yep, here. Let's see how long this one takes. Wow, sounding like Ethan. Where are the Indian bomb shelters, Sam? What? I was actually more so just wondering, isn't that how, if they're fleeing, where would they be fleeing to? So I'm assuming that there is an evac thing. Not bad faith like Ethan, trying to do a gotcha. That was a stupid fucking gotcha from Ethan's point. It was just like, what's your point, Ethan? I mean, hey, people were mad at me because, I was a little too charitable to Ethan at times, but I actually did watch the playback finally, because I had to do some editing. Yeah. And yeah, man, I'll admit it. Yeah, there are times where I was a little too charitable, and so my bad. Because, yeah, also upon listening to it again, where I was just like, oh, what the fuck, Ethan? Dude, you are muted. You're muted. How are you not looking at your chat? You just don't look at your chat? Not one person is telling you, hey, buddy, you're muted. It's not on my end. Is his chat telling him? Ah, shit. Someone tag Steve on Discord. I'm dying laughing, no sound. No, Steve! No, Steve, you're getting cooked by your chat.
Muted. I'm muted.
Yeah, you were for a while,
Thank
bro.
you. You know what happened is I guess I was muted after the video.
Yeah.
Did I mute myself? I don't even know how I muted myself.
Dukes
we're back.
He
somehow
had
I muted
two.
myself, and I didn't know it. Thanks, Rita, for letting me know. Everybody else in the chat let me know.
Sorry.
So what I said is I was just going over this graphic here from AFP on the military balance between India and Pakistan. And you can see the graphic there from their article on this. And India has a much bigger defense budget. They have a similar number of nuclear warheads, 180 to 170. India has more military personnel, but I mean, Pakistan has a lot. They have over 600,000 active military, almost 300,000 military, paramilitary police. But India has about 3 million of those, 3 million combined active military.
Yeah, I thought Lance from the service was the king of
fixed-wing aircraft,
self-meeting.
India about 1,400.
I'm really not that
Pakistan
bad.
about 800. Helicopters, India about 1,000.
I
Pakistan
think today
about
was actually
300.
probably the worst one that I've had. We're all just having a bad mood day.
Artillery, India 11,000. Pakistan 4,500. Armored fighting vehicles, India 7,000. Pakistan 6,000.
Excuse me.
See, it says India launches strikes on Pakistan. Islamabad vows to settle the score. I will have video. I'm supposed to have video of the press briefing. Oh no, I think I am. I don't know actually. I'm hoping to get video of the press briefing in India.
So you're expecting us to stay here on our hope? Oh, fine, I will. You got me, Steve. You got me. Originally, it was because of his coverage, but
For hours, we had video from Kashmir. We don't have that.
let's see
right
if there's
now.
any.
I don't know if we're getting it back.
Anything on X?
I haven't heard anything on that. Now, why is somebody? No, the live stream is not back. Why is somebody saying that? It's not back. I can see the source.
Sorry.
It's not back. Thanks, Nadine O'Brien, by the way.
Man, Agenda Free TV is like he is like the guy.
DCE.
He's all over this on X. So like, hey, good for him, man.
Oh, there's more video from Poonch. There's more recorded video from Poonch. Hold on a second.
Oh,
this is also from Poonch.
Oh,
check this out. That is Poonch right there.
Ready?
That's not live though, but that is Poonch. I'll turn the sound on.
Damn.
These are civilians who are leaving Poonch. That's Poonch. So these are people leaving Poonch.
That's just how it goes? They play chicken and just honk the horn until one of them moves? No. Dude, they are fucking whipping those cars.
You'll see the rest of the video coming up. But this is, again, this is a video from Indian-controlled Kashmir. Poonch is where our live stream was from. And this video is of people fleeing Poonch. There were all these kind of artillery strikes going on in Poonch. So you'll see, I'll let it play here and you'll see more of it. We saw this part already, but there's more of it.
I wonder what Fun Bites is.
हमारे आसपास काफी सारी बिल्डिंग्स टारगेट करी हैं, हम यहाँ से बाहर निकलने की
It's probably a computer store, the way that they spelled bytes.
नहीं बंकर यहाँ पे कोई नहीं, हम बेसमेंट से थे, बाहर निकल के कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
Don't meet yourself again. Wait, this one seems longer. I mean, this couldn't have been too long ago. Because they didn't start fleeing until sunup. That construction crew is just like, we are not Americans and we will make sure you know that.
And here's people walking across this bridge.
I wonder if a lot of Canadians got to do that now, where it's just like, do not mistake us. Oh, here we go again. Dude, this bridge is wild. You got people walking on both sides. Like, this would drive me nuts. This would drive me absolutely fucking nuts. I mean, come on. You guys can't just all, like, be on one side here and then you have cars on the other. Like, what is with this? What is with this? Why? Why this chaos? Why? And why are you just okay with this? Who the fuck? Like, there wasn't a single person in India that was just like, hey, or Kashmir at least, where it's just like, hey, guys, you know what? Let's institute this system. This might save a lot of people.
Anyways, that was the video from Poonch.
But I don't know. They seem like to handle that like freaking G's, though. So.
Thank you to Mr. Quasimodo. About 40 minutes until the India...
40 minutes?
Armed Forces press conference.
I guess I can go to midnight.
That's
not the worst thing.
It's supposed to be about 10 o'clock.
I just might find something else to watch.
Which is 38 minutes from now.
Hold on. I am going to look for more updates while we're doing this, though. He didn't mute again, did he? Alright, as much as I like watching you, just do your thing. Here.
Well, maybe I'll try to stay on at least until the India press conference. I don't know if we'll be getting a live stream back anytime soon.
Pedestrian safety, nah, them kids just better watch out.
Oh, the
like,
briefing
what?
is now 10:30. ANI India says now it's longer. ANI India says that the briefing by the military, by the Indian military is now 10:30 local time, which is over an hour for now. Gary thinks it won't be in English. Yeah, very well. I mean, there's a chance I would have an English translation, but...
What I will do, though, is...
You know, without the live stream, it's hard to get information about what's going on. Yeah, when did this stream start? I don't even know when our stream started here.
7 hours and 12 minutes.
Let me give it a few minutes. What I'll do is I'll give it a few minutes. I'll give it a few more minutes. If we don't get a live stream back soon, then I can always just take a break. And then you know, if we get a live stream in the future and it's showing us a lot, I can just come right back on the air, right? Nothing stopping me from doing another stream.
Well, I mean, losing half the audience, like, from the one, that's what sucks. When you have to restart your stream, it really is just like, ugh.
But it's the kind of thing where
Genie, what the
in a
fuck?
situation like this, that the live streams are
guys.
especially valuable because it's so hard to get reliable information about what's going on. And that was really reliable information, about as reliable as you can get. And we were for hours and hours, seeing a lot of fighting going on in Kashmir. Anthony Poff says the camera guy was goated. Yeah, I mean, the camera people did great work. But you wouldn't have known. I mean, if we didn't have that stream, we would not have known what was going on there at all.
No. Which is crazy because dude, I mean, the fact that they buried it as bad as they did, and then we had the stream as long as we did. It's kind of crazy to think about that. I was one of like, what?
Eric thinks they cut
maybe
the
2
internet. I
people
haven't
on
heard
Twitch
that, but
outside
you
of
never
him doing this. I would say I'm trying to pat myself on the back, but it is actually more like I'm legitimately surprised where I was just like, oh, I thought that this was something that more people would be covering. Let's get an update on this. India fires missiles into Pakistan, killing at least 8, officials say. On Wednesday morning, you know what?
I'm going to check some of the Indian. The Indian press conference has been delayed till 10:30 local time, which is about an hour from now.
Okay, so
let me show
Mohammed
you a little
Warid
about,
lives near the Bilal Mosque in Muzaffarabad, the capital of Pakistan,
Just to
and
go over
Minister
some
Kashmir. I was fast asleep when the first explosion shook my house. I ran out onto the road where people had
India
already gathered
strikes
before I could
Pakistan
figure
after
out what was
Kashmir
happening.
attack,
3 more missiles
raising
were fired,
fears
causing
of
widespread
war.
panic and
This
chaos.
is from the
Why
Washington
it says
Post.
dozens of people, including women, have been
Indian
injured and
military
taken
said
to a
on
nearby
Wednesday it had
hospital. I
launched
don't
strikes
understand
against
why our local
Pakistan in
mosque was targeted.
retaliation
Why
for
it
last
said
month's
this is a
militant
normal
attack on
neighborhood
India's
mosque where
Minister
we
of
prayed
Kashmir,
5 times a day. We
putting
never
the
saw any
nuclear-armed
suspicious
neighbors
activity
in
around it.
direct
People are
conflict
now fleeing their
for the
homes, and the
first
sense of
time in
uncertainty is
6
very high.
years.
Indian
Just a
Army
reminder
confirms 3 dead. An Indian has been administered Kashmir. An Indian Army spokesperson has now confirmed to the BBC that 3 civilians have been killed in Indian administered
India
Kashmir.
here,
We don't have any more details at the
Pakistan
moment.
Kashmir's
World
in
must
this
have
area.
shown
up
zero
here.
tolerance for terrorism.
Poonch,
God.
where the camera was,
Using the
was
T
right
word.
up here.
There you go.
But Kashmir is disputed territory. India and Pakistan both claim it, each have part of it. India's armed forces said 9 sites from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed were targeted. It said no Pakistani military facilities were hit, and characterized the attack as focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. But the strikes were swiftly condemned by Pakistan. Officials in Pakistan said 8 people were killed. They claim that, including a child and 2 teenagers and 35 injured. I cannot confirm those numbers. The Pakistani defense minister said India has shamelessly attacked the civilian population and the attack will be answered accordingly. The prime minister of Pakistan said Pakistan has every right to give a befitting reply to this act of war imposed by India, and a befitting reply is being given. But it's not clear what that is. Oh, I might have some more. Do I have more video from? Is that new? I don't think it is. If I get more video, more taped video from Poonch, I'll let you know. The chief military spokesman of Pakistan told CNN that 2 Indian aircraft had been shot down by Pakistan. Soon after, he told Geo News 5 Indian warplanes had been downed, including French-made Rafales. That claim could not be independently verified. The Indian government had no immediate response. Pakistan's military reported 24 impacts across 6 locations. Some in Pakistan and some in Pakistani-administered Kashmir. One person that this article talked to, Faryal Wahid, 45, was getting ready for bed about 12:30 a.m. in the eastern Pakistani city of Bahawalpur when she heard 4 loud blasts in quick succession, she said. Her gatekeeper told her he had seen huge flashes of light in the sky. Her husband, a surgeon, was called into work at about 1 a.m. She said the entire staff has been called in, doctors, nurses, and ward boys. I'm scared for us. Another resident of that town ran outside when he heard the blasts, hoping to check on his nearby fertilizer warehouse. Police and soldiers were already in the streets, he said, and they urged him to return home. Tensions between India and Pakistan, says the Washington Post, have spiked in the aftermath of the April 22nd attack by militants in a popular tourist area in Indian-administered Kashmir. 26 people were killed, most of them Indian tourists, making it the deadliest assault on Indian civilians since the 2008 attacks in Mumbai. India's government said that terror attack had linkages to Pakistan, which Pakistan has denied.
Oh, shit.
In 2019, after another militant attack in Kashmir, India carried out strikes in Pakistan, followed by a brief aerial battle along the line of control, which separates Indian and Pakistani-administered Kashmir. Both countries claim ownership of the Muslim-majority territory Kashmir, and the dispute has led to wars between them. A fragile ceasefire was reached in 2021 and has held until now. President Trump called it a shame, the attacks, and said he hopes it ends very, very quickly. India, the Indian embassy in Washington, D.C. said no Pakistani civilian, economic, or military targets have been hit. Only known terror camps were targeted. I'll kind of skip through here. China, a key backer of Pakistan, had reiterated its support for the government in Pakistan in recent days.
Freudian slip.
On Monday, Pakistan authorities said that China's ambassador to Pakistan had met with the Pakistani president and called the relationship ironclad. The UN Secretary General said he was very concerned about the strikes in Pakistan and was calling for maximum military restraint from both countries. The spokesperson for the UN Secretary General said the world cannot afford a military confrontation between India and Pakistan. Michael Kugerman, a South Asia analyst, said because both India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons, any military confrontation is dangerous, no matter how limited the use of force. Neither country has any interest in hot war, but one shouldn't be complacent about the risks, especially given the possibility of miscalculations. And then we were watching this. Following the Indian strikes, Pakistani forces fired artillery across the line of control. India's military said, "We saw that for hours," adding it was responding appropriately in a calibrated manner. Maybe we'll do a quick poll because we haven't done a poll yet. The poll will be, will the fighting continue after today?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying. Not like, I'm not saying 100 years from now, but immediately.
That's a yes.
I mean the pitched fighting.
Wait, can I actually answer this now?
And I'm posting that poll, and we'll see what you guys say about it.
I can.
Posting it. I just posted it on YouTube and Twitch. Just going to post it on Facebook real quick. And you guys can vote. It is now posted. All right. I asked you, I said, will the fighting continue after today? It's morning there still. Over on YouTube, here is what people said. 85% on YouTube say yes, it will continue after today. On Facebook right now, it is 83% say yes.
My guy's on Facebook.
And on Twitch,
he would be.
I mean, sorry. I'm
not trying to be mean. You hear double.
78%, 79%. So most of you think it will continue after today. Karen G thinks it will continue. I mean, I don't mean in the long term. I mean this elevated fighting going on right now.
Like I have double, or like you're just hearing double the feed, because that's YouTube. Just reset YouTube or Twitch. That's an easy one.
Thank you for voting in the poll. No, the Poonch feed we had is not live right now. If you're seeing that feed somewhere else, either it's a totally different feed or it's recorded.
It's probably
it's
the recorded
looking
feed.
at the source for it. It's not live right now.
Yeah. %80 on Facebook voted the COVID vaccine caused this. It wasn't even an option. Nice. What a good summary of just exactly what Facebook is. Did you get... Yeah, dude. The fact that, like, daily, I still see somebody that's just like, I bet you got the jab. Whatever. Like, yeah, dude, I thought I was supposed to be dead 4 years ago because of that. I thought you guys were just like, oh, you're all not even going to survive the year.
CNN says that pictures of an aircraft, we were showing you some video of an aircraft that was downed in Indian
I wouldn't say it was a downed aircraft as much as it was
CNN
like they
says
said.
Pictures taken of an aircraft that crashed in Indian administered Kashmir show the label of a French manufacturer, which it says
Tony Stock.
So leads some support to Pakistan claiming it shot down 3 of India's top of the line French Rafale fighter jets.
They shot down les jets. Sorry.
CNN had also reported an unidentified aircraft crashed in Indian-administered Kashmir.
That'd be wild.
Now
If
I'd
it was
heard
an
this
actual
report, something
fucking
like this
UFO.
before. They say a duty
this
officer
happened
at a
to be
fire
in,
service
like, the
headquarters in
alien,
Srinagar
like-
said
They
a
just
fighter
accidentally
aircraft had
expose it
crashed
on
a
Twitter.
school building.
Or it's just like, whoa, shit. He is so official. Okay. Are you good? Or do we have any? You said that we had.
I have a picture of it right here. I have a picture of the debris. Actually, I'm actually going to pull up the photo of it, make it big so you guys can see it. Oh, and I have a map too. Okay. Let me download all this stuff. Hang on one moment. Here is the picture. All right, so I'm looking right now at this article. Oops. India fires missiles into Pakistani territory in what Islamabad calls act of war. And this is a picture from the article right there. Actually, I'll show you. The caption says, debris of an aircraft lie in the compound of a mosque at Pampur in Pulwama district of Indian-controlled Kashmir. That's aircraft debris in Indian-controlled Kashmir. Is that part of a plane that was shot down or crashed? I don't know.
As I said, no, it looks like a fuel ballast.
Kimo Sabi says it is weird-looking debris. It's a fuel drop tank. Some of our viewers are saying.
Fuel drop tank, that, yeah.
I don't know what a fuel drop tank is.
I mean, yeah, the size of it looks just about that, too.
Oh, it's an expendable fuel tank,
Yeah.
I guess. It can be carried by a fighter jet to increase its flight endurance. Oh, interesting. Some of our viewers say it's a drop tank. For extra miles, says JD63.
Okay. You got any other video for us?
See, it says here on AP,
oh, hold on.
debris from a plane was scattered across a village in Indian-controlled Pakistan. Another aircraft fell in an open field. Look at this. Let me read you this. This is interesting from AP. India hit by shelling as planes fall on villages. Along the line of control, which divides the disputed region of Kashmir between India and Pakistan, there were heavy exchanges of fire. We saw a bunch of those live. The Indian Army said, hold on a second here. The Indian Army said 3 civilians were killed when Pakistani troops resorted to arbitrary firing.
fine, including gunfire and artillery shelling across the line of control. Yeah, we had heard that before.
Could you imagine a war on the border of the U.S. without tons of coverage and thousands of photos per minute? Yep.
Shortly
No,
after
I mean, this is
India's
insane.
strikes,
The fact that we were like the last ones to get
aircraft
coverage.
fell in 2 villages in India-controlled Kashmir.
It's fucking nuts.
Now, state-run Pakistani television claimed that Pakistan shot down 5 Indian jets. Debris from a plane was scattered across Wuyuan village in the Pampur area in the outskirts of the region's main city.
Farewell, folks. Maybe better news soon. Anytime.
That's India-controlled Pakistan.
I'll come back and see. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm on at 2 tomorrow.
Right?
So look at. Oh, shit.
Including
I should actually probably.
School and a mosque compound.
Yeah, I should call straight here.
Srinagar,
I'm not going to be able to wait for that press conference because
police and residents.
I did just think about that.
Firefighters struggled for hours to douse the resulting
Get
fires.
up a little earlier.
There was a huge fire in the sky.
Shit,
then
I
we
gotta
heard
do.
several blasts also, said a Wuyuan resident. And Wuyuan would be in India-controlled Kashmir, correct?
We're on the research. Hold on.
Yes.
We're on the research end of this, so I do want to fucking get a little bit of knowledge before I go.
Okay, and then look, it says another aircraft fell in an open field in the village of Bardakalan near southern Akhnur town, close to the line of control in Indian-controlled
Yeah, but which one was
Kashmir
that we
shortly
just
after
saw?
the strikes.
And like,
Village resident Sachin Kumar
that's
told
kind of making
AP
me
that
like
he
think
heard
if they're
massive
reporting
blasts
that like
followed
drop
by a
tank,
huge
like
ball of
the
fire. He said
extra fuel
he
tank,
and
it's
several
like,
other villages rushed to the scene and found 2 pilots with injuries. Both were later taken away by the Indian Army. So that's reporting saying 2 planes crashed in India controlled Kashmir. AP's Associated Press. DC says they cut the feed. By the way, I would not be surprised at that either. I would not be surprised at all if the Indian government didn't want somebody streaming from the area where this fighting was going on. I would not at all be surprised.
Did he not see?
Certainly
he must
possible.
not have seen Twitter. Here.
Hold on a second here.
I will actually jump in his chat
Thanks,
for this.
Jason, but Jason, you got to respect the rules of the chat. Come on. But thank you, Jason Bewley, but please keep it respectful. Thank you.
He has a thing against the links in chat. Okay. That's fine. Don't be a Jason.
Oh, also, I'm seeing something else here. Where is this? Pakistan. I don't know if this is true. Pakistani official says Indian missile strike on a mosque in Pakistan killed 13, including women and children. I don't know if this is true. AZ Intel mentioned that AP was reporting this. Thanks, AZ Intel. This is a report from AP.
Man, he really is
now,
like
just to
down
be
the
clear,
middle.
Bahawalpur is
I appreciate that.
in.
Makes me wonder what his personal politics are, though.
Hold on.
Not that
Isn't
it
that
matters,
Pakistan
I guess.
proper?
So he is reporting like straight down the middle, I guess. Can't really
Yeah,
complain,
Bahawalpur is not in Kashmir.
Yeah.
Bahawalpur is here. It's in Pakistan proper. Kashmir's up here. India, Pakistan. So, but that was a place that was hit during the Indian strikes. So, Pakistani official, a doctor at a hospital said the death toll from the Indian missile strike on the Subhan Mosque in Bahawalpur.
His name
has
is
jumped
Agenda
to
Free.
13,
I got it.
bringing the overall death toll from the Indian
I know.
strikes
That's where I was going with
across
that.
the
I was
country
kind of
to 19.
questioning
I
it.
can't confirm that.
Oh, is it? Oh, it is.
6 people were killed in
shit.
the Indian strikes and shelling in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, according to security officials. India said it struck infrastructure used by militants linked to last month's massacre of tourists in the Indian-controlled portion of Kashmir. At least 3 civilians were also killed in Indian-controlled Kashmir by Pakistani shelling, according to the Indian Army. I can't confirm that either.
Slimy butt winkle. Hello. Pakistan and India starting World WW3. If this ain't close, then I don't know what is. Because, man, I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a little tense. Yep. Oh.
Thanks, by the way, to Dwin Harbin. Thank you, Dwin. No, the Indian Army press conference was delayed. It's in 40 minutes, the Indian Army press conference.
Time to stock up on the danks. Oh, I'm definitely stocked. I think that's the only thing keeping me
I
sane
have a statement
lately.
from China. There's a statement from China.
Oh, really? Statement from China? That was not who I was expecting to give a statement. Oh, shit. Damn it.
If I can pull this up here. Where is that? Why am I not seeing it here? Let's see. I got it. Is this it? Is this from today or not?
That's kind of what they were saying.
Yes.
About if there was anybody that was going to back
This is from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokespersons replied to questions on the current situation between India and Pakistan. Question. Recently, tensions between India and Pakistan have continued to escalate. India launched a military strike on targets in Pakistan in the early hours of the 7th, and Pakistan responded strongly. What is China's comment? China Foreign Ministry says, China regrets India's military action this morning and is concerned about the current developments. India and Pakistan are inseparable neighbors and are also China's neighbors. China opposes all forms of terrorism. We call on both India and Pakistan to prioritize peace and stability, remain calm, and exercise restraint, and avoid actions
That's from
that further
January. They need to
complicate the
update it.
situation.
Oh, the doomsday clock? Ugh.
That is a statement from China. Haradev thinks China is getting ready for Taiwan.
Dude, I'm telling you, if Jesus returned, he would get arrested at the border. He even said his name was Jesus.
By the way, thanks X-Cursed for
You ain't Jesus, you ain't white.
You know what I'll do? Maybe I'll do this. Maybe what I'll do is... Hang on a second here. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on, I have an update for you guys. So, FJ,
he does.
who I follow, just found this. India's major Indian news outlet called The Hindu, which is a major newspaper in India, they just reported, The Hindu reports, that at least 3 Indian jets have crashed in Jammu and Kashmir, in Indian-controlled Kashmir. A government official told The Hindu. That's similar to the Reuters report that says 3 fighter jets crashed in Indian-controlled Kashmir. Now, is it crashed or is it was shot down by Reuters? Was shot down by Pakistan? But again, now the Indian outlet The Hindu is reporting that. Cami says, I read The Hindu every day. It's a major news outlet in India. Sounds like there's a significant chance that 3 planes were shot down.
Because India reported on it now?
GeoTV, which is a Pakistani
He was
outlet,
very
reports
skeptical about everything that Pakistan was saying, but immediately it was just like, maybe they did.
Continue on the line of command.
Agenda free. Okay.
So that would suggest that
If I'm
that
misreading
is
that, then you can say
that's their the big part of the at least part of the retaliatory operation. We were watching for hours on the live cam from Kashmir. We were watching artillery shells coming in from, I presume, Pakistani-controlled Kashmir and hitting an Indian-controlled Kashmir. So GeoTV, Pakistani news outlet, says that the Pakistan Army's retaliatory operations continue on the line of control.
What's his takes on Palestine?
Now,
should have asked that right off the bat.
Sources told GeoTV that India suffered heavy losses in the operations by the Pakistani forces. Is that true? I don't know.
What about this update?
Maybe the Indian government will give some confirmation about possibly Indian planes being shot down when they do their press conference in 32 minutes. 32 minutes till the Indian Army press conference.
I must tease.
Oh, for those watching on Facebook, I'll have to restart the Facebook stream in 10 minutes because Facebook has an 8-hour limit.
Really?
Thanks, Kay, for letting me
I didn't know that.
Facebook has an 8-hour limit. So, again, I'll have to restart. Oh, the Hindu deleted their tweet? Is that true? Hold on. It's still up. I'll have to restart the Facebook stream. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So FJ points out that the newspaper The Hindu, the Indian newspaper, has now deleted their tweet. I saw the tweet, and it's now not there anymore. The one that said at least 3 Indian jets have crashed in Kashmir, Indian-controlled Kashmir, a government official told The Hindu. So, because I saw the original tweet was posted, I saw it. And now they've deleted the tweet. I retweeted it, but I think the retweet probably disappeared because the tweet has been deleted. Yeah, I mean, there would be nothing to retweet anymore.
That is indeed how that works.
Anyways, we'll have to see what the government says in a half an hour. Remember, just a reminder what Ankit Panda, who is an expert on nuclear weapons, who I have followed for years. Just a reminder what Ankit Panda said earlier this evening. Ankit Panda said, if I can pull up the post here for you. He said, reminder for folks who might be living through their first South Asian crisis. There will be a tremendous amount of disinfo, claims of targets being hit, not hit, and it'll take a while to sort through what actually happened. In 2019, it took us about 3 to 4 days after the strikes to get a clear sense. Oh, also, yes, as FJ points out, the Indian newspaper The Hindu has deleted the article that was posted a short while ago that said 3 Indian jets crash in Indian Kashmir. So they deleted their tweet and they deleted their article.
Okay. All right. Oh. Got no more updates, really.
Oh, we have coming up something.
You son of a bitch. As I was about to say it.
I don't know how actually informative this will be, but there's supposed to be a live shot from. There's a live shot from
Everything Bagel 68.
The capital of Indian-controlled Kashmir. I'm not expecting it to be that illuminating. Oh, they had that before. I don't even think it's worth showing. I'll show you where it is. It's in Srinagar. Srinagar is over here. Srinagar is a good, how many miles from the border?
Getting pummeled?
30 miles from the border.
I wouldn't say
the live shot we had before was much closer to the border. There's a live shot from Srinagar, but it's just showing like a big clock. Like it's not, nothing's really going on. So
and honestly, this media blackout situation, like now we really don't know what the fuck is going on. That's kind of wild when you think about it.
Yeah, I don't know if that Poonch stream is ever coming back.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they come after the stream. They got 5 jets shot down and they bombed their brigade HQ.
Oh, for people watching on Facebook, very shortly on Facebook.
I'm in Pakistan, that's why I can't
have to restart the Facebook stream. In 4 minutes, I have to restart the Facebook stream because Facebook limits the streams to 8 hours.
Fair.
So if
That's
you're
why
watching on
like
Facebook,
this guy is so skeptical about
4
it, and
minutes
I'll
on
be
Facebook,
real.
the stream will end on Facebook, and I'll have to restart.
Yeah, it could be misinformation. Like, dude, everything right now is grain of salt, and
Sorry
especially in
about that. That's the way they
conflicts
do
like
it over
this,
on
I'm not
Facebook.
one to literally like ever take a military's word at anything.
right, at this
I'm
point, I'm
American,
gonna be just-
bro,
I'm gonna stay
and I
on
don't
the
trust
air
anything that my fucking military says.
It's 26
so, come
minutes. It's
Grain
26
of
minutes
salt.
until the press
I
conference.
mean, I did see, the thing that I saw. I
the
literally
Indian
just saw a
Armed
video
Forces
of it.
press
So,
conference. So
I mean, because like right
I'll stay
here,
on the air to that. For that. I think I
can't
might even
show
have
this.
a video of that. Although
Pakistan
I'm guessing it
shot
might not
down
be in
Indian IAF Rafale fighter near Balawapur.
But at this point, we might as well stay alive till then.
Balawapur. The craziest thing is you can literally see the pilot ejected.
What I'm gonna do.
So,
hey,
but yeah,
thanks to
they did
Brian
shoot it down.
Beelman.
It got
I
like
appreciate that, Brian Beelman. Thank you.
zoom, anti-missile, boom, got him.
RRRR. Thank you.
So there's at least footage of one being taken down.
Talks about looking up images with Chat GPT.
They
Thank you
said
for the
they did that,
suggestion.
man. They
Thanks,
said they
Free
did that.
Mind.
And then Pakistan is saying that no,
actually
they
did.
attacked some civilian areas, and that's women and children got killed. Like it's the same shit that's happening all over. Like again, this is why
by
I don't
the way,
believe any
RR
fucking
thinks
military,
the wreckage
any of
earlier
them.
is a cruise missile. Source AI. Well, I don't know if AI got that right. Maybe it is. I don't know.
MF said terror camp. They bomb mosques.
I haven't heard any reporting that Pakistan fired any
See,
missiles.
right there
at India.
immediately.
I'll certainly let you know if I hear it, but I haven't heard that at all.
Yeah, I was about to say that's fucking racist as fuck.
Web Yen and Dennis Kennedy. And Patrick Hegan and Jive Silocybe and Navy Doc. Also, shout out to our mods who are here. Our mods have been here the whole time.
Whereas mine seemed to take the night off. It's okay.
I really appreciate
Who
all
we
of our
got?
moderators.
Bloodstone,
Ruth
you're still
Gafansi over
there.
on
Okay.
YouTube's there.
Well, over on
Linda Bell,
Twitch.
Larry, Misha X. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3. Surly Dev. Thank you. Margaret Riley. Paul Anderson.
Jeez.
Christina Neal. K. Lowry Body on Facebook. Hey, Facebook viewers, in about a minute, Facebook, I'm going to have to restart the Facebook stream because Facebook is going to end the stream automatically in about a minute. So Facebook viewers, get ready to switch
Distracted?
to the new stream.
Still
Jason Booley
going.
says, from the look of
And
the
it
fuel
looks like
tank, it
I'm
was
going
a
to
French
stick
Rafale.
around until
It was
this
a French-made
presser.
Rafale jet.
I'm not sure. Like, because I'm literally toying with this because it's like, oh, it might be half in English. Although I have a feeling it is going to be in English because they need it to be. Because that's how a lot of these situations play out, where they're like, "Oh, well, we
Here's
want
some more
American
expert
sympathy." So,
commentary here from the AP article.
yeah, bro,
India
literally
fires
said the
missiles into
mosque
Pakistani
shit in
territory.
chat.
Islamabad calls active war.
Effing Muslim, I should go.
South Asia analyst Michael Kugelman said it was one of the highest
You don't gotta
intensity
go.
strikes from India on its rival in years, and that Pakistan's response
He
would surely
banned.
pack a punch as well. These are two strong militaries that, even with nuclear weapons as a deterrent, are not
I
afraid
don't
to
tolerate
deploy
racist
sizable
bullshit.
levels of conventional military force against each other. He said the escalation risks are real, and they
Bye,
could well
Psyduck.
increase
Psy. I mean, Psyduck is known for self-destructing, so I guess it's like that's what he does. Everything Bagel 68. Thank you for
Icarus, I think the idea is that
damn.
At least some, if not all, of the missiles fired from India
Fuck 'em.
were fired by Indian planes.
Just sit there
But
talking
over-
and like,
Actually, I think India's.
every Islamist.
I'd read some reporting
like
that said
every
multiple
freaking
branches of the
Islam
Indian
haters
Army took
trope
force- took
bullshit.
part in
Like
this. But the idea is
dude,
at least some of the
literally, I'm a post
missiles would be
9/11
fired from
guy.
Indian planes,
Like
which are over
I
Indian
was in
airspace.
high school when that shit happened. Trust me, I've seen some fucking like I know what Islamophobia looks like. I'm a little here and a little over there, washing dishes and listening. Nice. What are you doing? He just stopped. Oh my god, that was jarring. It's so quiet. Okay, guys. Let's put some music
minutes.
on. And just out.
Hey, Dennis Kennedy, I thought the first Vatican vote is not supposed to take place until evening.
Like, oh, this is uncomfortable.
So there's the start time for the conclave, but my understanding is that they only took one vote the first day, and that's in the evening, which would be evening Italy time. That was my understanding. Now, if I hear otherwise, I'll let you know.
What is he talking about? Conclave?
But that's what I had read.
For what? You streaming on YouTube? Yeah. Here. Yes, sir. Thought he froze for. I thought so too.
Conclave
That's
starts
like
today, which is the 7th.
Oh, this is. Oh, this is because of the Pope. No, it's because JD Vance. Dude, how wild is that? The Pope dies after meeting JD Vance, then JD Vance goes to India, and then this shit happens. Because legit, they did like bring it down to the timestamp. He was there for the start of this conflict. Like, he flew in, and immediately it was just like, you know what? It's time. They just saw that dark eyeliner, and they were just like, oh, that's the sign.
Anyways, I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you for subscribing as well. Appreciate that.
The Guardian says the first vote will probably be taken Wednesday afternoon.
Hey.
But I'll have to keep an eye on it.
Hey, you gonna stop?
I might be sleeping for all I
Stan.
know. We'll see. But we are not covering that right now.
Fine.
Thank you, Dennis Kennedy. I appreciate it.
Dick.
Yes, the press conference by India is in 18 minutes.
Ah, fuck it. It's under 20 minutes, guys. I'm sticking around for it. 18 minutes. Why does it always seem like when you put a clock on it, like before?
Hey guys, I heard an update. I just got an update.
Got an update? Got an update?
AFP said the reason that the live stream from Poonch went down is that it was too dangerous for the team there, which I certainly understand. And they are relocating, and in the future at some point, there's supposed to be another live stream. Now, I don't know where they're going to do the live stream from. I don't think they're moving down the street. They might move the next town over, right? So I don't know that you're going to be seeing a live stream from Pooch again. But maybe they'll go a little ways away.
This guy might be AI. He's definitely not AI.
They don't want to get killed. JD says makes sense. But that's the update.
I am definitely going to try and do this, though, because...
about the live stream. Yeah,
seems like AFP is really, really...
I agree with you.
Right now, we got war memes going on. Oh, God.
As I said, during that stream, I said I've never seen anything like this because those shells were hitting right near the camera.
Oh, my God.
Like, normally, it would just stop before then.
That's nuts. Oh, excuse me.
So, but, I'm guessing they'll set up somewhere as close as they can while being safe.
Well, I mean, that's the
a
whole
helpful
point.
update,
I
at
mean,
least.
things tend to
Michael
hit
says
a
those
lot
strikes were
harder
stupid
when
close.
like things
So
are
what
dire,
we're
and
gonna
it's
have
just
live
like
coverage from you,
yeah.
but I don't know if I'll have a translation.
I don't know, man.
In about 15 minutes.
I
there's
had a
the
situation
India
like I
briefing
made some
coming up.
jokes.
So let me throw some up there.
Like me and my sister, we have like a real like we share a pretty like dark humor together. But man, after my mom passed, me and her, like we were saying some shit that even like we just like looked surprised by, where we were just like, did we just say that? But yeah. You know, I was just rewatching some Until Dawn playthroughs, and he's giving Dr. Hill Peter Stormare vibes when he goes still. A little bit. God, Until Dawn. Aren't they making that a movie? I think they are. Or is it a show? I can't remember.
Thank you, Scruff Herder.
I think it's a movie.
Thank you. I need about 2 minutes. So I'm going to be back in 2 minutes, and we'll be covering the India press briefing, which might not be in English, which very well, it probably won't be in English, but we'll be covering it anyway.
Really?
Coming up in about 15 minutes. All right.
We're not going to have
give
any
me 2
like,
minutes. I'm coming right back.
Yo, if there is legit no
we'll be right
way
back, take
of
some
like
more of your comments,
subtitling this,
questions,
I'm gonna have an
give you
issue.
updates and, cover, and tell you what's said at that press
Yeah, there's a
briefing
movie
coming
out.
up
Sounds
very
weird
soon.
though. Ah, okay. Steve will be back in 2 minutes as he goes potty. He's going to the party. He's going to the party. Party, party, party.
Oh, but before I go
He
away, you
didn't
know what I
go
forgot
to
to
the
do?
potty.
Before I take my 2-minute break, I'm going to restart the Facebook stream because Facebook stopped because we hit the 8
He
hour
must
mark.
restart the Facebook.
So let me
and
restart
then
the
go
Facebook
to the
stream.
party. What the fuck?
1 moment here. I am restarting the Facebook stream right now.
Restart your
Hey,
Facebook
thank you,
stream.
Scruff Herder. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Scruff Herder.
I wish you would use
appreciate
dark
that.
mode.
All right, I'm
That'd be
restarting the
nice.
Facebook stream. Then
India
I'll take
tends
2
to
minutes. Then I'll
broadcast
come
news in
back and
English
we're gonna be
pretty
covering the
consistently
India
because
press
they have 7 national languages and the majority know English. Oh,
I think
okay,
we're
cool.
live on Facebook again. I
Well,
think we're good
then
to go.
I
All right.
will
Give
hold
me
out
2
some
minutes.
hope for that.
I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
And not freak out and just bail on it. All right, let's see. We got 2 minutes, right? Well, in this 2 minutes... Oh, excuse me. I gotta clear up my desktop here. I got the Kashmir War thing. Keep that over here. I will say this. X is still useful for learning about this crap. Sean Diddy Combs. Man, I didn't get to like anything I wanted to get to today. Pakistan files response. We did that. Oh, here we go. Ground news. Which, by the way, guys, I am sponsored by Ground News. If you guys are looking for some like a way to break through the algorithm and just like get a bunch of the news from like both sides and just be able to read it for yourself, definitely check it out, man. Because right now, with everything going on, I'm telling you, this is one of the best things in my life. This is why I also I sought them out, and yeah, they are awesome. So you can get 40% off if you use my code, or you could try it for free. The free version is pretty limited though. Like they'll only take you to the they'll show you like the basic breakdown, but they won't actually give you the links. So that's what sucks. And then they also have a third tier that, you know, if you make FU money, then you can do that one because it is very cool. It breaks through all of the paywalls, so it's pretty damn cool. But yeah, here, let's check Ground News real quick. India fires missiles into Pakistan, killing at least 8. Let's go to the homepage and see. Trump officials to meet with Chinese counterparts on trade. Oh, so he's going to lift the tariffs. Finally. I hope it ends quickly. God, so pointed. That guy. I guess that's literally the coverage that we got. India strikes Pakistani controlled territory of Kashmir. India fired missile across the screen. No. Is he back? Not yet. Not yet. No, not yet. Somebody asked me if you were ready, and I said, no, not yet. If you're a fan of the bonfire, then you might get that joke. Or if you like yourself some Antonio Banderas. India tends to broadcast. Oh. Okay, when Steve says 2 minutes, like, here's my problem with Steve. Steve said a 5-minute break, and it took him like 20 minutes. I don't know if this guy, like, maybe he's got bladder issues. I don't know. But he definitely does not take, like, the time that he says he will be gone. Oh, he did!
Okay,
I eat my words. I'm sorry,
just about
Steve.
9 minutes
I was too harsh with you.
until the press briefing from the Indian Armed Forces.
All right, here we go.
Which supposedly I will have video of, although I don't think it'll be in English. Hey, maybe somebody can translate it for us.
Wait. Can you guys translate? Wait, you guys can translate this, right? I don't know. Does anybody here speak whatever language you're talking? I don't know, man. I'm so
Oh, it
ignorant on
started.
this one.
Hold
I don't
on,
even
it
know what this
started,
means.
right? I think it started right now.
Punjabi?
Hold on a second. I have it right here. Hold on. Let me get it on the screen for you. Sorry about that. No, wait, it hasn't started. Why am I seeing two things? Now I'm really confused. Hang on a moment.
Sure.
What is going on? Everything's very confusing. I see. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. I have video for you. I have video for you. Coming up right now. 1 sec.
Hey.
1 second.
Hey.
There it is.
Huh?
Looks like it hasn't started yet.
I gotta make this a little smaller.
Somebody was speaking, but maybe they were just giving a 10 minutes. Yeah, it's not right. It's not yet. Here, it says Operation Sindor. See? Right, so we do have the video. And this is in, I think it's in New Delhi. Oh, there's a press conference coming up in Pakistan too? Oh, maybe there's one going on in Pakistan. I'm so confused right now.
Look at the one in Pakistan then. Like, let's see both. Come on. I thought you were like Mr. Unbiased.
That
Let's
says
go.
Operation Cinder. I'm seeing AFP says there's a delayed live. Let me see if I can put the Pakistan one up.
Sorry.
All right, hold on. I'm going to put the Pakistan one up too. Give me 2 seconds. Maybe somebody can translate. I didn't even know that was happening. All right, hold on a moment. The Pakistan one I'm about to put up right now. Here it is. Okay, this is the Pakistan one.
Mm-hmm. Waiting with bated breath.
वहां पर 3 शहीद हुए हैं। इसके अलावा एक बच्ची और एक लड़का जख्मी है। कोटली में मस्जिद अब्बास को निशाना बनाया गया। वहां पर एक 16 साल
This is for my Pakistanis in the audience.
18 साल का मासूम बच्चा शहीद हुए। इसके अलावा एक माँ और बेटी इस वक्त जख्मी है। मुरीद के में मस्जिद उमुल किरा को निशाना बनाया गया। वहां पर 3 मर्द शहीद हुए और एक जख्मी है। सियालकोट में जो निशाना बनाया गया उसकी वजह से कोई जानी और माली नुकसान की इतला नहीं आई।
I'll try to look for some
शकरगढ़ में भी
translation online.
जो निशाना बनाया गया वहां पर भी किसी जानी नुकसान की खबर नहीं। अलबत्ता एक डिस्पेंसरी को कुछ नुकसान जरूर हुआ है।
Really quick, I know from online he said 26 killed and 46 injured. 26 civilians killed and 46 injured in the India strikes, he says.
जो भारत कर रहा है, जो अटरली की फायरिंग की जा रही है, उसमें अब तक 5 मासूम सिविलियंस शहीद हो चुके हैं, जिसमें एक 5 साल का बच्चा भी शामिल है। पाकिस्तान की मुसल्लह अफवाद ने अपनी कौम की भरपूर हमायत से दुश्मन को पाकिस्तान पर हमला करने के चंद लम्हों के बाद ही मुंह तोड़ और भरपूर जवाब दिया और दे रही है। लेकिन ये बात जरूर ज़हन में रखिए कि भारत ने पाकिस्तान में मसाजिद को निशाना बनाया है। मसाजिद और इबादत गाहों को निशाना बनाना उस तंग नज़र सोच की अक्कासी करता है जो कि मोदी की हुकूमत में हिंदुत्व के ज़ेर तसल्लुत बढ़ रही है, जिसमें अक़लियतों और बिलखसूस मुसलमानों को और उनकी मजहबी आज़ादी को सलब किया जा रहा है और उनको निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। ये भी जानना ज़रूरी है कि जिन जगहों को निशाना बनाया गया ये वही जगह हैं जिनको कल मीडिया बाशमूल इंटरनेशनल मीडिया ने विजिट भी किया और देखा कि वो बिला जवाब, बिला सबूत जो इल्ज़ामात आयद किए जाते हैं, ऐसा वहाँ पे कुछ नहीं था। सिर्फ मासूम लोग, सिविलियंस और बच्चे वहाँ पे मौजूद थे, फैमिलीज वहाँ पे मौजूद थी। और मुरीद के और बहावलपुर का मीडिया बाशमूल इंटरनेशनल मीडिया का आज का विजिट पहले से प्लान और तयशुदा था। अगर मैं रिस्पांस की बात करूं तो अब तक अफवाज पाकिस्तान ने दुश्मन की जारियत के जवाब में और अपने दिफा में दुश्मन के 5 तैयारे और एक कॉम्बैट ड्रोन जो पाकिस्तान पर हमला आवर हुए थे उनको मार गिराया है।
Look, it says enemy losses. He's saying they shot down 5 Indian aircraft and 1 drone and multiple Indian post damage. I can't confirm that, but you can see in the graphic posted there, that's what it says.
ड्रोन भी इसमें शामिल है। ये जो फ़ज़ाई एसेट्स गिराए गए, ये जनरल एरिया भटिंडा में, जम्मू में, 2 अवंतीपुर के इलाके में, 1 अखनूर और 1 श्रीनगर के इलाके में मार गिराया गया। ये बताना इंतहाई ज़रूरी है कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने इन तैयारों को उस वक्त गिराया जब इन्होंने पाकिस्तान के ऊपर हमला किया। After they have released their weapons, only after that they were engaged and shot at. Once they have taken on the unprovoked,
I thought I had a
uncalled
stroke
for
and I could understand him
aggression
all of a sudden.
against the
I
state,
legit was
the
like,
territorial integrity,
whoa.
and the innocent people of Pakistan by firing at them through standoff weapons. Only after that, Pakistan Air Force and these armed forces engaged them and took them down. It should also be noted that the Pakistan armed forces could have shot even more than 10 of their aircraft. But we exercised restraint.
But we chose not to.
And
We're
at no
badass.
time, any
Come
of
on.
their aircraft was allowed to enter into Pakistan's airspace. And also at no time, none of Pakistan aircraft went into Indian airspace. ये भी जानना ज़रूरी है कि अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पाकिस्तान फ़ज़ाइया के तमाम
you just heard it.
तमाम assets
So high and tired, you gain access to a new language. That's kind of what
You just heard it. He said they shot down 5 Indian fighter jets after they had fired at Pakistan. They could have shot down more, he said.
Ceasefire violation शुरू की, जिसका पाकिस्तानी फौज ने दंदान शिकन जवाब दिया.
Oh God, it is the end times. I can speak in tongues.
को तबाह किया. इन पोस्टों में से, इन एंगेजमेंट्स में से सिर्फ चंद एक की वीडियोस मैं आपके सामने पेश करूंगा. यहाँ पे आप एक ब्रिगेड हेडक्वार्टर को देख सकते हैं जिसको जवाबन निशाना बनाया गया, जहाँ से पाकिस्तान की ऊपर सीज फायर वायलेशन की जा रही थी. यहाँ पे आप इंडियन गजर पोस्ट,
I don't know what we're seeing here. I'm sorry.
जुड़ा पोस्ट,
I don't know if this is supposed to be things that Pakistan hit.
I don't know what I'm looking at. Smoked out the thread.
Priyam says they're showing what they attacked. Priyam says they're claiming that these are posts that they
ये
attacked.
चंद एक सिर्फ एंगेजमेंट्स हैं जो कि कल रात को पाकिस्तान ने अपने दिफा में और जो इंडिया ने एग्रेशन की और सीज फायर वायलेशंस की और वहाँ से गोलाबारी की, उसके जवाब में की गई हैं.
Oh, strip. That looks like a drawing. Yo, but I didn't see okay, I'm not trying to be this guy, but did any of y'all see a fucking plane crash, or did you just see them shoot something and then just like, hey, look, there's smoke?
हिंदुस्तान ने नीलम जेलम हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट को, उसमें नौसेरी डैम के स्ट्रक्चर को निशाना बनाया और उसको नुकसान पहुंचाया. हाइड्रो स्ट्रक्चर्स को निशाना बनाना होंगे, इसका क्या मतलब है? क्या इंटरनेशनल नॉर्म्स और जंगी कवानीन और रवायात इस बात की इजाज़त देती हैं कि आप किसी और मुल्क के पानी के ज़खायर, डैम्स और हाइड्रो पावर स्ट्रक्चर्स को निशाना बनाएं? एक और ख़तरनाक और नाकाबिले कबूल अमल जो कि कल रात को वो भारत ने जब ये बुज़दिलाना कार्रवाई की, तो उस वक्त बहुत सी नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट्स पाकिस्तान की एयरस्पेस में मौजूद थी. And thousands of civilian passengers' lives were put in grave danger. At that time, there were 57 international flights that were operating inside Pakistan airspace. The consequences of any of them being hit perhaps didn't even cross the minds of those who were undertaking this aggression, this senseless aggression that they did yesterday.
India is starting their presser too. Hold
चूंकि
on.
ये एक डेवलपिंग सिचुएशन है, तो जैसे जैसे वाकयात आगे बढ़ेंगे, मैं आपको इन तफसीलात से आगाह
What to
करता
do?
रहूंगा.
We got two press conferences at the same time, India and Pakistan.
Well, you
They
keep
didn't
going
wait
with
for
the Pakistan
Pakistan to
one
end.
until
They're
they
about
actually
to start
start
in
asking
India.
questions
Oh
and-
my gosh. They're not started yet though.
उनका भरपूर जवाब दिया जा रहा है और दिया जाता रहेगा. भारत ने पाकिस्तान पर बुज़दिलाना तरीके से रात के अंधेरे में हमला किया है और पाकिस्तान की जरी कौम को लिलकारा उसकी इस गलतफहमी को यकीनन
I could just understand,
I'll go to the India press conference. They're showing some video now. They're showing some videos in the India press conference that are graphic. I don't want to show these graphic videos.
No,
And
no,
that
that's part of the problem. I was about to say he
in
better
the armed
cap that
forces
shit,
of
otherwise
Pakistan
I'll just fucking just cut
love
this.
and embrace shahadat
Because I was
much
worried that they
more,
were going to show the one
much
of the
more.
plane getting shot. No,
Whoa, hold on. All right, hold on.
hold
on. That just switched. They just switched their feed. All right, hold on. All right, so they just cut away. So we have to get to the India press conference now. They just cut out of the Pakistan press conference. The India press conference is showing lots of videos, they say, of Pakistan, of attacks on, I believe they're showing what they say are Pakistani attacks. India is showing a video that says more than 350 Indian civilians have succumbed to cross-border terrorism in the past decade and 800 injured in these dastardly acts of violence. So I'm going to show you their press conference right now. Hang on, things are a little confused here.
Well, yeah, I mean the fact that they went right to showing the
this. Now they're saying no more
bodies.
Operation Sindoor. All right, hold on. Now this is the India press conference right now. India press conference.
Did the Pakistan
Here we
conference
go.
get hacked? No, they actually that was them swapping.
India press conference, not Pakistan. It's India. Let me get the volume.
I'd be panicking too if I was him. He was the one, he's the one that's going to get tagged for that.
इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप
That was a
सभी का
wild tonal
धन्यवाद.
shift. Yeah.
जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया. 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया. मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद यह भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है. पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई. हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया. साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें. यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था. चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था.
Guys, he might speak in English also. He might do it in multiple languages. We'll see.
पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे. इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए. हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था. इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया. एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट (TRF) कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है. यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर ए तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। ये उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें टीआरएफ के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में टीआरएफ की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर ए तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो टीआरएफ जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में टीआरएफ के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर ए तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। गुड मॉर्निंग, Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union Territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote.
Thank you,
India's
Bledsoe.
latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel
Bazels.
Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
Yeah, me and him are wondering, like, do we need to leave now?
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025
America
की
and Wing Commander?
रात 1 मिनट से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा
And Wing
अंजाम दिए
Commander.
गए
Such a good
ऑपरेशन
PC game
सिंदूर
that turned into
के
such
बारे
a
में
shit movie.
जानकारी देंगे।
With an awesome
ऑपरेशन
cast, too.
सिंदूर
Freddie Prinze Jr.
22
and freaking
अप्रैल
Matthew
को
Lillard. That should have been a
पहलगाम में
banger.
हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार
I liked it as a kid, but I couldn't figure out why, and then I watched it as an adult, and that movie
न्याय
was
देने के लिए लॉन्च
garbage.
किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर
It's a little bit different
दोनों
than
में
what they were saying
फैले
with
हैं।
the.
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ, ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप, कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था।
Your turn. Oh, never mind. Wait.
बरनाला कैंप, भिंबर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, आईईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र। अब्बास कैंप, कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तोयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी।
They're showing their strikes, I guess, or some of their strikes.
Who are they, Pete Hegseth?
अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप, सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप, सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा, मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा है।
Excuse me.
टारगेट 10 हुआ है इसमें भी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एनक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ।
Is there a reason that they keep showing this like over and over? The fuck? Where's Steve?
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह, भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However,
like
it
she didn't
must
even
be
believe
said
herself.
that the
She was
Indian
just
Armed
like,
Forces
did they really just
are
make me
fully
say that?
prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that
Misadventures?
will escalate the situation.
The misadventures?
Jai
I'm
Hind,
sorry?
and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you.
No questions. All right, no questions, guys. Jai Hind means victory to India, or long live India. Jai Hind. So, look, we heard from India. A bunch of it was in English, and they said that they acted with restraint. They said they targeted terror camps and terrorist sites in response to the attack on Indian tourists on April 22nd. And they showed some video from some of that attack was in Indian-controlled Kashmir. They said the Pakistani government, India has said that the Pakistani government was played a role in those attacks. And they showed some videos of the different strikes on some of the different targets. They avoided the jet question. Yeah, as says, I think they didn't even talk about whether, I'm sure somebody would have asked whether Indian planes were shot down. We just saw Pakistan give a briefing right before that where Pakistan said that 5 Indian planes were shot down. There have been reports in some media outlets like Reuters had reported that they had heard from local officials in India-controlled Kashmir that 3 planes were crashed. And so we don't know. But they just had a briefing before the India briefing, Pakistan, and they said 5 Indian planes were shot down in Indian airspace by Pakistan. They said they could have shot down more.
Yeah,
so
it was like we could have shot them all down, but
don't know
we
what to
chose
say
not
about
to.
that. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what comes out about that. I can't confirm it. No, the Pakistan presser was new. That was a new press conference, which was running at the same time as this one. They did another one. So we just saw that before this. Sarpa thinks India may be trying to avoid escalation by avoiding that question. Interesting thought. I mean, I was wondering if they're trying to, if their planes were shot down by India, is that something the government would not want to admit for political reasons? But maybe it's an interesting thought that maybe they wouldn't want it out there to try to avoid pressure to escalate.
That's an interesting theory.
Yes, that was the Indian. These were both government. One was the Pakistani military,
both,
and that was the Indian foreign minister and ministry.
There's the government propaganda from both sides. That's why I'm just like
military officials of some sort.
All right, so if we can take half truths from both of you.
But Pakistan said it had. They just said that they had shot down 5 Indian aircraft. Here, look. This is from Reuters here. Pakistan says Indian jets downed. India strikes Pakistan. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. India strikes. Sorry.
This is interesting. I haven't seen Reuters look like that. What interface is he using? Wait a minute. Huh.
India strikes Pakistan over tourist killings. Pakistan says India jets down. Oh, look, we have some damage photos here. That is a photo of, hold on.
A mosque. We already looked at that.
That's a mosque that was hit in Kashmir. And that's another picture of the mosque. So these are two pictures from Reuters of a mosque that was hit in Pakistani-controlled Kashmir in the Indian strikes. That's one. Where's the other one? Oops, here. If it actually will get up on the screen. Hold on. There.
Damn.
But you can see here it says Pakistan said it shot down 5 Indian fighter jets in the worst, and India attacked Pakistan and Pakistani Kashmir in the worst fighting in more than 2 decades between the nuclear-armed enemies. India said it struck 9 Pakistani terrorist infrastructure sites, some of them linked to an attack by Islamist militants on Hindu tourists that killed 26 people in Indian Kashmir last month. Pakistan said 6 locations were targeted and that none of them were militant camps. Pakistan said 8 people died in those Indian strikes. An Indian defense source said Indian forces attacked the headquarters of the Islamist militant groups Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Four local government sources in Indian Kashmir told Reuters that 3 fighter jets had crashed in separate areas.
We are
of
definitely at the back end of stream.
India-controlled Kashmir during the night.
Hours,
all 3 pilots had been hospitalized, these sources added.
Finally
Indian Defense
some
Ministry officials
actual
were not
news
able
from
to
this.
immediately
I am from Pakistan. Nice.
We're not immediately able to confirm the information.
Man, seems like a lot of you guys
Images
are,
circulating
from
on
Pakistan.
local media showed a large, damaged cylindrical chunk of silver-colored metal lying in a field at one of the crash sites.
What about you? Getting tired.
Reuters could not verify the authenticity
Getting a little
of the
sleepy.
immediately.
Been covering this. We just covered the press conference
Pakistan
from
called
both
the
Pakistan and India,
act of
and
war,
as I was saying about both of them, where it's like it's typical state media bullshit where there's half truths and a whole bunch of rah.
There was a bunch of
like
fighting we
us,
saw
we're
for
so
hours.
great, and these people
fighting
suck.
going on in Kashmir on a live stream we were watching from there.
I hate
which
that
we
shit.
Don't have anymore.
I hate it with everybody.
Hindu majority
Like, I get
India
it, but
and
I also
Islamic
hate it.
Pakistan have fought 2 of their 3 wars since independence in 1947
You can't
over
show
Muslim
weakness.
majority Kashmir, which
Yeah.
both sides claim in full and control in
619.
part.
Is that in reference to Rey Mysterio by any chance?
Analysts said the risk of escalation is higher than in the recent past due to the severity of India's attack on Pakistan, which New Delhi called Operation Sindoor. Sindoor is the Hindi language word for vermilion, a red powder that Hindu women put on their forehead, or the parting of their hair as a sign of marriage. A number of Indian women were left without husbands after the terror attack in April.
Booyaka! I'm a big wrestling fan. CM Punk all day, though.
By the way, a quick thanks. Brian Beelman gave a lot of people memberships. That's very kind of you, Brian. I think Brian gave like 100 or more memberships. Thanks for all your support, Brian. Also, AJ Krause gave 50 people memberships. It's really kind of you, AJ. Please thank somebody if they gave you a membership or a gift
He's my favorite wrestler when I used to watch
really generous
WWE.
Of you. Thanks.
Nice. Yeah, Rey Mysterio rules.
Also,
no, CM Punk.
Captain Jerry Donnelly, 495.
Thank you for the follow.
58201 Steppenwolf, Ronald Kane.
Too sweet.
Holy DCE.
I'll go through all the wrestling references that I can right now. It's like this flies over everybody else's head. But
too
sweet.
X on Twitch. Yeah, I don't currently have a stream.
I love how wrestling is the international thing.
The stream we did have from Kashmir, the people who were doing the stream ended up
I have a
having
dream
to
of
leave
going
the
to another
area
country and just
for
some
their
guy pointing at my
safety,
shirt.
because there were a lot of strikes happening, artillery right near where the camera was. They eventually left for their
what's
safety.
my opinion?
At
Oh,
some
man.
time in the future, there's supposed to be another feed from the area,
well,
but from farther away.
With how
I don't
quickly
know
this
exactly
blew
where
up,
it'll be.
I did
and when
learn
it
a
will
lot
happen,
today
but
about what's
I'm glad
going on
they're
with the
okay, but it was getting
Kashmir border.
extremely
How this is
dangerous for people in that area,
been
because we
like
were seeing
a
a lot of
ongoing
artillery
feud
strikes
for a while.
in the Poonch district
I
of
think
Kashmir.
that both countries right
Thank you
now
also,
are
Mass
lying
Wolf.
about what's
yeah,
going
as
on.
Patty said, I saw a report
As far
that
as
the
like
Pakistani
how many
Prime
jets
Minister
have
was
been
gonna be
downed
addressing
and
the country at
all
some
of this
point.
shit. And what really scares me is the fact that it's like neither of them are saying that this is going to be a hot. Like neither of them are declaring war. They're not using the W like word. So I'm kind of like, but I'm watching this closely because of all of the warring powers right now. This is the one that should scare the shit out of everybody, and for some reason nobody seems to even care, especially over in America.
But there was a lot of artillery.
Like, trust me,
shelling
this is
going
not on Americans'
Poonch,
radars.
which is near the Kashmir border between India and Pakistan.
Was my dog barking? Really? Here, give me a second. I gotta go let my dog out. Oh, I've been sitting long.
I'm glad we were able to check out those press briefings, though. Now, here's an update from claims on the Indian side. AP says Indian police and medics say Pakistani artillery fire across the border in Kashmir kills at least 7 and wounds 70. Indian police and medics said at least 7 civilians were killed and 30 others wounded in the Pakistani firing and shelling at multiple places across the line of control, the de facto border that divides disputed Kashmir between the two countries. There have been heavy exchanges of artillery fire on the line of control, authorities have said. We watched them for hours. You can go back and rewind and watch it. It was crazy. All the fatalities occurred in Poonch district. That's where we were watching, which lies close to the highly militarized frontier. Officials said several homes were also damaged. So India says 7 people were killed in Poonch district from that artillery fire. The Indian Army said Pakistani troops resorted to arbitrary firing, including gunfire and artillery shelling, along the line of control, and it said it was responding in a proportionate manner. I mean, when we were watching it, I was saying I would not be surprised if there were injuries from that artillery fire, which was, some of it was landing in, it looked like, densely populated areas.
Oh. Whew. Yeah, this is definitely a situation that I'm going to be learning about for the next few days.
Thank you, Stranger69, who thinks Pakistan shelters killers. Thank you, Ann Boyce, our member, and Mass Wolf and Mac Jones.
I feel like
and Music
this.
420.
I feel like if this. Wait. I feel like if this like
the
war
Hindu
thing
newspaper. We were
escalates
talking
even
about that
more,
before.
this might be the end of Southeast Asia or the world. Because no, we were talking about that, and we were actually looking like this is what's scary. Today is the first time that I actually had to look into like just how many, detonations would need to go off for it to be a problem for the rest of the world. And guess what? It wasn't nearly as many as I thought. So that's what's
the Hindu had posted before
scary.
some reporting about
Man, I also learned about like
planes,
how
but then I know that
entrenched
I think they deleted some
Russia,
stuff.
like Russian propaganda, is over in
No.
India. Like holy shit! Like
Yeah, I mean, I posted this. FJ mentioned that
pretty
the Hindu,
rampant over there. You will be surprised how old this bad blood between us is. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, again, like
Kashmir, but then they deleted it.
Believe it or not. Goes back to biblical times.
To rewind, if you rewind a couple hours, we were watching the feed for hours.
This guy has been on for 9 hours.
If you rewind a couple hours, we were just watching it for a while, so you can go see it if you want.
Yeah, 9 hours. I'm about to hit
hold on. I have...
He's only been on for 20 minutes more than me.
At a mosque in... I think this is Pakistan. Hold on, I got some video from Pakistan. To show you. This is video from Pakistan, I believe, where a mosque was hit. Why am I not hearing video?
My dude has one of the sickest mustaches.
Hold on.
Oh, he's
हम लोग अपने शहीदों का गम नहीं मनाते हैं.
Dig it.
This is from Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur, Pakistan.
हम इन कुत्तों से नहीं डरते जो हमारे पाक हुसैन के साथ भी ऐसे किया था. हम उनकी मानने वाले हैं.
I don't know what they're saying.
को जवाब देंगे इंशाल्लाह.
Maybe somebody can
फौज
translate.
हमारी पाक बहुत अच्छी फौज है पाकिस्तानी. हम मार खाने वाले मुसलमान नहीं, हम इनको तबाह कर देंगे. हमारे बच्चे को कुछ हुआ, मुजाहिदीन लोग हैं, हम मानने वाले, हम इस मोदी को जवाब देंगे इंशाल्लाह. पंतन पाक का सदका इसे नहीं छोड़ेंगे. अल्लाहु अकबर.
This
I
is
feel
in
like the people I
Bahawalpur,
met from
Pakistan.
India are wholesome and nice and we want peace, but the guys with the high authority never make peace. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. That's why I don't like it when people are oh, please do.
Is that one of the targets that was destroyed there? Right there? I don't know.
That's why I try not to hate populations.
After Indian strike. So that is, I guess, a target in the Indian
structures that I
strike.
tend to hate the most. People in power, the people that abuse it. Half the time they get their populace just to hate people because it's easier than for them to turn away people that will sympathize with them. They're saying we ain't scared, we are Muslims with strong hearts and we will fight. Okay.
There, look right there.
Thank you for that. God, where were you? Where were you 20 minutes ago? Like 25 minutes ago. Yeah, when we were watching the Pakistani press conference.
This is not in Kashmir.
Could've
This
used
is in
it.
Pakistan.
What's the name of the channel in the
Pakistan
back?
proper.
Oh, here. I'll link it. Agenda Free
Collapsed
TV.
mosque in Bahawalpur.
According to him, he live streams when anything big starts going on. So here you go. Katarik. Thank you for joining. Oh, I don't really give a strong response to Modi. What are we looking at? Is this the aftermath of a... Like, I'll join your stream more often. It's pretty nice. Thank you. I appreciate it. We have fun here. again, I'm confused. What? Jesus. It's like they just try to run into each other. Like, what is it? I could never function in this chaos. I'd immediately run into somebody. I mean, I applaud the fact that they are just like, they go for it, man. But god damn.
Again, this is a video from,
here we go.
It says Punjab. This is the Punjab region. We saw this already. So again, we were looking at video from Pakistan,
dude knows how to
where a mosque was attacked, and we saw the which India, I assume, thought was a terror site, and because they said they attacked terror-related targets. And you could see
y'all are masters with a razor.
looking at the damage. And
Slickest beards in the world.
Also, I wanted to mention that Anas Malik, who is a reporter with WION News, which is a reporter, does specialize. It's an Indian outlet, but Anas Malik specializes in Pakistan, says that the meeting has begun of the National Security Committee in Pakistan. And the Prime Minister of
There's
Pakistan
no consulates trying to, I don't know, talk out a ceasefire in Kashmir? I don't know. That seems like the next logical step.
Yes, I am seeing other reporting saying Pakistan's National Security Committee is meeting and is expected to maybe make some important decisions in that meeting.
Now we play this game of how much is too much. To be honest, the so-called terror camps, they said they were
thank you
they
to
attacked
Myra
civilians.
Ann,
Yeah,
by the
that's
way.
well, we're coming to figure this one out. Like it took me 10 minutes on Twitter
Myra,
to go
the
like,
fuel tank.
oh,
so just to be clear,
that doesn't look like a militant. That looks like a I don't know,
picture floating
10-year-old
around
girl
of
that
what looks like a
got
plain
taken down
fuel
by
tank
shrapnel.
on the
But
ground.
hey, I don't
FJ,
know.
who I follow,
You know,
mentioned that.
I live in
And
America where I'm
there's
told
not
every
just
day by my
that,
president,
there's
don't
other,
believe your lying eyes.
The
don't
Reuters
believe
report,
your
for example,
lying
talked
ears.
about that there's
You can only
there's a
believe
bunch of
me.
wreckage spread around. It's not just the only wreckage isn't just a fuel tank, yeah. For example, FJ Natsec Jeff.
Imagine
Posted
someone
a
attacks
video
a church and
from a
said,
reporter
"I
from
can't."
the Indian side of in Kashmir,
Well, that's
showing
why I'm
debris.
always, that's why I say
and the
it's like,
reporter
hey, they
said
the
that
T
the
word.
video showed
I
part
grew
of
up,
a fuel
again, I
tank
grew up
while
in the
there's
90s,
wreckage of a jet in the distance.
9/11.
I'll post a link to that.
I
in
remember
chat.
the whole thing where it was just
but
like
just to be
anybody
clear,
that they could just
there's
slap
more
that
wreckage
T,
than
the
just a
terrorist
fuel tank on the
label on. They were just like, all right, war on terror. It's like, so you're gonna slap the designation on anybody that you want to go to war with.
And I think the Reuters article I read said that.
Like this whole Venezuelan thing, it's not new. This was happening during the Bush administration. Just because Trump's a dick, like a fucking dickbag, and he doesn't, like he pisses everybody off, people just forget that the Bush administration was doing the same shit. Why will terrorists stay in huge buildings like mosques and not in hidden places?
Look at it again, but.
Well, again, like we had a racist douchebag in chat earlier just saying like, oh yeah, you know they're bombing the mosques because that's where they hide. It's
we read it earlier.
Wow. And you know what? I hate to say this, that's a symptom of like the early 2000s xenophobia that came out of post 9/11. It was fucked up. Like for real, man. I grew up through all of it. Like.
Again,
I
can't verify, which I've been saying all night. I don't know
didn't.
if planes have been shot
I really
down.
am glad that I
no
didn't,
idea.
but unfortunately I saw,
we'll have to
multiple
see
friends.
how that
I lost
develops.
a friend to the conflict.
I can't tell you.
You know, he died in an IED explosion, so it's the first friend that I ever lost. And that's also what radicalized me against the Iraqi conflict, is because I learned that I had been completely lied to.
Debris from a plane was scattered
again,
across.
the fact that they lied, that we just went there to go fucking do oil, and then
in the outskirts
that's also where I started
of the
putting together,
city.
like,
that
you guys are creating the next generation
debris
of
from
militants.
one
Good
plane
job.
was scattered across Wuyan village in Indian-controlled Kashmir. According to Srinagar police and residents, Srinagar is in Indian-controlled Kashmir.
It must be hard. It wasn't easy. To this day, I'm still pissed off about it.
Another aircraft fell in an open field.
The thing is, he was an impressionable, like he was super impressionable, man. Like,
a village resident said
he did it for the right
massive
reasons,
blast
but
followed by a huge ball of fire.
Sucks.
He said he and several other
Yeah, so
villagers
rest in
rushed
peace.
to
I
the
appreciate
scene
that.
and
Thank
found
you.
2 pilots with injuries. Both were
Same
later
as
taken
Pat.
away
He was
by
a really
the
good
Indian
guy.
Army.
I don't know. That's why I do have the attitude I do about this stuff, though. On top of it, it's like, again, everybody treating me like, oh, you're just a leftist who just mistreat. You don't even like Trump. It's like, no, dude. I have been against the Republican Party since Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney and all those motherfuckers. Like, no, you don't get to do this just because, you know, oh, you guys got the victim complex. Nobody likes us. The left are just meanie bobinis that just say mean things about us.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
They're such bad
Predator
people.
Gaming.
They're meanie, the meanie bobinis. The meanie bobini left. They totally hurt my feelings. They attacked my hair. They attacked my looks. I don't understand it. Meanwhile, this guy literally, like, he can't go like 5 minutes on Twitter or wherever, like Truth Central or social Truth Central, Truth Social. You can't even get it right. But oh God. Sorry, I was just going on Trump rant. If you can't tell, I'm not exactly a fan.
Seeing if I have any updates for you. Well, big question is the fighting going to continue?
Right.
Is the fighting going to continue? That I cannot tell you.
Well, we took a poll on it. I thought our poll actually
are
mattered.
the Indian attacks over? Didn't sound in their press conference they were planning more, but who knows?
It sounds like they're both ready to fucking escalate this. Are you kidding me?
Over by Pakistan or not? For all I know, there's lots of fighting going on in Kashmir
exactly
right now.
on a high note. Like, Jesus. 9 hours of this, and it's like, oh, I came to the conclusion that I have a feeling I'm waking up to some really bad news tomorrow. That's gonna be fun. Oh, you gotta love that time difference too. That's gonna be just oh boy.
By the way, Factual News, who I follow, mentioned that Geo News, I think it is. Is it Geo TV or Geo News? Geo TV? I think it's Geo News. Is it Geo News?
I don't know. Show your screen and I might be able to tell you.
I think Pakistan, I'm looking at a report from them saying that, I missed this before, yes, the Pakistani army spokesman in the recent update claimed that India targeted and damaged a dam at a hydropower
That's what he was saying. Yeah, okay.
Is that true? I have no idea if that's true.
Taking a little bit of the Ukrainian side, take a little bit of... God, it really... I'm trying not to be so cynical, but it is like they literally looked at the war, like with Gaza and Israel, and then they also looked at, Ukraine and Russia, and they took the greatest hits, and they were just like, here we go!
Factual News posted about that as well. I don't know if that's true. I have no idea.
All right.
SM Sorov says, yes, Pakistan said that.
To be fair, there will be bad news in the morning. Seems like an ongoing theme lately. Yeah.
Did India say anything about that?
Yeah,
in
you're
their
wrong.
press conference?
All right,
I don't know.
good.
I didn't hear it, but maybe I missed it.
I can't even... There's nothing I could say other than, uh-huh. It's been rough, man. It's been rough. But, oh my God, you know what? I appreciate you, brother. Everybody follow Agenda Free. But I'm going to take this last minute to say thank you to everybody here. Play my little music and say how much I appreciate y'all. This has been real, man. Like, this is I'm glad that I could cover this and you guys are here to experience history with me, I guess, because holy shit. And that live coverage was wild, guys. Just so you guys know that if for some reason my VOD does take a hit, I do have a backup. So I will make sure that will be out there in some form, because man, that was wild. Like, to just see in broad daylight too. Like, man, these guys, like, they were shelling hard. Because you got to think about this. Each boom, like each shell, they were maybe 2-3 minutes apart, and like it was consistent for at least an hour, just boom, boom, boom. And then I love how eventually we all kind of just went, how come there's no sirens? What's going on here? Like, we appreciate you. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. I really do. Obviously. But here, I do need to go to bed because I got a stream and then I got to kick on around 2 o'clock tomorrow. So join me. This is 2 o'clock Central Standard Time. I'm in Chicago, so Central Standard Time is what we use here. Get used to that. I got my stream schedule. It'll be on the closing screen here, so if you guys are looking for that, you guys can take a few notes there. Also, keep your notifications on, and I will be popping up there as well. So, yeah, guys, you know. But as I said, I really do appreciate you all, and I do appreciate you guys sticking around for all of this. This was wild. I'm not gonna forget this one for this one stuck. This stream is definitely going in the Pep Talks lore book. So yeah, you know what? I will. Oh no, we go purple here. I really hate when these things start to clog. We live in interesting times indeed. Well, Miss Alice, it was good to see you. I'm glad that you were able to join us. Say hello to Allie. I'm glad that she was also able to join us. TK, Bloodstone, Distracting, Legend of Sean, all y'all. I appreciate you over there. Genie Bottle was all up in chat today. And then Mitesh, you know I love you. So then over on Twitch, guys, I really appreciate you guys following and hanging out tonight. Definitely look out for more streams. Xerox, I mean, come on, man. No matter what, even if we have disagreements on things, we can always bring it back to wrestling and talk some wrestling. So that's one of my favorite parts about myself is, yeah, I can always take it away from politics, and then we can talk comics, wrestling, 420 friendly stuff, any of that kind of stuff. Any of it, I'm there for it. So, but anybody to raid? Nope. All right, guys. Good night. I appreciate y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow, 2 o'clock sharp. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is pep talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all